Oh, it works. It works. Thank God. Oh. Thank fuck. Okay, I thought my cable was broken. I think OBS just like deleted the settings for the microphone. Jesus Christ. God, that's a stupid way to start the stream. I did give a brief intro before. I was just rambling on about how I hadn't done a stream for a while, the usual kind of boilerplate nonsense. Anyway, we're here for the comment response stream, and I can talk, which is a good combination of things to be happening right now. Just gonna give it a sec for my like heart rate to decelerate there. Huh. I hope no one said anything cool in chat, because I was like under my desk for most of that. How many viewers? 200 viewers! Alright, I'll take 200 viewers. Fuck it. Yeah, just pile in, you weirdos. It's high time we actually showed the comments maybe on the comment response stream. There it is. Comments. Look at that. I guess I should chat with chat a bit first here. People are probably saying stuff. Oh, you were talking about Yeek? Alright, I guess it's not that big of a deal that I missed it. So, maybe I'll show the trailer, Toby. Okay, before we start here, this is something I was working on for most of yesterday. You can close your eyes if you don't want any non-Deltarune content to like pollute your experience today, but it's 1 minute long, so just let me have this, okay?
Introducing RAM, the roguelike with no player character.
Pretty cool, huh? I thought it was neat. I hope you'll like RAM. Anyway, I'm not gonna linger on that. Not gonna self-promote too hard, you know. But you know, if you like what you see, there's a link to the Steam page in the description, you know. Who wrote the music? That's Nahu Pyrope, who, Nahu's actually a channel that I go way back with, coincidentally enough. Like, back in 2016, when I was part of this weird micro fan base for, like, an Undertale fan game, Nahu was there in the Skype forums, in the trenches with me. And actually, if you look far enough back on my channel, there is a weird Megalovania remix that actually features him. We collaborated on a shitty Megalovania remix. Wait, Sieve Gaming is back? That's big news. So I guess I managed to summon him back by doing all my funny Sieve Gaming bits. Not Fred Knudsen yet, though. That was my hope with putting that, like, down the rabbit hole jab in the video, was not to dunk on Fred, it was just to, like, jinx myself so that he would have to come back and ruin my joke by uploading a new video. Hasn't done that yet, though. It's actually surprisingly simple. Alright. Maybe let's get into reading the comments. I think that'll be fun at this point. So we start at the bottom here, if people aren't familiar with this. It's chronological, and because of that we have to start off with the pre-premiere comments, like comments that you can leave before you can actually watch the video, so that's gonna be the first little bit here. Yo, it's Phil? Oh, Phil the other guy. I thought you meant Phil Fish for a second. That would have been more exciting. A dude I knew in university claims that he met Phil Fish at a cafe in, like, Seattle or something. And he asked if he was Phil Fish, and he was like, no. And then he's like, are you sure? And then he's like, no. It sounded like a really fun interaction. Alright, let's read the first comment. Please disprove all the crazy people saying Gaster is in like half the songs. So this is maybe a somewhat mean-spirited way of stating the video's purpose, but he's kind of not wrong. I mean, I can't lie if that thought wasn't in my head as I was making this, and maybe even more so when before I started actually doing the research and stuff. Was sort of like, yeah, there's too much misinformation about Gaster's theme. People are too free with saying it's in songs. Gotta put a stop to that. But it turned into something a little more nuanced as I went. Like, I actually found evidence for themes that I didn't realize were there previously and stuff, so. This surely will be an Andrew Cunningham approved classic Undertale video. Well, it's Deltarune. Close, though. Very close. Okay, so already the third comment is the ethics of sumo wrestling, which I believe this is from the patron. This is a patron who watched it early. because we're gonna see so many of these fucking sumo wrestling comments. And it all comes from like a 4-frame thing of text I put in. After Toffee Bun's segment, I was shouting them out. And then I just had to like fill the screen with something, and I'm like, if you read this, make sure to write an essay in the comments about the ethics of sumo wrestling, so everyone knows you got pranked into pausing the video. And little did I know, about 1/3 of the comments are now doing that, which is great for engagement, I have to imagine. So I guess it was a raging success. I'll weigh in on the validity of some of these essays, and some of them, I've become like actually paranoid now. I think some of them were written with ChatGPT, and as soon as that was pointed out, I became like a tinfoil hatter. Like every sumo essay looked like a ChatGPT sumo essay, and I don't know how to tell reality from fiction anymore, so that sucks. Anyway. Oh yeah, that's true, Chad. I should shout out real quick here that the Peepus gag in the video still has not been found, more than a week after launch. For those who don't know, there's a really hidden Easter egg that I put in all my videos. One like much more obscure than the others, and if the first person who finds it and points it out to me gets a special role in my Discord server permanently. And no one's done it yet, despite some concerted effort. Usually it's like it goes dead for a couple weeks and then someone makes a stab at it, then the search kind of kicks off again. OMG. Oh my god, indeed. This will be epoch. In length, sure, 50 minutes is kind of a new high for me. I definitely tried to keep it as short as possible, as I always do, but there was just, you know, a 15-minute intro that I go over all the basics of like music theory and shit, and then Richard Wagner, and then also the whole analysis. It just kind of takes a while, you know? Oh, you think that's a business genius move to tell people there's a secret in the video to get a surge of views? All 200 people in chat? Oh, 300. I've easily broken my streaming viewership record with this somehow. Cool. Anyway, yeah, those 300 views are really gonna boost my metrics. That's what the video gets in like 40 minutes currently. I missed Aurora's comment. Did I really? Oh yeah, I skipped over the only big comment. What an idiot. I'm gonna be asleep for the premiere, but this is gonna be Undertale. I'm not sure what that means. Edit, G. Willikers, it's a whole lot of Undertale. No, but really, Noel links didn't surprise me at all. Noel being the angels and not very subtly hinted at in Snowgrave by Spamton, and Gaster's early quoting of the prophecy on the Deltarune site where he name drops the angel as well as the angel's heaven. I assume the angel's heaven is going to be a dark world created by Noel, which the Fun Gang is going to have to seal. It's an interesting thought, actually. I haven't actually seen this before in these exact words, where the angel's heaven doesn't exist yet and is going to later. I've always sort of assumed that it just was a thing, but we didn't know what it was. That's kind of a somewhat reasonable take, actually. Will it involve the roaring? Maybe. Probably not, since Ralsei is one of the heroes, and as a Darkener, would probably turn to stone if the roaring were to happen. I wonder why Ralsei was brought up suddenly. You're just saying, like, we couldn't have a chapter without Ralsei? I'm not sure exactly what that would look like. Right, yeah, I don't know about all that stuff. The roaring, what is it? What is the angel's heaven? Who knows? Point is, Noelle is the angel. It seems like she is an angel of some sort, or is related to the angel. Yeah, there's a lot to hint at that. Considering how endgame-ish that sounds, it's no surprise to see that Gaster and Noelle are linked in more ways than the ways we know about. Des, Spamton, etc. Noelle is going to do some cool shit, in my crackpot theory opinion, probably the final boss in some dope angel form. A la the God of Hyper Death, Ultra Goner, Roaring Mode star. That would be interesting to see. It's a bit hard to picture Noelle as final boss contender. I guess that's mostly going off of the Undertale paradigm, where the final bosses were all either people that you hadn't met yet, or like real, like someone you met immediately at the start, but then never was relevant again. But I don't know, it doesn't have to be like that, obviously. Alright, can't wait for the Epic of Gilgamesh to be mentioned. I did not, unfortunately. I had to disappoint that person. Oh, look who it is.
Oh yeah, I'm a real ramhead.
I know the feeling, JD. I'm also a big rammer myself. Oh, $5 from Remnant. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that. Here's $5 as a good luck charm for tackling these comments. Always a pleasure. That's wonderful. Thank you. The eternal dilemma is whether to watch Undertale Deltarune videos on YouTube or to eat food. I'm familiar with that one, actually. The epic arpeggio moment. That's sort of what it is. Yeah, it's the current paradigm that I was trying to shake up was like people basically hearing an arpeggio. If you don't know that term, it's an arpeggio is just basically a series of notes going up or down that isn't a scale, which it's a very general term, and it does technically kind of describe Gaster's theme, so obviously not every arpeggio is going to be Gaster's theme. That's sort of the point. It's the piss man. Yep, there he is.
Oh yeah, video.
That's probably exactly what you were picturing that I would. Yeah, I think I nailed that. An arpeggio is a chord broken up into separate notes. Yeah, that's another good way of putting it. Although a chord, you can argue that so many different things are chords that it's mostly just like... Yeah, I guess that is the most accurate way to put it. It's just a chord that's broken up. These streams always make me wonder how you manage two different comment sections at once. You mean like reading chat, then reading the comments? It's sort of, you know, you look at one, you look at the other. That's mostly it. Finding a balance between getting distracted by chat and reading, though, is, I guess, the harder part. Okay, so this is still before the premiere. I'm ready for the Undertale Deltarune Theory Man to dispense roughly 50 minutes of musical analysis to my brain. I would like to say that I have a deep connection to Gaster, but unfortunately, before going on the internet, the only slightly Gastery thing I ever saw was Goner Kid in my brother's second playthrough, which was also my second playthrough as I was too young to play the games with a lot of words at the time. We both just assumed that the Goner Kid was there every time, as we hadn't returned to that pier in our previous playthrough. Anyway, as someone who doesn't even know what a chord is, I look forward to hearing you explain all this musical question. I have been looking forward to this video since way back. You first mentioned it in the Elektronzwokung streams. I hear... Really went hard on the pronunciation there, and I don't know why. I keep hearing the community say that Gaster's theme is everywhere, and then pointing to some janky notes that sound like must_st_him.org. But only if you were to ignore half the notes placed in between their examples. Yeah, I know, it's... people do go overboard. Actually, okay, Cherry PG's in chat. I may have gone so hard on the pronunciation there because the memory of you pronouncing it in your scream of consciousness is still fresh in my mind. You really went for it. I watched that over the last couple days, by the way, Cherry, and yeah, I'm gonna need a little while longer to process that. Just a little while longer. Once you get to chapter 5, if you do a chapter 5 commentary, that's really gonna give me the existential crisis, so I'm looking forward to it. Anyway. Alright, so the video's up in 7 hours. Just gotta mention this. Celeste. Oh yeah, okay, I think I see where this is going.
Celeste is an amazing indie platformer about a girl who climbs up a mountain of the semi-metaphorical and extremely magical variety. In Chapter 5 of the game, Madeline's adventure takes the player through the Mirror Temple, a nightmarish labyrinth where darkness is both a literal gameplay mechanic and also a significant thematic feature. Yeah, darkness, the D word. Each chapter in Celeste will have a bonus B and C side version, which is normally a much harder version than the original levels, that also features brand new background theme. The Mirror Temple's B-side theme is actually just a smooth jazz Gaster remix. Like, seriously, look it up. Mirror Temple B-side theme by Too Mellow. It's a banger. Well, I'm familiar. I play quite a lot of Celeste. In fact, I've streamed it before even. And yes, so here's the thing. Before I started this video, when I was still scripting it, I originally was planning on having a longer section emphasizing like false Gaster quotes, like songs in other games that sound like Gaster's theme but aren't, as just an example of like, you know, it's easy to hear in places that it isn't. But then I realized something, which is like, that's not even a good example of it's easy to hear Gaster's theme when it's not there. That's just an example of it's easy to hear Gaster's theme, because in a lot of these like examples from other games, it really is a pretty decent quote. It's just obviously not Gaster's theme because it's not in the fucking Deltarune soundtrack. And that struck me as like a really unfair way to like sort of cast doubt on the actual in-game Gaster sightings. Because like the same pattern of notes in Deltarune could be really Gastery and have meaning, whereas in Final Fantasy, to pick a random example, it obviously doesn't mean anything. But it's still valid to hear it there. It's still like musically similar. Anyway, so that's all to say, yes, I was aware of that, and I considered actually talking about this specifically, along with the Link to the Past dungeon theme and Who Are You from Final Fantasy VII and all those. Anyway, it could just be a coincidence. I'm gonna say it's a coincidence, yeah, like that exact pattern of notes, that's like one-to-one, like the Link to the Past dungeon theme, so it's older than Celeste. Oh shit, $50 in chat. Big money from Eric the Bartender. I don't recall seeing that viewer before, but holy shit, thank you. That's really generous. Good luck with all those comments. I will. I'll have great luck. Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a big donation. Alright. I got 10 replies, huh? I'm not going to go into replies. That's off limits for these streams. It's too much, but... Alright, Toby Fox on his way to give his fanbase irreversible auditory hallucinations by making a song with 4 notes. I think this is the top comment currently, so you've all seen it. Kind of, yes, basically the case. I think it's more like the fanbase give themselves auditory hallucinations by trying to desperately find the song with 4 notes, but yeah. It's a topic I'm going to gradually get into, I think, as more comments come up, but like, there's a prevailing school of thought that I keep seeing where like, Gaster's theme was intentionally made so simple so that everyone would hear it in places it's not. It's like, you know, you could draw the parallel to Gaster being shattered across space and time. It's like, oh, his theme song shows up everywhere but nowhere at the same time. You can wax poetic like that. To me, it's like, I have mixed feelings on that. It could very well be the case, but also it sort of contradicts an idea that Toby is, like, intentionally using the theme, like, actually intentionally dropping the leitmotif in to like convey meaning about like what is related to Gaster and what's not, because if it's just supposed to be everywhere, then it sort of weakens that as a storytelling device. But it could go either way, I'm not really sure. Andrew, how many strawberries do I have in Celeste? I have all of them in all of the normal ones, and then the golden ones through I think every C-side, and then the chapter 1 and 2 A-sides, and also the chapter 1 and 2 B-sides, I think. There, that's my gamer flex. How deep are we going into the comments? I usually just keep going for like until I can't really keep it up anymore, until my voice really hurts, which is like, you know, 6 hours maybe. 1A dashless? Yeah, I have all the weird 1-ups in 1A. My record 1A time, by the way, is 1 minute and 16 seconds. If anyone wants to beat the Andrew Cunningham PB for Celeste 1A. All right. New Andrew Cunningham video. No Andrew Cunningham video. That this guy's just really excited. Sweet. You love to see the enthusiasm. A lot of the myths are pretty far out there. I guess, I forget what I named the video. Was it actually a musical myth-busting odyssey? Yeah, probably. That's what it's referring to, I guess. But Girl Next Door is note for note identical to another hymn. That this person called out one of the main takeaways from the video before watching it. That's good. Nice snipe, dude. Yes, I actually talked about it. Yeah, I hadn't heard that much discussion of Girl Next Door, but then again, I don't know of any like centralized Gaster leitmotif forum that I could check. I just sort of had to go off of other Undertale Deltarune YouTubers comment sections and like media motifs as like to gauge the public consensus, and then just random conversations I've had in Discord, of course. But I've never heard Girl Next Door brought up before. Hang on, maintenance in chat for a sec. I do hope you mentioned the similarities between Gaster's theme, the Lavender Town theme from Pokemon, and Puniko's theme from Yume Nikki. Well, okay, I missed that one, but again, this is what I said before. I did actually use Lavender Town as an example in that brief segment, but mostly as a gag. I've already talked about like my thoughts on the Gaster's theme in games that aren't Deltarune, and that this falls into that sort of camp. Although Lavender Town is a pretty bad quote. It's just like a fifth and a fourth, I think. It's just like the 1 and the 5 and the octave, so it's not actually intervallically close at all.
Actually, Mr. Cunningham in the Spampton Sweepstakes finale, Trouble Bin was mentioned in Spampton's radio ad.
You know, I really wanted to actually shout this out, but like, sometimes it just doesn't fit. Sometimes like you have a section that's briskly paced, you set up a gag, and like to include the one little footnote about like, oh, it was mentioned in the credits in the Wayne Radio TV Spampton Sweepstakes finale special. It just wouldn't fit, I'm sorry, but you're right. It is actually technically relevant to that.
Babe, wake up. New Andrew Cunningham video dropping.
Yep, it sure did drop. The man who spits in bars. Have you read Election Trucking, maybe? Gaster coming at ya. I'm a cheetah, not a cheater. Adultery sucks, says Gaster in Election Trucking. Gaster Man Ice Cream Cone. I don't know what you meant by that, but thank you for commenting. The advertisement. Another recognizable channel that some of you may be familiar with. I believe this comment chain, by the way, is this one, like, weirdo just grilling them about something they disagreed on like months ago. It's kind of weird and stalkerish, actually. I considered breaking it up, like, but I don't know. It didn't seem worth it. Just a rather curious situation. As a victim of Gaster Brain, who literally tried to hear it in every Deltarune song when Chapter 1 came out and has been disillusioned since, I'm very excited to see just how wrong I was and probably still am. Please, Andrew, make me feel like an idiot. I'm looking forward to it. This actually speaks to the ideal, I think, outcome of this video, which is that there was sort of a greater extremes before, I feel like, where people wanted to hear Gaster's theme everywhere and then became disillusioned and then refused to hear it anywhere. It was sort of like a polarized camps, like Gaster doesn't exist in the soundtrack, it doesn't mean anything, or like, Gaster's everywhere. And actually, Molly said something very flattering in her comment response stream yesterday that I popped in to watch for a sec, but like, she made a reference to like, we're now in the post Andrew Cunningham Gaster video meta, where like, statements about Gaster's theme are now like, thrown out or kept around in reference to my video, which is a bit, a bit spooky, but like, I hope it does have some sort of impact on the discourse where people can like have more informed opinions and at least have like a reference to look at like what the logic is behind like whether a given song resembles it or not and why, as opposed to just like, I can hear it, no I can't, which is sort of where a lot of the discussion ends if you don't have the music theory to like actually break down what you're hearing and why. Or not even music theory, just like my biggest advice to anyone who goes leitmotif hunting is just get a fucking virtual piano app and like test what the notes are, because you can't trust your ear to just get the intervals. Like I don't trust my ear to get the intervals 100% of the time. Like if I want to be sure, I plonk it out on the piano. That's like the number one thing to inject some objectivity into the conversation. Anyway. Andrew, please wake up, look outside, Gaster isn't real. It says Gooster. Like I'm gonna trust fucking Gooster telling me that Gaster isn't real. Get out of here, Gooster. Oh look, speaking of Molly in the chat now. Yeah, that's what I tried doing in part 1 as well, with the theme and other hymnman.og. I just wasn't too observant beyond the notes themselves. Yeah, there's obviously more to it. I remember that section in your video, and I did find it kind of, like, but, I had mine coming up, so I wasn't gonna make a rant about it in the comments or anything of your video there, but yeah, it's hard to know exactly how strict to make the requirements, and honestly, I don't really know either. Like, I know more about music theory than most, like, the average person, because I've studied it, but that doesn't mean, like, I have a perfect sense of judgment for, like, oh, this is intentional, this is not. There's still a lot of room for debate about, like, I can give my reasoning, but you could still say that, oh, that could be a coincidence. And there's no way around that. $10 donation from Median, thank you very much. Gotta keep the dono train going. I'm a big fan of all the content, from playing my favorite game Chrono Trigger to RAM to the music essays. Thanks for being an awesome member of the community. Thank you so much. That's really nice, actually. Thank you. Okay.
My favorite parts of when a Gaster's theme is when Gaster says it's Gaston time and he gassed it all over him.
I know, dude. I'm really into that. I love when he gasts all over them. This is one of my favorite topics ever since watching the Media Motifs video on it. Hopefully this video will go deeper than the usual into the topic, and I'll actually be able to tell if I can hear the Gaster motif in certain songs, because sometimes I just do not hear it. Yeah, that's I guess another side of the coin is like not being able to notice the motif in places where it might actually be. I feel like a lot of that comes from if you play the music versus if you just listen to it, because the stuff like The World Revolving, I've been playing that song on piano for years, and it rapidly became very obvious to me that like this is Gaster's theme, like I'm just playing Gaster's theme right now. And I've seen that echoed in a lot of comments actually, is like, oh, I noticed this while playing it on the piano. So it definitely helps to like experience the song in that way, like through an instrument, just because it's, you have to pay more attention to it, I guess. Obviously not everyone can do that. Why Nikola Tesla PFP? Because my YouTube channel is my Google account from 2011, and I have never changed it. That's the story. Shay in chat, really? Oh yeah, there's Shay. Actually playing something on the piano when you also know how to play Gaster's theme definitely makes things more concrete and apparent as to what's what. Yes, exactly. Like when you're doing like the fast part in World Revolving, you know, the ba da ba da 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 da, it's just like the feeling of what your hand is doing is just like that's the same exact sensation as playing Gaster's theme quickly. It's impossible not to notice. A donation of 11 tries. I have no idea what that currency is. That could be like $13,000 in cryptocurrency for all I know. But regardless, thank you, Xanadus, for the donation. There's no message. Turkish money, cool. I've never had a Turkish money before. Tesla isn't very marketable. It is if your name is Elon Musk, but honestly, like, the Tesla is great just to torture all the Serbian viewers. They often comment saying like, "I see this man's face on my money, and I just see Andrew Cunningham. It's a living hell," and I'm like, yeah, dunked on. No, don't worry about the conversion of the Turkish money. I don't care. I appreciate the donation. I thought the world revolving stuff was very cool. It completely changed the way I view the song and the ethics of sumo wrestling. Yeah. If that's honestly one of my also my biggest motivations for the video was just disseminating my sort of conspiracy theory about like the world revolving being a Gaster boss theme, because I really enjoy that personal headcanon of mine. Even if it's not literally Gaster's boss theme, it is, I believe, you can make an argument that it is a Gaster's theme boss remix. In the same way that, you know, Darker Yet Darker is, or Entry 17, or Vanta Black, or, you know, pick your favorite. Because The World Revolving is also my favorite song in the Deltarune soundtrack currently, and it being a Gaster's theme thing is like really kind of, it makes me happy. Shay leans toward the Scarlet Forest, and World Revolving being coincidental, but out of all the Gaster's theme sightings, World Revolving is definitely one that feels closest. Yeah, the intentionality of it is something that's almost impossible to talk about objectively, and basically what I was doing was, I was sort of going through with my understanding of like how Toby Fox may have constructed the melodies, like, because I can't know, obviously. I have no idea how Toby actually works, but like, I could see an approach to that where like you start with Gaster's theme, I want to make it a bombastic remix, and it's like, well, you go da 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 da, and you sort of start with Gaster's theme, you tweak it, you make some notes longer, and then for the big climax, it's just like, well, what if I just play Gaster's theme really fast, but the top notes are a melody now, and it goes da 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 ba 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 ba, and so like the Gaster's theme motif is sort of like elaborated into a unique melody through that process. I could picture that happening, but I have no way of, you know, knowing whether or not that's actually what happened. That's basically the long and short of it. $5 from Nathan Sims, thank you. I can't wait for Andrew's next Deltarune video. Calling Gaster at 3 AM, OMG, he answered a screaming emoji, gone wrong, I got gasted. Yeah, hopefully I don't get caught Gaster baiting with my webcam on like Darkside Phil, that would be real bad. Thanks for the dono, though. That's a joke, I don't have a webcam. Oh, I just destroyed chat with that, I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm actually sort of disgusted with myself that I couldn't find a way to put Gaster baiting as a term into the video, because in my, like, day one, like, when Deltarune dropped, I had, like, this notes document that I had, and I kept using the term Gaster bait, and I thought it was really funny, but I haven't found a chance to actually use that in a video yet. Well, let's move on from that then. hi Andrew, reading this on stream. Well, hello there, Rack City. What's up? Hell yeah, new AC vid. I know the feeling, right? Who the fuck is Gaster? Well, you see, actually, no, this is where I recommend watching someone else's video. I never explain it myself. I say, like, go watch Mystic Sparkle's video or the device theory. There you go. Gaster Real 2401. I hope it doesn't take that long. Shit. 400 viewers. 420 viewers. This is like smashed my all-time viewership record, which is... It's nice to see. What can I say? It's nice to see. I almost slept through the stream, I have to admit. Like, I sort of forgot that it was 12 and not 2, like it was previously, and I woke up with not quite enough time to get started, and it was a bit late, but I made it. Comment responses are more popular than Azzy Pants. I know, it shouldn't be, but it is. I really want everyone to go experience the Azzy Pants streams. I specifically, I've like corrupted Toffee Bun into like watching the Azzy Pants streams now just because I want to hear their opinion on it. The obsession has only grown on my end. Thoughts on Shin Megami Tensei, says Wild Clyde with a $5 donation. Thank you for that. I've watched a playthrough of Persona 5 by Joseph Anderson. But besides that, I don't really have any relationship with the Persona or SMT series, unfortunately. Although I do know that, like, from what I've seen, I can see a lot of DNA between, well, one, Persona 4. I've watched a part of a Persona 4 playthrough too. Persona 4's like kind of structure and world, and Deltarune, just sort of the general like structure of the game, where you're, you know, you're in the light world doing mundane school things, then you go to the dark world, i.e. the whatever the fuck it's called, the palaces, and you do like adventures with your friends and your teenagers and stuff. But also the dialogue in SMT and Persona is like when you're talking to the monsters and it can recruit them and stuff. Very Undertale core dialogue, very kind of like weird, meandering, non sequitur conversations. I think there's a lot of inspiration there in Undertale for sure. Oh, Xanadus is back with 22 of the tries. Thanks. Another Turkish money. You love my content. Oh, thank you. I'm always game for Turkish money if you want to throw it my way, dude. Thank you. Another $5 from Demi the Jester. I'm never going to get to read the comments at this rate. People just keep giving me money, but thank you very much. Genuinely curious about what you said about Freedom Motif being so similar to Gaster, since it's from Toby's track Nightmare Night from Cucumber Quest. No, okay, the part in the world revolving that people say is similar to Nightmare Night, and I know this because I've gone on, like, I've learned it on piano and everything. I'm familiar with Nightmare Night now. That's the beginning part, the ba 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 ba, which I think actually is, you could say it's kind of like Nightmare Night, but I think that's mostly because the legend theme already kind of sounds like Nightmare Night. So I think it's more reasonable to suggest that the world, that part of the world revolving is actually referencing the legend a little bit. It's not perfect in either case. I don't know exactly how I feel about the opening part of World Revolving, but that's what I've settled on currently, is it's probably a legend quote. Andrew, what's the next stream? Literally haven't decided yet. I've just been busy. I've had a lot of random ideas, some of which I've already forgotten what they were, unfortunately. Like I considered randomly streaming Rain World, actually, just because I wanted to try it. I considered trolling Simi by playing her visual novel without telling anyone. That would be funny. So we'll see. I might stream tomorrow, but I might not too. I don't know. I'm not committing to shit, dude. I'm just reading comments for now. £4.99. They keep happening. Money distraction from Paul Blart and Mall Cop. Thanks, Paul Blart. I love you. Not Cruelty Squad. I don't want to play Cruelty Squad. Okay, comments. My idea for the video. So you got the main theme Gaster's theme, aka Gaster's theme. Then you got another hymn which is also connected to Gaster. You would expect Gaster's theme or tangential theme to be in core, and here we are, True Lab. You would kind of expect that, yeah? Core sounds more like a Metaton track with Death by Glamour and Metal Crusher. Yes, Core is quoted. I'm rusty on my Undertale leitmotifs. I believe Core is quoted in Death by Glamour. I think. For Here We Are, it does have that sound, but I can't hear the same sound being used. Yeah, Here We Are, as I alluded to in the video, is just a remix of Alphys' theme. I don't think Gaster's actually in there. There's actually very little in the way I recall of Gaster's theme in Undertale, which is actually a big part of why I'm so invested in Gaster's theme in Deltarune, is because, like, you could say that, oh, it's common enough you can hear it anywhere, but, like, I haven't looked at the Undertale soundtrack as extensively, but, like, there's not as much to glom onto in Undertale in terms of Gaster's theme. Like, the sightings are even sketchier and fewer and farther between, which makes me think that, like, there is something to it in Deltarune, like, there's a bit of intentionality. Molly remembers getting a comment about song that might play when you fight Sans, apparently playing Gaster's theme in the left ear. Okay, yeah, I'll get into this now. I considered doing like a bonus round where I covered a couple of these long-standing ones from Undertale, but I didn't because the video was 50 fucking minutes long and I wanted it to end. But so the song that might play when you fight Sans, I've looked into it. I think the part that people are talking about usually is the little tinny arpeggio that's panned left. It goes boop 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 boop. If you know what I mean. And I sat down, I listened really hard, I isolated all the notes on the piano, and it is in fact just a major arpeggio. It's not Gaster's theme at all. It's really boring and just a major arpeggio. But someone else pointed out that there's a part in the melody actually of the song that might play when you fight Sans where it goes it's hard to sing. Actually, I'll play it on piano real quick. I have a piano. Might as well use that. Gotta fuck with the mic settings for a sec though first. I should use the piano more for this stream, and I have a good excuse. Fuck. How do I play it? There it is. That little fill at the very end of the song that might play when you fight Sans, that is, in terms of like ascending, da 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 da, it's a better Gaster quote than the other one. So I don't know. I'm not too invested in it either way. I just thought I'd share my thoughts. Outson says I should start all my streams with Deltarune-based song parodies of popular pop songs. That would require rehearsing songs on the piano regularly. That's the main reason I play the piano as little as I do, is because, like, I don't want to have to keep learning new material just to, like, play it on stream. You hear Gaster's theme in Once Upon a Time. No, it's I don't. Sorry. There is the intervals. If you look at the top 3 notes, you do get like a major second going up a fourth, I think, which the intervals are off, but it sort of has that contour, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get too into the Undertale soundtrack just because I'm really specialized into the Deltarune one for this video, and I know, like, embarrassingly little about Gaster's theme in Undertale by comparison, so I'm just going to look like a dummy. This one seems like there's more, but I can't access it. Like, it just won't load more of the comment. Oh well.
This is still before the fucking premiere, by the way, so... Oh, hey, I can leave comments before the premiere. Well, since I already saw this video on Patreon, I might as well guarantee myself a spot in the comment reading stream. Hello, Andrew in chat. I don't have much constructive to say about the content of the video itself. I'm glad someone with the proper background can gather and explain all this data. Noel's themes being Gaster was surprising, but makes sense in hindsight. What I do have an actual comment about is the bit in the middle where I talk about the response to your theories being too safe. Okay, this is coming up already. So, I'll read this first, then I'll do my spiel. It's hard to tell from that gag alone how you actually feel about those criticisms, but I wanted to say that the safeness of your theories is actually my personal favorite part about them. In the business of theory crafting, it's so easy to get caught in the trap of writing fanfic in your head, letting your own confirmation bias string you along. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with writing fanfic. I love fanfic. I wrote 8,000 words of humorous fanfic, specifically for this community. Shoutouts to a real one there. But by the way I see it, theory crafting is closer to a science than an art, and when you're doing science, you won't learn anything unless you can actually see the evidence as it is. And to do that, you need to be able to admit things like when you're letting your conclusion color your interpretation of evidence rather than the other way around, or when you just don't have enough information yet to come to any reliable conclusion. Basically, if the goal of a theory is to strive for accuracy, then you're the best in the business. Theories whose goal is to be interesting rather than accurate aren't without value, but in my mind, the value is as fanfic rather than as legitimate prediction. So you're my favorite one of my favorite channels. I wouldn't change a thing. Can't wait for more theories and or RAM stuff. Thank you. Very, very nice supportive comment. But I really want to address this quickly because I sort of feel like in that section where I did the Rant Sona gag, I sort of baited an undue amount of like reassurance. Which is not to say that the reassurance isn't appreciated, but I kind of feel disingenuous because like that section really was just a joke. Like I've seen that sentiment a couple times, like that my theories are too safe and they're boring, but really it was just a couple times. Like the examples that I showed on screen, that's like everything. That's like literally everything I could find that expressing that sentiment. So like it is not even a common take, and I had to go really far out of my way to like even pretend that that was a thing that happened a lot. So, and I did put a thing with some text on screen after clarifying that, but it was I think easy to miss. So I just wanted to make that clear that like I wasn't actually upset at all. That was just me really going out of my way to find people nitpicking me for a bit. But we're gonna see a lot more people expressing this, which is actually really nice. Like, and I hope that it's actually people just really, I've tapped into people's latent desire or people's existing kind of feelings about this. Is like people really do want to see more grounded theories, and if they're just sort of venting that, then that's great. I hope they're just not rating it for my benefit though. He's lying. I cry myself to sleep because people think my theories are too safe. Every night. Descent into Mad. With like a Cthulhu emoji of some sort. I don't know what emotion that is. It's a new one. Good video, says Roy. Thanks, Roy. Good luck on your quest through the comments. Oh, thanks. I'm just getting started. Can I get a pin? No. 1 plus -7 equals -6. -1 plus 7 equals 6. Humtor confirm. Couldn't agree more, dude. Half joking is the funniest tone indicator, says chat, because it's there to muddy the water. I know. Honestly, I have a complex relationship with tone indicators because like half the time I like revel in being like a dick bag who's misunderstood and no one knows what I mean, which is if I actually do need to be understood, then there's I will take pains to clarify that I'm joking, but maybe that just makes me an asshole. I don't know. Do you have any plans to return the DMCA 9000? Says Eulitharid for $10. Thank you for the donation, first off.
Second off, it's the DMCA 666 billion, not 9,000, but close enough. Or more specifically, the music analysis video essays when you get the Chapter 3 to 5 OST. You loved the video, Godspeed. I actually wasn't, but a lot of people assumed that that was my end game, and now I'm kind of thinking like, well, it's not the worst idea. I've already built the diagram and stuff, so it's not off the table, but I wasn't specifically planning it. Mostly, like, even though I made the diagram as a way to like save on editing time by having like this consistent element, it really does still take a long time to edit with the diagram. It's a big pain, so I'd be a little... It would be like Kratos getting the Blades of Chaos back if I opened that thing back up. That's what I'll say. Someone asked about if there's a playlist for the music. Yes, it's... Oh, it should be in the description. I think it's not. Let me change that quick. I think it still isn't in there from when I did the Azzy Pants streams. This is probably not the playlist link itself. It's probably just to the video in the playlist, but, you know, it'll do. Remove the time code. Okay, description is updated. Missed a lot of chat while doing that. Chat's going pretty quick. The more I use the diagram, the more time I save in the long term. You're not wrong. It did take a long fucking time to make that diagram. I've never photo bashed before. It was kind of fun, but also time consuming. $5 from Hat and Hoodie, thank you. I'm surprised he didn't mention the Who Are You theme from Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. I was aware of it alright. I just, again, I didn't see a point. I was like, well, Gaster's theme is in this song that isn't in Deltarune. And then, like, what does that mean? You know, like, you could, maybe it inspired Gaster's theme, sure, but I wasn't really talking about the inspirations of the theme song. I was trying to talk about it in the Deltarune soundtrack, and that just, like, it's an interesting factoid, but it just sort of felt out of scope. You need a link to the Gaster GIFs? Well, the one on the left, or no, the one on the right should be linked in my sources document in the video. The one on the left is, Mooks made that, so you can join the Discord server and, I don't know, ask them about it or something. It should be pinned somewhere. Yeah, they're pinned somewhere. This makes me feel like I smoked crap and smoked crap. Don't smoke crap, kids. I smoked crack and stumbled into a lecture on music theory. Kind of the intent, yeah. That's about what I was going for. Sumo wrestling is very ethical, says Doc. Yeah. An informed opinion, you can tell. At least it's not written by ChatGPT. Jankum in chat, yeah. Lost my shit at the Giant Dad parody.
The legend never dies.
I had so much fun making that. Actually, the Giant Dad bit was one of the first things I wrote in the script, and I recorded it before anything else. I had this Giant Dad audio sitting around, and it was one of the last things I edited, so I just had this audio sitting in a folder for 3 months, and finally, like, I realized the editing at the last second. It was pretty glorious to see it come together.
Cuckoldry.
I will say, no matter how hard I tried, I could not get my audio as bad as in the Only Afro video. Like, I think I would just need a shittier mic, because, like, I did everything I could to fuck the audio. Like, the reverb was just, like, fucked. The audio was peaking. It was a mess. And it still sounds better. Power up the bass cannon. I hope that one random guy in the bassoon elongation video from like the fucking Boston Philharmonic Orchestra or something doesn't watch this video one day and feel offended that I made it look like he was jacking off a bassoon. I hope that one guy doesn't see it. You'd love it if I did the lecture on functional harmony. It would be fun. It would probably help me in my theory studies. Yeah, I went on a lot of music theory rants in this video just because I could and I wanted to, but getting into like elaborating chord tones and stuff was a bit much. I couldn't extend the script that much. And it probably would have gone over a lot of people's heads too. Like, I was limited by what I could get into because I could only set up so much of the foundation in such a limited time. So there are people more qualified than me to talk about it too. Like, I was just going off whatever I remember from university, basically. The gist of it, if anyone's curious, is that like melodies can be analyzed as just like a simplified. You can simplify a melody to just like a set of notes from whatever the current chord is that's playing. And those are called the chord tones, which are like, those are the ones that are actually harmonizing with the chord. And then if you get rid of those, the ones that are left are non-chord tones, which are embellishments. They don't fit the harmony, but they create melodic interest. And so basically the chord tones tend to be more accented, and the embellishments or non-chord tones tend to be less accented, which is what I was talking about with the unstable accented tone, where the first note of the bar and of the melody in Darkness Falls was a non-chord tone. Or actually, it's a bit more nuanced, because you could say that that's actually the 7th of the tonic chord, which I think is more reasonable in that case. There's a few, like, I had to skim over some details for the sake of brevity that I would like to have not skimmed over like that, but, you know, you gotta just sort of cut yourself off at some point. Sideways walked so that Andrew Cunningham could run, says a guy in chat. Young guy, Yug guy. I don't know who Sideways is, actually, I have to admit. But I'm glad that I'm trouncing them in my content, at least. Apparently. Who's advocating to kidnap me? Wait. Oh, people want me to do a Sideways crossover. I don't know who that is. Music theory guy. Okay, in terms of music theory YouTubers, I know like Adam Neely, I know 12 Tone, I know 8-Bit Music Theory, and that's kind of it, actually. He rants about musicals. Sounds like a great dude. $20 from Nathan Sims. Thank you very much. It's a lot of money. Thank you. I don't know why YouTube won't let me send 10. Oh, okay. Sorry about that on YouTube's behalf. But I want to say I enjoy your videos a whole lot. Thanks for making content. You also got me into the Epic of Gilgamesh, so thanks for that. Did I actually? I've never actually read the Epic of Gilgamesh myself. I have to, like, I'm not like an ancient literature snob. I really just wanted to reference it for the bit, but I'm glad that you enjoy it. So that's cool.
Epic of Gilgamesh fandom is thriving.
I'm so glad. Nerding out about music theory plus Inscription and Necrodancer music. I think you're my favorite Utterer theorist now. So that's what it took, eh? Was the Inscription and Necrodancer music. I think I've had that previously, but I'm glad you feel that way regardless. The Beastman Enkidu. Love Enkidu. Helptail Sanstrosity spotted. Most underrated classic AU. I had never heard of Helptail before doing this, and I still don't really know what it is. My methodology for getting those Sans pictures was just like Googling weird Sans picture on like Google and just scrolling and like going down, like clicking a bunch of links and seeing how far I could get down rabbit holes. And eventually I just started finding like Sans, but like a fucking Ophanim ring. I was like, yeah, okay, sure. I don't know what that is, but it's going in the video. I also, when I was finding that like really bishy Gaster photo later on, I got like linked to, I tried to source it, and the first time I ended up on like a whole search results page full of like, Frisk X Sans art from like Echo Tail, I think, and all the all the Frisks were like wearing like their like midriff exposing sports bras and stuff. It was very strange. I backpedaled pretty quickly, and then the second time I tried to source it, I ended up on like an ancient like Russian website that had been turned into like a crypto scam. From like reverse image search, so that's lost to time. Do not look for the source of the sexy Gaster image. Anyway, one big Factorio reference. Damn it. Was I referencing Factorio? I don't remember doing that. I do play Factorio though. Hey. Hey. Hey, dude. You love how snarky this is. The music cut is some mad scientist shit, and I love it. I guess it is snarky. I'm never quite sure what the tone I end up with is, but yeah. I think I described it myself as a stern, scholarly weirdo. which I guess works. Oh, Nif Sniff is in chat there. Yeah, I had a sort of longer comment reply chain with that person about like how I make my videos and stuff. Which it would make more sense to do that publicly so I don't have to repeat it for each person who asks, but you know. I just felt like it. I really did make a whole ass doohickey for this video, says Molly. A thingamajig, if you will. It's a what's it to ya. Yeah, I enjoyed designing the diagram. It was, you know, it was sort of inspired by John Boyce. I realized retroactively, because like when I was making it, that was months ago at this point. I forgot what even the impetus was, but then people in the comments pointed it out, like, was this a John Boyce thing? And I was like, oh yeah, it probably was actually. I was trying to rip off John Boyce. That's probably why. And or some people said it's a Bobby Broccoli reference, which, I mean, that guy's channel is also just sort of copying John Boyce, which is funny. Maybe I could show off the code of the machine briefly if anyone's interested. The code is pretty unpleasant. Not quite as ugly as in the Undertale video, though. I took a bit more care to make it, like, reusable and stuff. Thoughts on Huang? I don't know who that is. Outson. Oh, you mean like WHANG? Like the guy who does like the Lost Media and like Reddit poop jar videos? The Bobby vid. H Wang. I don't know what you mean. I'm not sure what video that is. The fraud scientist. Oh, he faked the cloning. Did I watch that? I remember binging a lot of Bobby Broccoli's channel like ages ago, and then I haven't looked at it since, so I can't offer an opinion, unfortunately. I've sort of forgotten. Thoughts on 17776. Haven't read it, even though I know I should probably. Okay. I'm not sure whether it's intentional, but I love the hodgepodge Photoshop. Analyzatron bears loose correlation to Omega Flowey in that respect. It actually wasn't intentional at all. It just sort of ended up looking a little bit like that with the arm on the right hanging down, but yeah. Actually, okay, that's incorrect. I think the idea of like its aesthetic and making the sort of like Photoshop monstrosity was Omega Flowey inspired, but not the actual design of it. I missed Robert Wyatt's comment. Oh. Based Help Tail reference. Oh yeah. Based Spaz reference in the profile picture. I've never read Help Tail, I don't know anything about it, I'm a fake fan, just make that clear. I just liked their wheel sands. I wonder what Everyman's theme is. I do too sometimes. I also wonder what Jerry's theme is. And then I stop, because there's no reason to do that. I'm pretty sure the mysterious man sprite isn't even connected to Gaster, the Gaster story. It's a reference to Yumi Nikki Uboa Easter egg. Well, you see, the reason you connect the sprite to Gaster is because it plays, what the fuck was it? There's some connect. Well, it's because it's fun value 66 for starters. So like the most Gastery fun value. I think I forget this stuff all the time. There's so many weird details you have to keep in mind to like actually put together the Gaster conspiracy corkboard. I think like there was like a stats in oh fuck, I forget actually. I'm sure there's a good reason. This is why I always just recommend watching someone else's video about it, because like the resources are there. You just have to like look at them. $20 donation from Nathan Sims. Another one actually. Another $20 donation? Really? Oh, thanks a lot. Holy shit. You meant the whole $10 comment is in YouTube was telling me I already owned the item and I didn't want to send you 5 because I'd feel bad. So here's more money because I'm cool. I'm not sure how that logic worked out, but I'm very glad to receive the money regardless. Thank you again. It's a lot of money. It would be funny if we got Gaster in the future that wasn't the Mystery Man. I don't think it's impossible. Like, I think the Mystery Man could be just like related to Gaster, but not literally him, or Gaster could look different in Deltarune. I think there's... I have no idea, really. I'm expecting the unexpected when it comes to Deltarune Gaster. I think a lot of the times people get upset about Gaster being important to Deltarune is like when they get stuck in a rut of like thinking about what the implementation will be, and they think about like what they've seen in fanon, they think about what they can imagine, and none of that's cool enough to satisfy them. Whereas I think you have to have a bit of faith that like Toby's probably going to do something that's like a little bit outside of what anyone quite expected still. That's the sort of faith I sort of keep in mind. I want to believe anyway that Toby's going to do something that I couldn't personally have thought of. Which is also part of the reason that I don't get into speculation very much in my videos, is because, like, it sort of ruins the appeal of the games to me to think that I have it figured out, because that means that the thing that Toby came up with was within the bounds of what my brain could come up with. I don't want that. I want my mind to be blown. Which is also an unreasonable expectation, but it's how I prefer to think about it anyway. A game theory! I did have a MatPat PNG, that's probably what that's referencing. Kara Blush Troll Tesla Gaster Ransona is perhaps the most cursed thing I've ever seen. You're not wrong. I really went in on that bit. I described it to Mooks, who I commissioned it from, as his face is like a pizza with too many toppings, and that's exactly how I wanted it. Molly feels that way too. You don't think the ending of Deltarune is something we can fully predict given its feverish nature. And if it was, then I'd be disappointed. Yeah, like, I want it to be something that catches me off guard, mostly. Is that my burden is light? Yep. One-shot music. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Shoutouts to that one person in my server who can't attend the stream because she's actively getting married right now. I just thought that was really funny and wanted to mention it. The fact that Gaster's theme comes in the bass line of Noel's theme is definitely interesting, considering I think Des may be associated with bass guitar, or is it just a nondescript guitar? Well, it's... there's a bass and a guitar. I regret calling it a bass line now. I actually wanted to change that, but it was too late. I recorded it and I didn't want to like redo the whole thing. It's not really a bass line. It's just a slightly deeper melody compared to the original tinkly notes. I don't think there's really any reason to call it a bass line besides the fact that it's just kind of low in pitch. It is a bass guitar. I think it could just be a regular guitar. It's just a sound font. Maybe the sound font is like SGM bass or something. I don't know, but... Outsin thinks it's cool that doing the stream leaks in stupid ways into the video. Yeah, like, doing the streams is like great fodder for all the stupid visual gags and bits that I introduce. It's, I have to continually intake a stream of memetic garbage in order to then put it back into my videos. Otherwise I couldn't function, right? Oh yeah, Icy is kind of tied to the egg rooms due to Tree and it appearing as graffiti. Yes, Icy... Wait. Is Icy on graffiti by the egg room? I don't remember that. I know Icy graffiti is in the alley in Hometown. How is Icy tied to the egg rooms? I don't see that connection unless I'm forgetting something. Unless it's like a super long distance connection where like Icy is graffiti here, there is other graffiti there, and that graffiti is next where the egg room is, which it's a bit of a stretch. And Noelle is specifically concerned about Icy for some reason. I think Noelle being concerned about Icy is... Her being into like video game glitches and shit isn't her only thing. She's also just into like the paranormal in general and cryptids, which I think that it's actually potentially a very cool way to translate the idea, again with like the metatextual versus textual dichotomy from like, you know, that first video I made. If you take like, what is a video game glitch? Like, metatextually, a glitch is just something that occurs in the code that's wrong, but what does a glitch look like in the universe of that game? Like, how do you translate that into a diegetic thing? And I think like a pretty interesting way to do that would be to make glitches appear in universe as like supernatural events, like paranormal shit. And I'm not sure if that's what it's going for yet, but I think it could be, and that would be a really cool angle if like Noelle being into glitches and her being into the supernatural are actually the same interest because she lives in a game. So I think I can see the connection there, actually. Though not every man who appears as graffiti and is strange in the dark world. Yeah. There's so much stuff in chat right now. Everyone's writing big old comments. Fucking Christ, the puzzle solved theme made me go neuron activation mode because it's my ringtone. Oh, in the one-shot soundtrack is your ringtone? Sorry for that. Icy involved in this would probably make me explode. What Icy's gonna do something. Icy's also like Gaster, where like he's gonna do something eventually, but like I have no idea what. Toby's just saving him to fuck with us. I'm stealing JD's idea for the contrasting mythopoeia of Gaster and Icy. I hope you make that. Viewers are dropping? Fuck him. Anyone who leaves is a fake fan. We didn't need those extra 20 viewers. Half-Breed's video about Icy for April Fools. You've been sleeping with an eye open. He will eat you in real life. That's going to be the... Instead of the Spamton sweepstakes for Chapter 3's release, we're just going to have, like, Toby Fox sends Icy to your house in real life and he eats you. Another fucking $20 from Nathan Sims? Why are you trying to donate 10? Clearly you have infinite money. Otherwise, why would you have donated $60? Holy shit, dude, thanks. Weird thought. I think it would be hilarious if Gaster turned out to be some guy and not mysterious godlike entity in Deltarune, and then Toby introduced us to another mystery dude for Deltarune 2. This is an age-old thing I remember answering comments like this on my first comment response stream, and like, yeah, it would be funny. It would also invalidate almost a decade of like setup for this fucking guy. I don't think Toby being a master troll extends to him like setting this up in a previous game as like an 8-year-long ARG and then just like Lamau, it was nothing. Don't take any of my things seriously ever again, please. I'm just going to shit on you.
What did I say earlier? Like, I think that Andrew Hussey would do that, but not Toby Fox. Like, that level of fucking over his fan base for a funny bit. That's like Andrew Hussey's kind of domain, less so than Toby's. But of all the Undertale Deltarune enthusiasts, you're probably my favorite. Your videos are super high quality. Thank you. Basil is Deaf Femboy Asriel, aka Ralsei. Was this from the premiere chat? I think there was discussion of, like, Basil is Femboy Asriel, then I said, like, Asriel is Femboy Asriel, and I'm not really sure what I meant by that to this day, but that's probably what that's referencing.
Sup, Gasoline, what's your favorite color?
That's my impression of gasoline. I can't really do it, though. My favorite color is yellow. I think you should read this comment. You, Joseph Joestarred me there. The Gaster motif. The Gaster motif is real. One Piece reference. I just got that. Okay, One Piece reference. We're safe. I seem like a light blue type of guy. No, I'm not really that much of a fan of light blue. It's alright, you know. $2 from Chloe C, just to remind everyone that Toby is not Scott Cawthon. Well, that's the other way of looking at it. Like, that's not Andrew Hussey either. The Scott Cawthon approach is to like barely plan your lore and then like take what the fans say, then make it canon, and then also take what the fans say, then make it not canon because it ruins your twist. I don't think Toby engages in that bullshit. $2 from New Panic to say, were you inspired by John Boyce? Yes, I actually just talked about that a few minutes ago, I think. So I guess he just joined the stream, but yeah, like, I'd sort of forgotten that the diagram was inspired by John Boyce because I made it so long ago, and then I was reminded by people in the comments that, like, oh yeah, I did have John Boyce on the brain when I made that for sure. Personally, my theory is that Noelle is simply just as powerful as the average girl who's into creepypastas, which is to say immensely. I don't know what you mean by that, but okay. Hang on, let me check quick that my cursor is on. Oh, it's not. I want my cursor on here so I can gesticulate. Oh no, it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, false alarm. Can't wait for new devlog. I'm happy to hear that. People are into the RAM stuff, and that's good. I am, or we are rather, planning on getting a devlog out sometime at the end of summer. We're going to spend summer really pushing it toward like a state where we can release a public demo. And then with the release of that public demo will be another devlog where I go over all the stuff since then. So that's the time frame we have in mind. Molly's super into creepypastas when you were younger. I can tell. You have that vibe, Molly. I'm really actually intimidated by the aesthetic that you bring to your stuff. It has this very, you know, analog horror adjacent vibe to it. And because I'm not familiar with any of that sort of, that culture, that aesthetic, it kind of, it doesn't spook me, but I'm like, wow, it gives you an edge, you know, like you have an aesthetic. I think that's really cool. I've never really had like an aesthetic to my channel beyond just like whatever, I don't know, I happen to think is the right thing to put on the screen, you know, like there's no unifying thought process. My aesthetic is moss bag. I don't think... I am implying that Joseph Anderson doesn't count as an aesthetic. Like, Joseph Anderson doesn't really have an aesthetic to his videos. He has a certain style of script writing that I don't even really try to copy Joseph Anderson. Like, I haven't watched a Joseph Anderson essay in a long time at this point, so... If I sound like Joseph Anderson, it's because of... I just absorbed him
through exposure, I guess. I don't know how similar to my videos, or to Mossbag my videos actually are, to be honest. Like, we have a similar sense of humor in some cases, like a dry sense of humor, but like, I feel like they're actually quite different. Alright. Hi there, Andrew. This is a comment written before the video even came out and posted as soon as it did, which is a bit of a shady way to get into your response stream. The live reading, yeah. But I'm dying to talk about something that no one else is talking about, but everyone should. You're a swell guy, so I'm sure the video is great. What I want to talk about is a very important question that seemingly no one is asking. How much control does a Dark Fountains creator have on its contents? Is this just an unrelated theory? The key line is from Rousey. Each dark fountain creates a different world whose darkness reflect the will of its fountain, so every fountain has a will. Okay, so the thing, dude, if you just want to talk about an unrelated theory in a comment response stream, is that I've spent the last 4 months thinking about one part of Deltarune and that part only, and so all my knowledge and opinions on other parts of Deltarune has decayed and atrophied to the point where I'm no longer very interested in commenting on things like this. And for that reason, I'll probably just skip unrelated theories like this, because like I don't want to just give like a random off-the-cuff take when I've like probably forgotten half the evidence. Here's Walter the Frog, a frequent stream art contributor. I got hit in the fucking face with the Yeek music. That's my entire commentary for this video, other than that it's wonderful and also that Azzy Pants rules. Azzy Pants does rule. Shoutouts to Azzy Pants. I love Dr. Gasoline. I don't even know what you're referring to. That's just 2 people on my Discord server. But maybe that's a separate thing in that person's mind. I don't know.
Azzy Pants OTP.
Yeah. The amount of effort put into this is amazing. Thank you for blessing the Deltarune fandom with this, Andrew. Azzy Pants OTP. Again, everyone's in on it. Oh, look, a loony from Nofumar. Thanks for the loony, Nofumar. Thanks. I missed a donation? Hang on, scrolling up. Oh, I did miss that one. Yeah, $5 from Murdops, so thank you for that, and I'm sorry for missing it. What do you think realistically could be accomplished by surrounding a character in secret like this? What are even the options for it to culminate to? That's not my job to figure that out. I think the options are very obvious, in fact, is the idea of surrounding a character in secret is to get people speculating about it and make the payoff when the character's revealed very, very impactful, which has already succeeded. Like, it's demonstrably just true. Like, if Gaster gets revealed in Deltarune, the fan base is going to fucking explode. It's going to be like Krakatoa, right? People's windows are going to break in London. So I think it's pretty self-evident, honestly, and my opinion on the matter isn't really that relevant. But thank you. $1.69 from Fortnite Awesome Parodies. Based. Very based. Alright. It's worth noting that April 2012 was reused from the same Homestuck project that Sans was made for. I highly doubt any Gaster reference was intentional. Okay, there's a lot to unpack. I wasn't aware that Sans was from a Homestuck project. I know that Sans was originally called Muscles and was a track for an RPG project that Toby started that never finished, which may have been Deltarune, even, like before Deltarune before Undertale, I mean. It's the same one where Heartache was called Joker Battle, which makes me think it was sort of like Jevil was there and like Heartache was his theme song. I don't remember Sans being for a Homestuck project, although April 2012, maybe it was. It definitely was, because I looked at this. The earliest reference I could find to April 2012 was on a
a fucking Git repo for a Homestuck related sort of Git project, which I think was one of the Flash games they did for the comic. So I think it's like an unused Homestuck track from 2012, basically. Whether that means it can't have Gaster's theme, again, thinking about how like Deltarune was a thing long before Undertale was. Like, Undertale came out of a version of Deltarune that Toby had to scrap and then refit to make, like, a new story out of. And now we're getting Deltarune back again, but with the Undertale mixed into it, which is very confusing to think about. But if Deltarune was around before Undertale, and Gaster was originally all along supposed to feature in Deltarune, then it's actually not impossible that his theme song could have been that far back. I'm not sure April 2012 is the best evidence for that, because the Gaster quote in it is actually... It's pretty, take it or leave it. Actually, in the video, the brain rot index I showed for April 2012 was lower than it was supposed to be. Like, I put in the wrong data, and then I couldn't find any way to fix it without re-recording the entire segment, so I just left it in. It was supposed to be moderate, but I said it was lowish. So it's not the best quote, really. The music stopped. Thoughts on green? I remember a comment that Molly read yesterday. Oh, wait a minute. Someone says muscle.og was in that repo. Weird. So maybe... I mean, Toby kind of does that. He has songs and he just uses them for whatever the fuck he wants. Like, Megalovania was in Homestuck and then for Undertale again, and it was already used for the Halloween hack before that, so it's not impossible to imagine Toby making a song for his own project and then just like, well, I'm not going to do anything with it, so I'll just send it to Homestuck, see if they need it. What was I reading, though? There was another comment I was about to read. The color, thoughts on green. Oh, yeah. Molly was reading a comment on her own video about, like, green theory and how green represents, like, all this stuff in Deltarune, and but I forget what the evidence was, and also I don't know, so I can't really comment further on that. I think the person said they were going to make a whole video on green theory, so I guess wait for that to drop. Someone's accusing me of being Toby Fox. I would never, personally. Green Sands is here. Is that WhatsApp on his shirt? I interpret this vortex of nonsense as entirely intentional. Toby took the theme of the questionably canon characters scattered across existence and made it questionably canon scattered across the game soundtracks. Yeah, this is, I addressed this before. This is going to keep coming up a lot. Where, that's possibly true, but also I prefer to think of it like there is a gradient and like a Gaster versus not, because otherwise it doesn't actually convey any storytelling power. It's just like Gaster is everywhere but also not anywhere, and you can't go any further, whereas if you try to actually apply some standards and say like, well, maybe you can hallucinate Gaster's theme anywhere, but there is actually ways of looking at like it's more likely to be intentional here than not, you can actually derive more information about the story. How could you just skip over the part of 058 and Pandora Palace? That sounds like Gaster's theme. Okay, so this, I think... It just didn't sound like it. A lot of comments I get are like, why didn't you address this in the video? Why didn't you address this quote of Gaster's theme? The reason is because I did legitimately miss like one or two actual things, but most of the time it's just that the quote was so bad that I didn't feel like it needed to be addressed. And if Media Motif didn't force me to, like in the rules card instance, I just would have ignored that, right? So, with the exception of, I think it's at the very end of Attack of the Killer Queen, there is a section that has a slightly better Gaster quote than the existing quote at the beginning of Attack of the Killer Queen. And it's not that big of a deal, but like that is legitimately something that I missed. But besides that, I think every suggestion I've seen about like why didn't you talk about this is just that the quote is so sketchy that I didn't think it had to be talked about.
Cherry PG says, I'm partially colorblind. When people used to ask what my favorite color was, I'd say rainbow, and then you get made fun of. That's sad, actually. It's very sad. These videos always make... Oh, wait, I missed one. I rough you, moo. Interesting. These videos always make me feel really good. They feel to me like a really good but extremely large burger, so jam-packed with flavor that it feels like you're being choked if you try to eat it fast. I know what you mean. This one in particular was like so dense with information that like I sort of just had to assume that people, like, if they really wanted to go over all the details, they would have to like rewatch segments or pause it for the on-screen text. Or it's sort of like I picture using this video like a bit of a reference, like an encyclopedia. Like you can go back and check on a section if you want to, if you're having an argument and you want to like hear, you know, Andy C's opinions on Gaster's theme. You can go back and reference it, but as opposed to like being able to absorb everything on your first go. 690 pounds from JD, very cool. How much cash money for Tesla dancing during the break? I'll do that for free, JD. I don't have the GIF downloaded yet, but I'll figure that out. I'll set it up. Just remind me. And thank you for the money, by the way, if I didn't specifically say that. I appreciate that. A theory I've seen is that Gaster's theme was intentionally made to be simple so it could be heard in any song. There we go. That's another one for the pile. I've addressed that twice, so I'm just going to sort of say that I've addressed it in the future, I guess. $5 from Awesome Fortnite Parodies. Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, I meant to ask about how you felt on green as in your color preferences. Please respond soon. Oh, like if I like it? I'd say that green is actually one of my favorite colors. Yeah, like... I would maybe it's my second favorite color actually. I really enjoy the combination of yellow and green, which it is just Asriel's sweater, but I felt that way before Asriel's sweater, so you can't say it's just brain rot. It's more like, you know, the color combination of like sunlight through the leaves of a tree is my favorite color palette. There you go. Yeah. Everyone in the chat just wants to talk about colors. Okay. Keeps happening, man. $20 from Nathan Sims. Alright, the running total is at 80. This is getting silly. Thank you. Thank you so much, though. I'm very confused as to why parts of the motif appear in Scarlet Forest. I don't remember if you explained it in the video, so sorry if you have to repeat it. I don't see what the connection to another... What the connection... Wait, I don't see the connection to another hymn and World Revolving. Hang on. Oh, yeah, like... I did say that... Did I say that the Scarlet Forest was like the part in the World Revolving? I kind of forget. If you're talking about what the meaning of that is, I address that at the end. I sort of hold off on it while discussing it in the section. And then later, when you get into like the Cyberfield music, I say like, okay, well the idea was that maybe Scarlet Forest had Gaster's theme because it has the egg room. And if that's the case, then also you would expect Welcome to the City to have Gaster's theme because it has the egg room in Chapter 2. And that was my running theory, but then Cyberfield, A Cyber's World, has just as much of a Gaster reference as Welcome to the City. So if one has it, then both do. And then Cyber's Field doesn't have an egg room, so that sort of blows up that hypothesis. So at this point, I really don't know why Gaster's theme would appear in Scarlet Forest. I'm just kind of at a loss, personally. $6.66 from Leah just to say Gaster reference. Oh, it is. You did a Gaster reference. Thank you so much.
Oh shit, it's Gecko. Gecko is the currently, I guess, the lead artist on RAM, so that's a fun fact, and is now coming to my stream to donate $5. Thank you very much, Gecko. Or £5 rather, not even dollars. Thanks for the color preference info. Gotta find some place to shove that into RAM. That'll be for the hub town, I think. We want like the good vibes to be in the hub, and I don't know. Maybe if we actually do in the culminate that idea for the third area where it could be like an overgrown factory, we could get that in there. Wait, what? Hang on. The donations, they don't... Oh my fucking god. So JD just dropped 50 fucking pounds on me? That's less than I weigh, but not by much. Holy shit, JD. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, dude, but like... Thanks. Free the ant from dev jail. Oh, Toby! You mean Toby? Oh yeah, his profile picture's an ant. I'd love to free him from jail. That was actually sort of describes how the last few weeks of working on the video was that Toby's he's the co-creator of RAM, for anyone who doesn't know. Toby finished his school term and is going full-time on RAM, and I'm sitting there and I said like, oh, I'll have it finished by then probably, and then I super didn't have the video finished by then. And so Toby's just going full-time, and I'm like, I can't help with anything because I'm stuck rushing for the video. But he is now free from dev jail. I am now working with him again, so... but yeah, thanks a lot for that, JD. That's very, very generous. Okay. I think the donations have stopped for a second. I can continue. It's safe to continue. I do weigh more than 50 pounds, okay? That was a joke. I am, yeah, I'm not very big though, it seems right. Orange or green? Important question. I really dislike the color orange personally, but that was for 22 turkey bucks. So thanks for that. And $5 from Mooks to make sure I actually can't escape the donation train ever again. Thank you, Mooks. Wanted to say once again, thank you for giving me the honor of drawing Troll Tesla Rant Sona and seeing everyone lose their shit, I assume, during the premiere. That was great. It was a pleasure, Mooks. I felt like you really deserved a commission after drawing fucking free stream art for like 10 years for me. Like, it was the least I could do, really. And that it really did. You nailed the vibe. $2 from Chloe C. Okay. Can't think of anything clever to say. Hi, Andrew. You just don't want me to read the comments. You all just want me to not read the comments. I see how it is. Okay, thank you, Chloe. And another $2 from the Fortnite parody dude. Green Gang hereby declares war on Orange Gang. Great. Speaking of Orange Gang, a large orange box just popped up in my fucking chat feed that says Nathan Sims donated another $20, bringing the running total to $100. Okay. There's an even 100 because 80 is just weird. Also, for those of you worried about my money situation, I promise I'll be fine. I'm not rich, but I'm comfortable enough to do this. If I wasn't, then I wouldn't. Well, thank you. Be financially responsible while doing whale donations to your favorite streamers, chat. That's important life advice. You're a real one, Nathan Sims. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, okay. I think it's safe. I'm gonna continue. Okay, where's the next comment? Holy shit. It's Roy. Okay. I've seen a few musical analysis videos, like Scruffy's Mario one and a few of 8-Bit Music Theory's ones, but I still had a sort of itch for something similar to those that's about Undertale Deltarune. This is basically that, and I'm glad this exists. Thanks. I'm very happy you feel that way, because that's the same sort of way I felt. Is that, like, this niche is filled in other areas and fandoms, but not for Undertale Deltarune. Like, there's not really a dedicated dude who talks about the soundtrack. There's been a few attempts, I think, like that one, the Spamton's theme breakdown and stuff, but
it's an underrepresented type of content, and I felt I really had an opportunity to contribute something that was unique and valuable here. Less related, are there any other things you found that aren't in the video, like is Gaster's theme in patron chat information, song that might play when you fight Sans, and if it is, don't forget the subversive motif, or by God, that's Gaster music, article claims. And is it in the Don't Forget? Oh, is it in Don't Forget? I don't know what you're referencing actually here, but I don't think it's in Don't Forget. Actually, maybe someone said that in the very end, when the piano is doing that just like little arpeggio up the keyboard, I think it does play like a semitone and a fifth once or twice. I think I can hear that. I haven't stopped to analyze it, so I can't speak confidently on it, but that may be something that I missed that could reasonably be called a Gaster quote. So there could be credence to that, actually. I just haven't looked into it enough to like really give a confident opinion. $10 from Nathan Sims. Wacky stacks. You just can't stop, can you, dude? Thanks for ruining the perfect hundo. It's all gone to shit now. Thank you, though. And yet more Turk bucks from Zandias. Thank you. P.S. Please withdraw from adding vulgar, not safe for work content in these videos. I don't want my 7-year-old daughter exposed to things like a Homestuck troll. Well, first of all, congratulations, Roy. I didn't realize that you were at that kind of point in life. But yeah, I'll be more conscientious in the future. I do hear they tend to turn people gay a lot. 4x3 pog? Dude, I literally just cropped it so that like the comments were more centered. I have no idea what aspect ratio this actually is. I'm not Molly Stars. I don't actually give a shit about aspect ratios. More power to you if you do, though. I've been watching this video for about an hour, waiting for the acknowledgement of my favorite ship. Thank you, Mr. Tesla. My day has been improved. Hell yeah. You know I had to shout out Azzy Pants in the last 1 second of the video. I'm mentioning Molly a lot. That's because I was watching her comment response stream yesterday. And also was just talking to her in the Deltarune Illuminati server about fucking Azzy Pants previously, so... Molly is fresh on my brain. Alright, see you at the comment reading stream. Hey! I'm sure other people got the good questions locked and loaded already, so I'm gonna head out. Edit, Azzy Pants OTP. Based comment. Help, I forgot I have a date, says Zandias. Go! Jesus fuck. Wait, no, if you show up and you tell them that, like, oh, I was only late because I was donating money to my favorite Deltarune YouTuber, I'm sure they'll understand and think you're based. Mystic is here just to reprimand me for leaking the Illuminati server. I'm sorry, Mystic. There is an Illuminati server, to be clear. We talk about funny shit there all the time, and no one else gets to look. It's very exclusive. The Shadow Council. Like, literally, you'd think it's like scheduling collabs and stuff, but like, I spent like 10 minutes the other day just like ranting about fucking Azzy Pants in there. It's kind of wild sometimes. Another amazing video. Your signature editing style made it engaging even though I was familiar with the music theory concepts and the DMCA 666 with a super fun way of visualizing things. I'm glad you liked it, because I took a lot of time to make. £5 from the Winterer, thank you. Thanks for keeping me in the musical mood while I try to make a big shot cover. Hope this makes up for DMing you randomly on disc that one time too. Did you? People do occasionally DM me on Discord, and I don't usually mind, but I don't always remember either, unfortunately. I'm sure it's fine, but thanks for that. If people have like something they want to actually like ask about, I don't mind DMs on Discord. If it's, I usually don't reply if it's just trying to make small talk or something, because that's kind of weird. Just like do that through the general chat. But yeah. Okay, I started watching you around when you were in the Deltarune podcast analyzing the Spamton sweepstakes, and damn, your videos are high quality. I have no idea what I'll do with this information of knowing exactly where Gaster's theme does and does not appear in the Deltarune OST, but I'll cherish it. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Thank you. That's very nice. Glad that the Deltarune, the Delta cast brought in some viewers after all. Andrew Cunningham said my name and it made my day. I'm so glad. I love that feel when the streamer says your name. I've been there. I went to the only stream that I've ever been to where the streamer said my name was a Best of Sips animated stream, which is like, that's a fucking obscure reference. If anyone has been to a Best of Sips animated stream, you have my undying respect. But yeah, the guy read my name and he's like, Trethra, and that was great. Say my name. I don't even know how to pronounce that. What the fuck? Grossezero. I'm assuming that's it. There you go. No more name requests. I won't do it. Yeah, Sips in the Yogscast. I was a big Sips fan back in the day. There are two other pieces of contextual evidence which suggest that Gaster is the man behind the tree, which bolster the likelihood of the Scarlet Forest and man containing Gaster's leitmotif. The choice options that appear during contact sequence at the start of the game run on a choice variable called device choice. Normally the type is set to 0 by default, producing the normal yes and no options. However, if you change it so that it remains undefined, the only option that appears is labeled egg. So we're getting into Toby's weird debug placeholder text. There's a lot of this actually, like, I don't understand it fully. This is sort of like Half-Bred Chaos's domain, but I think that like there's placeholder text in the game if like there's an invalid option for a menu that'll just display these messages, and a lot of it's like weird and gastery. Like that's where that whole is that a cut on your face or a part of your eye, the gash weaves down as if you cry, the pain itself is reason why poem comes from that like unused placeholder text, which is interesting. Some maybe this egg thing is like that, along with other ask options named after various foods like meat and fruit, stuff you might actually find in a refrigerator. There's Mystic, I think, replying to someone else in chat there. Okay. However, oh wait, I read that. 2. The egg is described as not too important, not too unimportant. This mirrors the structure that Sham used to describe the type of stuff Jevils started to say after he met the strange someone. He started saying things that didn't make complete sense, but didn't completely not make sense either. That's a very tenuous parallel, like, it's the same sentiment, but it's not even copying the exact structure of the phrasing. This implies that the man behind the tree and the strange someone are the same person. Yeah, like I'm not really feeling that connection, to be honest, but I think there is a little bit still to connect Gaster and the guy behind the tree. Usually you end up having to do the conspiracy corkboard regardless, even if these are a couple new points to add to the corkboard.
I do agree that the Sham quoting Dark Darker Yet Darker is a pretty fucking on the nose, like, it was Gaster Lamau kind of deal, though. Yeah, okay, I'll keep repeating it. Like, Gaster in the Scarlet Forest would make sense if it has connections to the Egg Room, but then why does it appear in Cyber's Field? That's what I was getting at in the last. I think a lot of people actually commented about that before finishing the video, because there's a big section about that later on where I go like, well, this would make sense if it didn't also appear in this other random area theme that obviously doesn't have an Egg Room in it, so I don't know. A butt from Nathan Sims just for fun, I guess, to make the total 111. Nice. Donate 1,000 more so it's 111. Okay, that's a joke. I don't want to accidentally like pressure anyone into donating money. Molly doesn't put too much stock into the device choice egg thing because while it's weird, it does seem likely for it to just be a placeholder. Eggs do seem to be a reoccurring theme in the game though, so who knows. Yeah, like, even if it is relevant to the egg, I don't see exactly what that implies to do with Gaster, so... Shoutouts to the dude in chat watching this instead of studying for university finals. Some great life choices I'm seeing. Here is VT Holmes, another banger video by Andrew Cunningham. Nice. Maybe Gaster and Des really are hanging out somewhere together like in Delta Traveler and we'll find them in Snowgrave or something. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows what Toby's cooking? That would be funny. I kind of doubt it. I doubt that it's going to be like Delta Traveler, but it would be funny. I'm gonna... quick piss break, actually. And I'm going to set up, as JD requested, some Tesla dancing before we go. So give me a sec to set that up. Ideal. Okay, if I download this... and I just sort of drag this over here. I didn't realize, sorry, when I drag a video into OBS, I can't actually hear the audio it's making, so I didn't know that it was playing sound. Hang on. Okay, that should be good. I'll be back in a sec. Wait, don't donate as I'm leaving, dude. I'll miss it. $10 from Nathan Sims again to make it louder. Thank you for the donation, but I do have to go for a second. I'll be back. Oh, the caramel dancing just ended. I forgot to make it loop. Sorry about that. The caramel dancing overall was an utter disaster, and I apologize for it. Oh well. They can't all be winners. Okay, back to the soothing one-shot music. Close Discord to not dox self. Great. And we're back. Okay. Disaster baiting? No. Oh no, Vivad, it's 7:17 a.m. I have not slept yet due to being busy, so I might have to actually do that soon and miss the rest of the sleep. You're up at 7 a.m., holy shit. That's not good, Vivad. I don't know what to say. Please sleep. I've had a bit of trouble sleeping myself recently for whatever reason. Just sporadically, just a couple nights where I've just like been awake at 6 a.m. and haven't felt tired. Bruh, what? Dude, the fucking Nathan Sims with $100 donation. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. This is my last donation, I promise. I genuinely just want to thank you for the amazing content. You're my favorite Deltarune theorist, and you make me laugh with every single one of your videos. Thank you. Wow. Holy shit, man. I appreciate that. That's like way too generous. Holy shit. But wow. I don't know what to say to this anymore. Like, that's just really crazy, man. Thank you. You're just sending Andrew to space fundraiser. Andrew just earned twice as much as my daily wage when I worked in a factory. Don't worry, my usual daily income is $0, so you gotta make up for that somehow. Yeah, that's the RAM dev food budget, says Toby. You are absolutely right. People ask sometimes whether, like, the money on my Patreon, whether it goes to, like, funding the videos or funding RAM, or I'm like, it goes to funding, like, me. Like, I don't make enough money to support myself as is, and so it's all just going toward, like, maybe one day I'll be able to actually pay rent. That's as far as the ambition goes, dude. That's what it's for. The survival charity, yeah. Yeah. Good that you're not bankrupting yourself, Nathan. As long as you know what you're doing, then you're free to do it. Okay, that's a ridiculously long comment. Okay. Reminds me, the comments aren't as long as on my older videos, thank God. But this one is a throwback to that. So I'm going to break open the can of worms at his desk, because I think it avoids diluting Gaster's theme from his theme into the weird meta shit theme less. I wrote this comment in bits while watching the video, so it's a little disjointed, but I think it's comprehensible. The man behind the tree's presence does seem to be the only explanation yet for Gaster's theme, apparently being in Scarlet Forest and Welcome to the City. Though it doesn't explain a cyber's world, as it's only in 3 area themes. I don't consider the idea that it was used to hint at a connection between Gaster and the Dark Worlds likely. I agree. I've seen this a couple times, and I think that, like, if it's just 3, then it's not a very good explanation. This means that it's pretty decent evidence for the man being Gaster, but that creates issues with the freedom leitmotif being Gaster's theme, since for a variety of reasons I'm not convinced that the man and the strange someone who talked to Jevlin Spamton are both Gaster. I mean, you cannot be convinced, but there's pretty decent evidence. Oh boy, another dono. What's what we got here?
119 NOKs. I'm assuming that's short for Nokron, the Eternal City. Thank you for that. Wouldn't the egg rooms be inherently tied to Scarlet Forest even on their own, though through the use of the Scarlet Tree inside, regardless of whether the theme is present in the city or not? Yes, but also that just makes it more confusing. I don't think that actually answers any of the questions. It just creates a new question, unfortunately. Donation reading stream, apparently. This is why Germa doesn't read donos. He'd be doing it the entire time, I assume. That would be some peak content. Look at that. Another $2 from Splitbolt. Andrew Cunningham, more like Andrew Moneyham. Andrew Moneybucks. Thanks, Splitbolt. I wonder how much money fucking like the big streamers make. I know Germa's not even the biggest streamer. I'm not even talking about like who the fuck is the biggest streamer? I don't know. Asmon Gold, XQC. But like holy shit, they must make a lot. Germa used to do the donations at the end of the stream. At some point, the post-stream started lasting multiple hours. Yeah, I could picture that easily. Another £2 from Paul Blart Malcop Real. Comments are overrated. Apparently so. XQC got 100 million? What the fuck? That's messed up, man. That's messed up. Holy shit. Isn't that what Conor McGregor got paid to fight Floyd Mayweather? Like, that's like a pro sports kind of sum of money. Anyway. Okay, the reasons are primarily A, the strange someone is never referred to with gendered pronouns, B, it would be a bit redundant to have Gaster be the answer to both of the finding secret item side quests, and according to his Q&A... Oh wait, Gaster is the answer to both of the finding secret item side quests. You mean the shadow crystals? And the eggs. I don't see why, like... The shadow crystals would have to explicitly lead to Gaster, or the eggs, or if either of those are leading to anything in particular. I'm pretty sure the shadow crystals are going to lead to something, but I'm pretty sure that Gaster is just going to be there anyway, regardless of what side quests you've done. That's sort of the way I look at it. Because like you can't have someone be a huge part of the story and then just also not ever appear, unless you collected the doohickeys. Unless that's like a whole other ending that's gated behind them, I guess. Huh. XQC got, what? XQC and LeBron James are paid the same amount now, it's wild. Yeah, gamers truly are the most oppressed demographic, right? And B, it would be, okay, and C, according to his Q&A, Spamton knows about the man, yet hasn't tried to find him. So either one of those apparent appearances of Gaster's theme is coincidental, or, and this is my preferred alternative, Gaster's theme is also being used to refer to various Gaster-adjacent entities. What does that mean? Spamton knows about the man. I forget what that's in reference to. I don't remember that tweet, unfortunately. Of course, when you throw in the potential appearances of it in Girl Next Door and Lost Girl, especially Lost Girl, quoting the Freedom theme. Okay, actually, I have to address this, because I sort of...
I think I put my foot in my mouth a little bit, saying that the Lost Girl quotes the Freedom theme. I'm not really sure what I meant by that anymore. Like, I wrote it, I recorded it, and then I was like, wait, why did I say that? And it's not like completely wrong. It's just like a weird way to describe it. It's just a partial Gaster quote, like the three ascending notes, da da da. And in Lost Girl, that really is all you get. Which is why I didn't actually put Lost Girl in the video by itself, is because I thought this quote was actually so weak by itself that it wasn't worth addressing, surprisingly. The good quote is actually just in Girl Next Door, surprisingly. Which is strange. But anyway, sorry. The second alternative of the theme referring to Gaster adjacent entities, and one of those entities being Des, starts to look plausible. This is where I would link to VGFM's theory post, where they're making a convincing argument for Des being the strange someone, but they've taken it down for reformatting. I'm not sure who or what that is. The most plausible evidence in the post was as follows. Des is probably the character trapped in the code. At very least, there's no other convincing candidates. Well, that's the thing. There's really no evidence for Des being in the code, but she's the only one who anyone could really picture making sense in that role. That's sort of all the evidence that there is for that. You can't even wring pronouns out of the Japanese fucking translation, apparently. I've looked into that a bit. Like, it just doesn't use any first-person pronouns. Although there is maybe... Oh, God, it's just hard to remember all the fucking Japanese shit about, like... the dialogue sounds slightly childish or effeminate, maybe, but I don't know. And Spamton appears to be possessed by that character in the shop dialogue. Yes, that is true. The unused text in the code does kind of appear through Spamton when he passes into that fugue state. Not the exact text, but similar to it. In the Spamton sweepstakes, says Noel was the only one who read his emails, and we know that this is because he knew Des was missing and sent Noel free friend find her emails. Not only does this info make sense for Des to tell him, but from the Spamton sweepstakes it appears it appears to be the only info that got his emails views, since only Noel read them. Almost like it's the only info he had. That's I guess like an angle you could look at it from. Thinking about the chronology of like when things happen in pre-Dark World characters is very confusing, right? Like, for all we know, like the entire arc of Spamton meets the someone on the phone, rises to power, gets deposed, that occurred like instantaneously when the Dark Fountain was made or something, and then before that, I interpreted that as being like Spamton's whole arc was just he never got any business for most of his life. And that sort of is in line with me about if Noel was the only one reading his emails, that still wasn't very much success. Like, that was still him barely struggling to make ends meet. So I assumed that was part of his like kind of backstory arc before he met the special someone. Okay, Spamton's strings were heavily associated with guitar strings. There are 6 large ones. You had a bunch of smaller ones as well, but only 6 large and prominent ones. A guitarist plays a guitar by pulling the strings and making them ring. Yep, everyone pointed that out in the Spamton sweepstakes. And if you hacked the game to give Noelle the puppet scarf, she says it reminds her of guitar strings. Yes. There is another one, less strong evidence as well, but I think this business with Gaster's theme is rather convincing for their pieces of evidence. Des being the person who Gaster pilled the secret bosses is very interesting. I've never heard of it. I'm just not sure how it works, but like the problem is that We don't know anything about what Des is like, even. It's hard to picture, because, like, why would Des be doing that? But in the same breath, why would Gaster be doing that? We really don't know, like, what is up with Des at all, even assuming she has been lost in the code or something. Yeah, we really don't know what the fuck that means for her motivation at this point, so it's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible. Yeah, that's about right, Molly. Sorry for arguably getting a bit off topic, but what's the point of identifying Gaster's theme if not to speculate about connections? This theory rather neatly explains the use of Gaster's theme in apparently unconnected songs, and it doesn't dilute it into the weird meta shit theme because Des would still somehow be connected to Gaster due to the established implications of the strain of someone being Gaster. I admit that this is the weakest part of the theory, but so many people associate Des with Gaster anyway that it doesn't feel like I'm making a connection solely to get that theory to work. I mean, I don't really know what you mean by diluting it into the weird meta shit theory, because I'm assuming that all the weird meta shit is going to convene back at Gaster anyway. Like, in this case, the theme is still the weird meta shit theme, it's just that Des is also part of the weird meta shit, and also ties back into Gaster still. So I don't think it's that much of a difference, really. Also, it would make more degree sense if Gaster and Des disappeared in similar ways and are in the same place. I agree with that. I think the big thing with Des and Gaster is the parallel of them disappearing without a trace, and disappearing in a way that seems, let's say, metatextual. Rife for some diegetic versus non-diegetic parallelism, if you know what I'm saying. Like cut content versus not cut content kind of thing. Being removed from the script of a story. Being commented out in a block of code. I think those work as like literal parallels to like the narrative situations that Des and Gaster might be in. I said diegetic, I really did. Chat is talking about depths. I keep hearing about these depths, and I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what they're for. Andrew, just so you know, I've made stream fan art. Excellent, Mooks. I'll look at all that at the end of the stream, as always. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I know that image depth is the video in the Goner make, or not in the video. It's image depth is the base image that's used to create the background in the Goner maker. And yeah, Hell's Roar bubbles from the depths is mentioned by Jevel, and also there's the gist of it. I think from what I've seen is people think that the depths is like the area below the dark worlds that you like access if you make a dark fountain in the dark world, maybe, or something like that, and that's where Gaster lives. That's the gist of it. That might be completely wrong though. Oh, basically the theory is that you make a dark fountains by piercing into the depths, which are full of whatever the dark fountains are made of. Well, dark, you presume darkness, I guess. The depths is the darker than dark, which parallels this deep sea or underwater, which ties into the water stuff. Okay, that kind of makes sense. It's all a bit more, I think, vague than the name would imply. I think that's why it confuses me a bit, is people talk about like the depths like they're a thing, when it's really just a way to collate a bunch of more abstract clues that we currently have, I guess. I don't like to count on thematic and narrative elements as a method for judging theories. That's speculation without much concrete evidence. I guess that is an approach you could take.
P.S. Bringing up Penumbra Phantasm and then not answering if it's in Hopes and Dreams or not is a tease. I've never heard any of the speculation, dude. Like, I've never heard anyone say that it's in Hopes and Dreams. I wonder what they mean by that. Hopes and Dreams has a lot of different melodies. Because Penumbra Phantasm is like, which I don't immediately hear the connection to Hopes and Dreams. It's in the background. Okay, I can't make this analysis live. If it's in the background, like hidden somewhere, it's too much, dude. Oh, hey, Sea Pickles. Oh, you're talking... So, Sea Pickles in chat is talking about another friend of mine who's currently playing Outer Wilds DLC. I've been watching him stream it in our private Discord server for the last little while. Very hype. Shitty barely missed solving the puzzle to get to the scary part in the DLC. Tragic, you hate to see it. 666 euros from Shadow of Roserade. Thank you. Andrew, tell everyone about Entries from the Void and how cool it is and how you can find it on AO3 and that everyone should read it. I guess I'll shout you out for 666 euros or 6.66. As far as I know, Entries from the Void is a series of fan fiction, like anthology things that Shadow of Roserade does, which I don't actually know that much about it. Gaster's there. I think it's like Des and Gaster are floating in the void type of thing. I don't know much else about it, but it's been ongoing for a while now. Oh, the melody in question is played very quietly at the same time as Your Best Friend. I guess I'll listen to it. I guess I'll do it. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait. You want to get to the Your Best Friend part? Not yet. Come on. No, not this either. Oh, here it is, here it is. After this, it'll come in. Is it like the glockenspiel, like in the right ear? Is that it? That's like super quiet. I can barely perceive it, in fact, if that's what you mean. Oh, I can hear it. I totally heard it. Okay, it's not the glockenspiel. It's the bum 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 bum. I could totally hear it. I think that actually is, yeah, that seems legit. I never knew that was a thing. Because Penumbra Phantasm, for those who don't know, I'll demo it on piano real quick, I guess. Hang on. Something like that. But yeah, you can hear that bum 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 bum. Why does that sound like Alfie's? It does sound like Alfie's, but I think I've always thought that Okay, so there's a lot. Okay, Homestuck leitmotifs are complex as fuck, and I don't really know much about them, but Penumbra Phantasm was sort of a remix that used... It was supposed to be like an elaboration of an existing song called Doctor, which was like a really big like Homestuck mainstay. It was one of the big popular pieces of Homestuck music that gets referenced everywhere in the soundtrack. And I've always thought that Doctor sounds a bit like Alfie's theme, which, you know, Dr. Alfie's, maybe it's just a stupid pun like that. But yeah, I don't want to go all the way down the Homestuck rabbit hole here, but that's interesting. And there is speculation that because Penumbra Phantasm is as of yet unused in anywhere, like Toby actually never released it officially as part of Homestuck, that he's saving it to, you know, pull a Megalovania basically and stick it in Deltarune. Apparently Doctor is in another medium somehow. See, I learning all the Homestuck leitmotifs just to understand how Toby Fox might quote them in Deltarune is like a little bit much for me. That fucking Homestuck has like 500 songs in its soundtrack, doesn't it? It's stupid. It's all crowdsourced and they all use 10 leitmotifs each. Anyway, well, that was nice. To be honest, I'm conditioned into seeing an LBSC comment and expecting like a bucket of cold water of just brute negativity, but this wasn't that, which is nice, I guess. This was such a great video to watch. I needed to see someone talk about all the possible Gaster's themes in both Undertale and Deltarune. Also, didn't expect the Great Noel analysis. Great work. Thank you. This video has done more to help me understand music theory than all the other videos on this playlist. You made a playlist to passive-aggressively dunk on other people who didn't make videos as good as me, dude? That's hardcore. I'm tempted to click on that, but I guess it's safe if it's just a YouTube link, right? Nah, I'm not gonna fuck with it. It's fine. Well, I'll take the compliment though. I'm putting it on there, as well as my playlist dedicated to Deltarune trivia and theories. Cool. I was happy that the music theory part was well received. A lot of people said that like this was a legitimately good, like, crash course to music theory, which I was worried about that because I'm really not that qualified. Like, I took a combined program, like a 5-year combined degree in music and computer science, and so I know a fair bit. I am qualified to talk about music theory, but I'm not like really a pro musician by any stretch. So I felt kind of out of my depth trying to like teach this stuff, but I think it actually worked, and I'm happy about that. Yo, HBC in chat. Cool. Compared to me, you're a pro musician. And that's what I sort of figured, is that like even if I wasn't perfectly qualified, I was still the most qualified out of the big like Deltarune creators currently. And so like if I didn't do it, then no one else would. So I might as well, you know, just take a stab at it. Hella pog video, but fuck, I think I might have I might have to think of a new topic for what I was working on now, but it was a fun watch. Is this a Deltarune creator? It sounds like they were working on a Gaster video. Wait a minute.
I have no idea.
It's a channel of some sort. Shoutouts to this person. Jim Wakelin with 10 pounds, thank you. This video indirectly made me go off the deep end attempting to recreate Nightmare Night. After 18 hours of cumulative work, Gaster isn't here! And I think the knight is the rock from Undertale. Thanks. That's great. I'm happy to have inspired that. Did you at least use Toffee Bun's video as like a reference for recreating? That's kind of their thing, is doing the recreations. I just like copy the notes down and analyze them. But that's cool. Yeah, Nightmare Night is an interesting one. As I said, I went through the trouble of like learning it on piano just to like familiarize myself with it, to catch it if it was appearing in Deltarune, and the legend sounds just like a little bit like it, but it's not obvious to describe how. The connections are kind of sketchy. Well, there's a comment from Grain Hanks, which is kind of like Hank Green, but like different. That's cool. Which is very nice. It's about, you should love yourself and I love you too. Oh, that's very nice. That was just in chat. Will I do more motifs videos like this, asks Halfbread. I haven't decided. Like, I wasn't planning to, but maybe. It all depends if like chapter 3 to 5 drop and there's a lot of cool leitmotif stuff to get excited about. Maybe I will. It probably won't be a priority though. Like, honestly, like leitmotivic analysis is kind of like scraping the bottom of the barrel in my opinion, in terms of like, there's a lot easier and more fruitful things to discuss in Deltarune than analyzing the soundtrack. This is sort of like a move of desperation because there's all the other content's been picked over so much at this point. Because it's a lot of effort to do this, and all that I managed to wring out of this 50-minute video is that like Noel might do something cool. Which Joel stream is the Gaster confirmed line from? It is, it was definitely part 2. It was after, I think, the very end of the part 2 stream, where he visits Rudy in the hospital. I think that was it. Or maybe it was the part 1. You can visit Rudy in both chapters, right? Just check all the times he visits Rudy. It's useful to you to know that the card castle reference is weak. Yeah, that card castle one was one that was bothering me. I saw that a lot, and I was like, nah, dude, that ain't it. Someone was watching the stream on double speed, then got hit with the caramel dancing at like 200 decibels. Sounds like a great experience. After the vid. Wow, I didn't expect that to be the vid, but hey, it's an Andrew Deltarune vid, so who's complaining? Lots of Deltarune songs do have Mr. Gaster seeping through. Due to the discovery of the freedom motif, should be called the Gaster theme on drugs while being cooler. I can actually vibe with the sentiment. I would propose that. Like, instead of the freedom theme, just call it the cool Gaster theme. If my thumbnail capitalized on the clickbait potential of this video, your views would go through the moon. I wonder how so. You're not wrong, but I just wouldn't really know how to clickbait this very effectively. Like, is Gaster's theme in rules card? And like a big arrow to rules card. And he's coming out of the window of the DMCA 666. That's something I really dislike. Like, clickbait itself it's a fine art, you know, but when people put something that's like deliberately wrong that they disprove in the video, in the thumbnail, that seems like really sketch to me, because what ends up happening is that, like, if you look at your YouTube analytics, my video has been recommended to probably like 2 million people now, and only 100,000 of those have actually watched it. And so by putting like deliberate misinfo in a thumbnail, you're really like 90% of the people are just going to see the misinfo and not have the clarification ever. So I would never do that personally. Neither would HBC, apparently. Cool. Is DMCA intentional? I have no idea what you mean. Yeah, for the thumbnail, honestly, I made the thumbnail the day before the video went up, and I was super stressed out, and I was just really happy that I had like an easy pre-made thumbnail that didn't have to edit very much. because otherwise it would have been really sketchy to try to get it done in time. I just wanted to show off the aesthetics of the diagram, make it tasteful. Maybe the thumbnail's cluttered. I don't know when this thumbnail workshop started here. The video is not underperforming. It's performing actually quite well. So I don't think we need to workshop the thumbnail too much. Oh, there's Nahu, the composer for RAM. There he is, with 200 million Argentina bucks.
10 Gaster motif appearances. Number 3 will shock you.
Exactly. I thought by calling it myth busting was enough of a hook. Like that's a bit adversarial. Myth busting, you know, like I'm gonna stick it to the guy who thought that, you know, all those fake people who give fake Gaster sightings, I'm gonna myth bust their asses. Yeah. Thanks, Nahu. Being a YouTuber is kind of an elaborate job in advertising, says Molly. Yeah, it is. You're just able to make the advertising also fun and not outright invasive. Yeah, it really sucks that making a good video doesn't do anything by itself. It's all bottlenecked by your ability to like get the click initially. It's sort of my least favorite part of the whole YouTube deal. Well, there's a lot to not like about YouTube as a career. Beyond that, but as far as the creative aspects goes, I really balk at marketing and advertisement. Like, it's not something I enjoy very much. $5 from George Haffen, thank you. Oh, 5 Canada bucks even, 5 loonies. Can you check Hugs for Ralsei, Empty Town by Lena Rain? What? Okay, Pigstep Lena Rain. But what is Hugs for Ralsei? I wonder what the style of the first 12 notes in music theory. Wait, what does that mean? I wonder what's the style of the first 12 notes. You're asking me to like analyze a song? I'll look into it. Sure. I mean, I'll listen to Pigstep. Why not? I don't remember what Pigstep sounds like at all, actually. Is there a melody? This sounds like the remixed Firefly Forest music from Omori, kind of. Wait, that's a melody. Okay, I have no idea what you want me to analyze about this, but cool song. I love Lena Rain. Or style as in waltz, jazz, no, that song, Hugs for Ralsei. Hugs for, is this a remix you're talking about? Hugs for Ralsei. I'll look up that one too. Oh, what, Lena Rain did an Empty Town remix? I didn't know that. I mean, theoretically, you could call it a waltz. It's in 3. It's just a solo piano, though. Doesn't leave a lot of room for, like, genre distinction. Yeah. But, you know, for 10 loonies, I'm happy to oblige. Thanks for that. Waltzes. Yeah, I'm not totally clear on what exactly defines a waltz, because, like, songs can be in 3/4 and not be waltzes, but sometimes waltz is just used as a shorthand for any song that's in 3/4 time. Another $5 from George. There you go. First few piano notes I quite like. Was wondering about the style, so waltz. I mean, that's the same as... That's not from the remix, though. Like, the... That's just the song itself is a waltz. the remix, it's just a solo piano, so like there's not really, as I said, like that doesn't really imply a genre by itself. Like, you can define what a waltz is historically by, like, it was this type of music that was popular in this period for a certain dance purpose, but, like, I have heard it often used just to mean like songs in 3/4. Yeah, Birdley's theme is also in 3/4. I'm not sure if that's a waltz. Maybe it is. So is Livig the Accursed Boss theme. Okay, back to comments. Cool video. However, I have known the Noel Gaster connection for over half a year, therefore I don't know what I'm going to do with this, to be honest. Well, there you go. I can't help you in that case. Also, by extension, all the Noel Des-related songs using the leitmotif of Lost Girl and Noel means that every single Noel song has Gaster in it. All the Noel Des songs... Well, I specified, right, that the Lost Girl version of Girl Next Door actually has much less Gaster in it than Girl Next Door. Like, it uses parts of it, but it doesn't quote the parts that have the Gaster reference specifically. So that's not quite true. Just to further drill in the idea of Gaster and Noel being besties directly into your skull, courtesy of a certain dog. That includes Feinter. Well, this is just Lost Girl with a different instrument playing it, which is a slightly different rendition of Lost Girl. Yeah, it's as far as I know, it's the exact same melody and everything. Also missed an opportunity to discuss Bird That Carries You Over Disproportionately Small Gaps, usage of Gaster's motif, and how it totally explains everything about Gaster lore. Would you believe it if I said that from like way back when I started the script, there is a note, a single vestigial note at the very bottom that got pushed all the way down that just reads, use Bird That Carries You Over a Small Gap as example of false positive. So again, this is when back when I was considering like, there are examples you can hear of Gaster's theme quoted in areas where it would make no sense for Gaster to be. And I just decided not to really focus on that, ultimately, because I didn't think it was really that constructive to the analysis. Will I ever make a tier list of Deltarune music? I think it would be cool to hear your insight. I actually did. It was over a Discord call on the server. It was one of those, on my server, we often do watch parties for Jaru videos. It's a weird tradition, but Jaru did a music tier list for Deltarune, and then people asked me to do one in response to it, so I just on the spot, I put together a tier list, but I didn't save it anywhere. That might be lost media now. Andrew, do you think that Dessa's disappearance is connected to Gaster? My hunch is that it is, but there's not a whole lot of good evidence for it to point to. It just... That's my assumption currently. It just feels right that that would be the case. How are there this many Gaster references? Great video. Well, a large part of the video was saying that there's really not, in my opinion. A lot of them came from like media motifs, but there are still a few. Notice how every Gaster motif happens when Frisk is on screen. I'm assuming you mean Chris. I don't know. Very fun video to watch in front of a piano. Good work. That would be good, actually. I had the reference, the piano keyboard on the diagram as referenced the whole time, but I do recommend if you have access to a keyboard or even like a virtual keyboard to mess around with plonking stuff out. If you're looking at analyzing the motifs, having a keyboard for reference is invaluable. Does Media Motifs know about the video? Yes, they have left a comment on it, in fact. Which I won't get to by going chronologically, but I might at the end of the stream go through the top comments real quick, because I don't want to miss all my, my tuber buddies whose comments were have accumulated at the top. The gist of the comment was like, this is a lot better than my shitty video. Thanks for making it, I guess, which I thought was funny. I could tell just reading the description of that Media Motifs video, like, they don't seem confident at all. They're like, don't look too hard at it. Don't take it seriously. I wonder if Gaster has anything to do with the wet-nosed bandit story about getting scared away from Noelle's house, though personally, I always assumed that it had more to do with Des somehow. But if Des is the one in the code, then that leaves the question of who or what scared the dogs, and vice versa if Des is the one who scared them. I suppose she technically could be involved in both, but I'm not sure how that would work. Well, I'm not sure if these are related at all, like Des being lost in the code and Des being the one who attacked the bandits. I don't see how those would be related, because Des could have just done that before and then gotten lost later, and that's that. I also don't see... I really don't know what to make of that thing about they were attacked by something merciless, is the line, and I've never known what that was supposed to mean. Like, it could be an allusion to Mayor Holiday being really scary. It could be Des. It could be Chris was there for some reason, and Chris is kind of scary sometimes. It could be something that won't make sense until we have more information in the future. It could just be foreshadowing. So I don't know. $5 from George Haffen once again. Look at that. Andrew C., the Omori OST tuber, uses evidence, logic, and contradictions to analyze Deltarune lore. Jaru. Asriel is dead! Lol! Ralsei is Headspace Asriel! That was the donation's words and not mine, to be clear, but what does the Omori OST tuber mean? I know of one of those. His name is Erneko. He speaks in a very sexy French accent. And I'd recommend his channel for anyone who wants to know more about the Omori OST, but I guess that's a compliment, thank you. Yeah, Jaru, I mean, it's... Everyone fucking gets it at this point, right? Like, Jaru has a demographic, I have a demographic. We do things very differently. That's the end of the story, basically. That's just how it be. Did I just call a French accent sexy? You haven't heard this guy's French accent, man. He says, bulbous. The way he pronounces bulbous, man. JD says Andrew has a type. Shit. I mean sexy in a platonic way. You know. You know what I mean. Molly thinks I'm the Everhood OST tuber. I guess it is rarer to see people use the Everhood soundtrack. It's a banger soundtrack. I mean, it's a shame to not use the Everhood soundtrack when it's by far the best part of the game it's from. Can someone explain to me the significance of Dest, the story of Deltarune? No. Basically, I don't think anyone could explain it. It's vibes at this point, but it seems like she's going to be important. Des is just Noelle's sister who disappeared at some point. She's strongly implied to have gone missing in a sudden and traumatic fashion for Noelle. And there's a couple little tidbits about what she was like that you can get from obscure dialogue. It's not so much a theory, nor by the time it would actually arise would it be much of a surprise in context, but if and when Gaster makes an appearance in Deltarune, I'm really curious if we'll have a full set of themes, and what leitmotifs will be in those. Maybe it'll be skeleton connection confirmed, maybe it'll turn out that Dadster is actually Burger Pants' estranged padre, maybe it's pointless to speculate on since they have such a... Again, I can't extend the comment. What happened? This might be YouTube fucking up, but I don't know how to fix it, unfortunately. It would be funny to get explicit confirmation finally that Gaster has something to do with Sans. That would be very satisfying for a lot of people, I think, because that's a very common kind of headcanon. Would be hilarious if Gaster just comes out and it's like Megalovania blasting. Epic fucking sick moment. That's probably what Glitchtail is like. I had to actually go... I had a Glitchtail clip in the video, and I've never seen Glitchtail, so I just went on the server and I asked, like... I went on Mooks's thread and just asked, like, what's the craziest moment in Glitchtail where Gaster morbs out? And they kindly linked me to Gaster indeed morbing out pretty fucking hard, which was sick. Yeah, I sort of, like, in Election Trucking, I made Gaster Sans' brother, but that's sort of my operant headcanon. I sort of took that from that that ancient, like, Undertale roleplay-esque blog post that Toby made where Sans was like, it's rude to talk about someone who's listening, not everyone's as tough as my brother, and, like, obviously, he could just be talking about Papyrus, but I'm like, but what if Gaster... What if you talk about Gaster? So, I'm personally on team Gaster is the oldest skeleton brother, but that's pure headcanon. Yeah, it was European back then. Generically European. I got better. Yeah, Megalovania and Deltarune seems like a stretch. Again, I think people are banking on Penumbra Phantasm to be the new, like, Homestuck import. I'd be fine with Penumbra Phantasm. Wara video, I'm proud of you. Not familiar with that word. I hope it's not like a racial slur. You mean Nikki Higurashi and then a Joel voice clip. I love this channel. That's some interesting trifecta of interests there. Okay. To be clear, I have never read Higurashi and I'm probably never going to. It's the joke was sort of that reading Higurashi would be on the same level of fun as jumping into the volcano. That was kind of the joke, but you know, a lot of people like it. Did anyone acknowledge the Ring reference? A couple people did. A couple did, yeah. I was proud of that one.
Go instead and sing your desires to the salmon and the trout.
That Albrecht voice was shit, but, you know. Another $5 from Chloe C. My headcanon at the moment is that Megalo Strike Back will be integrated into Gaster's theme somehow. MSB has such a good melody. Megalo Strike Back is a banger. I'm not sure how easy it would be to fit into Gaster's theme. You could probably do it if you really wanted to. Megalo Strike Back is really, like, crusty classical harmony, though. It's all, like, 1-5-1 shit. Which is a bit different than, like, Megalo is very much the Toho school of chord progressions, where it's just, like, 1-7-6-7-1 over and over again. And Megalo sounds a bit more pompous and classical, which would be strange to see come up as a boss track. I still associate Megalo Strike Back with the fucking, the Dreamer Reborn Kara boss fight. I remember staying up till, like, 3 or 4 in the morning to watch that premiere live. Or no, was that? That doesn't make sense. I did something irresponsible to watch that premiere. I don't know why it would have been premiering in the middle of the night, though. But I was really into Dreamer Reborn way back in the day. Premieres existed? No, it wasn't on YouTube. It was like... he was just going to launch this animation on his own Tumblr at a certain time or something like that. I forget the details. Dream Reborn genuinely changed the fandom so hard. I wish the fan game could have been completed. I'm never quite sure of the scale of Dream Reborn's impact. It might be massive for all I know, because I think that comic started airing 8 days after Undertale release, which is ridiculous. And obviously there was a strong sentiment back then of the save the goat mentality, which people often forget about in modern times, because it retroactively, like the ending of the game with Asriel seems like such a minor part of Undertale, but back in the day, man, that was all that me and a lot of other people could even think about. And so a lot of the early fan fiction from Undertale was just like how to get a better ending where Asriel can be like not Flowey again, basically. So, and I wonder how much of that was like Dream Reborn's influence and how much of that was just Dream Reborn represented that general zeitgeist. A new viewer wants to know what election trucking is. It's a series of streams that I did where I wrote a fan fiction live based on a viewer prompt. It's very funny, and you can read it if you want. It's on AO3. I think if you go to the last stream, it's linked in the description probably. Yeah, Super Eye Patch Wolf definitely touches on Dream Reborn in the Eye Patch Wolf video, which I was very vindicated to see that. Because not a lot of people talk about Dream Reborn anymore. It's sort of like an old relic of the original Undertale fandom, but like that was my exposure to fan content for a long time. It was just Dream Reborn was like my whole portal into the world of Undertale AUs, and is honestly the reason I got into reading fan fiction in the first place. Like Dream Reborn was the sort of brick that broke through my sort of shell of not wanting to read cringy fan fiction. So I have a lot of fond memories of Dream Reborn. Sorry, just got some food. Okay. Even Outsense's Paper Trails is pretty good. I get that one mixed up with hand plates so often, man. Paper Trails and hand plates. They're both Gastery, I think. Outsen outing himself as a caretaker of the ruins enjoyer. Ooh. Spicy. Anyway, I don't know anything about any of those, so I'm just going to move on with the comments, really. Okay, so this is the first person actually guessing about the, I should explain this. This is something I've wanted to explain since putting the video out. That prank I did where I said, what song starts on this note? Then I play an A-flat sine wave. And then I made a contingency for like, it's the same note as is audibly the bass, or the lowest note in Checker Dance previously. So I'm like, all right, if people remember Checker Dance from a second ago, they'll think, oh, it's just that. But then I got Toffee to do a fake version of Checker Dance that starts on the different note to trick them. But it seems that no one actually fell for that. All the comments I've been seeing are just people who actually have perfect pitch and actually do know what song starts on that note, which is interesting. And I knew that would happen, and I feel like I should explain why I didn't acknowledge that perfect pitch was a thing. So basically, for those who aren't aware, like, most people, like the vast majority of people, can't perceive the absolute pitch of a note. Like if I just play a note on a piano, wait, piano pending. most people in chat will not be able to say what note I just played without checking it on a keyboard or another instrument as a reference. But some people can. Some people just have the ability to do that. As many people in chat just did. It's a D, yeah. What is interesting, it's relatively rare, and I probably should have acknowledged that as a thing. Like, some people are going to actually be able to do this, but I have to confess that, like, when I wrote that, I had some, like, a bit of pettiness in the back of my mind from several, like, music theory videos I've watched or soundtrack analysis where the guy doing it obviously has perfect pitch, and they just go on and on and on about, like, how the key being an E flat has this emotional connotation, and then when it modulates to D later on, it's a breath of fresh air and all this shit, as if everyone just perceives that. And that always, like, really pissed me off, because it's like the guy's just talking over your head and not even acknowledging the perspective that most people are going to have on this, about, like, perfect pitch association. And so I sort of, like, I kept that kernel of bitterness, and I'm just like, I'm gonna write it and assume that no one has perfect pitch. And if you have perfect pitch and you watch this, then you feel left out, you know? Which is kind of a shitty thing to do, but that's just kind of the lines I was thinking along there. So I'm sorry to anyone who actually does have perfect pitch. That's the type of pettiness I support, says chat. An interesting thing, actually, which I was doing research about perfect pitch. Apparently it's correlated with autism. People with autism are way more likely to have perfect pitch than otherwise, which maybe I should have taken into account considering my audience, which it sounds like a joke, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I think a lot of people who watch me are just on the autism spectrum, so... Outson has perfect pitch with this song and this song only. Is this Want Child at MP3? Is it possible to have perfect pitch and still fail at identifying notes because you haven't memorized what a note is? Yeah, totally. Perfect pitch is complex. Like, it's unclear to me, and I think to science in general, what distinction there is between, like, true perfect pitch and, like, pitch memory, because people, if they try really hard, can train themselves to identify notes absolutely based on just, like, kind of really remembering what it sounds like. And it's really hard. I've never succeeded at it myself. So to an extent, like, perfect pitch is the same thing as tone memory, but it's also not, and it's just very confusing, so I don't know. I'm going to have a bite of food for a sec, hang on. All right, back from the food zone. Okay, interesting from Molly there. What was that? I don't think I necessarily have perfect pitch, but I felt pretty strongly that the note you played was in the video sounded like the beginning of the legend. We are going to see so many of that. There's a million comments I got about the note being the same as a legend, which is very interesting because it's not. It's actually a semitone lower, so it's just barely off. But also, I think a big part of the reason people say that is because it's a sine tone, and the legend starts with a very simple, like, chip tracker playing, which I think might just be pretty much a sine tone. So I think what people are hearing in that case is less the pitch and more the timbre, the fact that it is such a simple sine wave sounds like the legend itself. What song does start on that note? Susie does. I think that's right. The World Revolving does technically. At least the bass line of The World Revolving does. Welcome to the City does. I didn't actually know the answer until people pointed it out in the comments. Like, I made that gag in the video and never even bothered to look up if a song did start on that note. I was so fucking callous about it. What an asshole. How do you practice detecting pitch? It's very tricky. I don't know how you do it. You can very easily train yourself to do relative pitch recognition, which is like, if I play a reference tone and then play a different note, people can become very, very good at identifying what that second note is. But absolute pitch is much harder. Anyway, that was a long detour into perfect pitch land, but there's going to be a lot of comments about that, so it's best to address it thoroughly. All right. As someone who knows literally nothing about music, this was absolutely fascinating. It's funny how much I didn't hear Gaster's theme in stuff like Lost Girl, but so clearly you can hear it in stuff like Card Castle. Yeah, it's all the contour. Sometimes it's very obvious that a song has the same contour as Gaster's theme, but it's not the intervals, and in Lost Girl it's the same intervals and everything, but it's just not played in as repetitive and consistent of a way, I guess. I don't know, there's a lot that factors into whether you hear it or not. A lot of it's contextual as well. Not disagreeing with you, more a comment of, wow, I'm really bad at hearing music, huh? Honestly, I'm probably going to have to rewatch this video a few times to understand everything you're saying, which, as I've said before, I sort of just committed to that at some point where, like, the video is probably so dense that you'll have to watch it multiple times if you really want to get it, but if you really want to, the information's there. Also, while obviously I don't expect you to make a video that's this high quality production value about Gaster's theme again, would I be interested in talking about his presence in Undertale songs? I see people say it's in things like Your Best Friend, his theme, a song that I play when you fight Sans, and my aforementioned lack of music knowledge means I have no idea if people are right or not. So unfortunately, I am, as I said, I'm specialized in Deltarune. I have not done the same level of research or analysis on the Undertale soundtrack involving Gaster's theme, but I have, done, like, I've looked at it a bit, obviously, and it did not seem to me that there was as many decent candidates in Undertale. Like, there was a noticeable lack of, like, Gastery bits to even hallucinate as, like, partial quotes. Which, if that's true, and I'm not just completely missing things, then that's very interesting, because that really tells me that there is legitimately more intentionality behind putting Gaster stuff into Deltarune's soundtrack than Undertale, which is actually it would lend a lot of credence to looking harder at Gaster's theme in Deltarune, because we know that that same level of, Gasteriness was not present in Undertale. But as of these, I highly doubt it's in Best Friend. That doesn't make any sense. His theme, da 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 da. I mean, his theme doesn't even go up a fifth ever. So da 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 da. No, not really. I mean, it goes like up and down vaguely, but it doesn't even really have an oscillating pattern of 3 notes you can point to. I talked about this one previously in the stream. It does have one bit that kind of sounds like it. Anyway. The only interesting thing about Gaster's theme in Undertale, says Chad, is the song that might play when you fight Sans and Dating Start have their Gaster's theme in one ear. I'm not sure about the Dating Start one still. I keep hearing about weird one-ear Gaster references. What's the obsession with hard panning in Gaster's theme? It makes sense to Molly because Gaster was never essential for understanding Undertale on its own. I've always seen Gaster and Undertale as effectively teasers and trailheads for Deltarune, so that makes sense to the OST. I agree exactly. Yeah, that's how I'd say it too, is that Gaster is in Undertale, but he's in Undertale as a Deltarune teaser. He's not like an Undertale character. Well, he is literally an Undertale character, but his importance is all going to be in Deltarune. So, okay, I guess I'll pause the stream and listen to Dating Start now, because that's what we're doing. All right, does someone want to give me like a timestamp for when it is? Oh, I hear what you mean. I hear what you mean. Hang on. Bup, 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 bup. I can tell just by listening to it that that's not the rate intervals at all. It's much wider. But it'd be difficult to isolate them, but I could try. Hang on. Bop. Alright, what note's that? It's a G. You have to go one note at a time for tricky stuff like this. I think it starts on G. Bop. Is that it? Bop. It's a D. Hang on. Yeah, it's it goes up a fifth and then a fourth. So it's I don't know how you describe it. It's like an arpeggiated power chord. It's really nothing to do with Gaster's theme at all. There we go. Enjoy your live analysis. Yes, that is the exact same pattern in Lavender Town. Although it's not a reference, it's just an incredibly basic pattern. It's not even outlining a D minor chord. I'd say it's maybe outlining a G major chord, but it's missing the third, so it doesn't really make sense to classify it. Anyway, it's the root and fifth of possibly a G chord. Oh, showed us to the thunderstorm outside Molly's house. That's pretty cool. People think that panning has to do with left brain, right brain, sans papyrus matpat thing. Really? Are you joking, or is that actually a thing? I have no idea what you mean by that. Okay, do I agree with people who think Toby's making Gaster's theme simple so that people would hear it in every song, even in places that it wasn't directly calling back to? I have addressed this already, but to summarize, I could see that being the case, but I'm a bit doubtful, because like that would destroy your ability to actually use the motif intentionally as a storytelling device. But it might also just be inevitable, like just sort of a side effect of having a simple motif that maybe doesn't upset Toby that it has that effect. I could see that. One more bite of food. Oh yeah, Outsin is asking about the quote-unquote music theory pilled guy in the Discord. Yeah, there was a person in my Discord server who appeared after the video who was making this very extensive case that I said that Gaster's theme could be vaguely in D minor, and they were arguing that it was like, I think an A harmonic minor, but the language they were using to prove this was like way over my head. Like it's shit that I'd never heard of, like in a music undergrad. Like this is like a pro musicologist type shit. Like just massive walls of text and terminology that I was unfamiliar with. And it is very difficult because in many ways I feel like they weren't making any coherent sense at all, but also they were actually just on a level that is above my ability to comprehend. So I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about, is all I can say. I still do think Gaster's theme is in D, and maybe I'll fuck around on piano and demo that for a sec. It's just based on what I sort of hear as the tonic, right? So Gaster's theme, the bass line, and then it goes to in the second part. Those are the two bass line patterns, and all that changes is the bottom note. And the bottom note is pretty important in music for determining things like the bass line, the chord progression, the key in general. And when I was listening to this on repeat, the most potent like harmonic information that I could hear was these two lowest notes just oscillating back and forth over time. And that bass line is very close to outlining just a D minor chord in second inversion with an added E as like a passing tone there. But so the combination of like very clear like D minor chord outline moving to a very close to a B flat major chord outline made me think of the chord progressions of like Megalovania and Megalo Strike Back, which use a lot of that D to B flat. That's like minor 1 to major 6. Like in Megalo Strike Back, it's so it made a lot of sense to say that it's in D minor, and the chord progression is basically it's oscillating between minor 1 and the major 6, like Megalovania and Megalo Strike Back and a lot of Toby's other music. Okay, I hope that was like audible. I was speaking from across the room slightly, and I don't know how well the mic was picking up on that, but it's the best I got. You love Megalo Strike Back, yeah. How long have I played piano? A long time, since I was 11, I think. I took lessons for like 10 and a half years and then stopped taking them at some point and transitioned into the purgatory of just playing like video game music, but most of my like childhood I took piano lessons. People want me to play the full thing. I could. I don't really play it that well, like especially the second part, but I'll have a quick stab at it, why not? Trail off at the nonsense because I don't know what to do, but okay, I really have to read a fucking comment at this point. The distractions are too extreme. Hey, that was worth $2 from Chloe, thanks. I can see why it took you so long to make this. There's probably a lot of stuff I missed the first time around. It'd be fun to rewatch. I liked seeing both the stream and other art shown off. It's fun recognizing most of them from Tumblr. Oh yeah, I used a lot of viewer art in this one. A lot of election trucking art, a lot of Mel's art, a lot of Mook's art. It's good to have people who make art. It's really great. I can just stick it in videos. Oh, Nahu, thanks. Another 200 Argentina bucks from Nahu. Nahu's cover, by the way, if you want to listen to a fucking good cover of Megalo Strike Back, go to Nahu Pyrope's channel and go to his symphonic metal one. It's actually like my favorite cover of the song ever. It's fucking white hot fire. I'm not muted. I can see my mic inputting into OBS. No, that I Miss You is the name of the Earthbound fan album that Megalo Strike Back was contributed to by Toby. I like seeing both the stream and the other art showing off. It's fun recognizing most of them from Tumblr. Yes, I read that. Oh, sorry. Honestly, April 2012 still weirds me out with the music and title, even without having a Gaster's theme. I hope this video becomes super popular and becomes like an Undertale Deltarune 3 resource, because it's fucking YouTube cut it off again. God damn it. I see what you're saying though. Like that was my goal, of course. Like the ideal scenario was that this video becomes the next touchstone, like in the way that Media Motif's video was the touchstone forever. That I could sort of just make an updated version of that and be the new, guy that people reference, which not only inflates my ego immensely, but also hopefully will improve the quality of music discussion within the fandom as a whole. So that would be nice. Outson would donate to the stream, except for he's committed to the bit of not revealing his location. Well, we know that you don't use euros then, because that would be generic. You've already narrowed it down quite a lot. Oh, Hugh Cycles in chat. Cool. The Yumi Nikki post was uploaded in April 2012. Yeah, April 2012 is sort of just like when the song is from, which I guess is the most reasonable explanation for why it's called that. Still weird though. It's just a weird inclusion. You may upload once every 4th year, but damn, you put in so much effort. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. I'm not on the 4-year grind set yet. I'm not Fred Knudsen. I'm not even Vsauce quite yet. The new song comes out today, June 2023. Hell yeah. I'm really shocked with your final conclusion. Not really surprised though. I think this person has a channel of some sort. Let me check.
This video contains major spoilers.
Yes, okay, this person does have Deltarune videos. I try to keep track of which people are like Deltarune creators. It's good to have that as a note. Alright, shocked with your final conclusion, not really surprised though. Toby Fox has done a really good job foreshadowing Noelle's importance, and with stuff about Dragon Blazers mirroring the Dark World mechanics is interesting as well. Meta things like this are like catnip to me. If anything, the Spamton sweepstakes proves that Gaster, Des, and Noelle are kind of a trio, going with my headcanon that Des is the knight, and that the knight is actively seeking out Noelle as a partner to bring out the roaring. Only their combined determination can shatter the barrier between light and dark. The barrier between light and dark. I feel like that terminology has come out of nowhere, but maybe it was referencing something in the game. As well as how clear it is that Gaster wants to prevent the roaring while playing out the prophecy as much as possible. That comes from there's the line about the prophecy. Well, the prophecy appeared in Wingdings on Deltarune.com before the site went up in Wingdings. I said that twice. So that's something. And then Rousey says he heard the prophecy from like space and time. So Gaster's associated with the prophecy. And I guess that's assuming that Ralsei is acting as like an agent of Gaster via the prophecy, and Ralsei doesn't want the roaring. So I guess there's a line of logic there. Yeah, I'm not sure it's super clear, but it's there. This makes for a very, very interesting trio in which Noelle is the key that makes everything possible. Potentially, the whole Noelle and the Death Knight comes off as a bit of a fan fiction-y thing at the moment. But I mean, Death Knight's not even that bad of an idea. I don't really have any strong opinions on who the knight is going to be in general. But it could be Des. $5 from Nora Vanguard. Maybe the egg room might have been in Cyber Fields early in development and was later moved. The Cyber City was supposed to be smaller originally. I mean, that's... I feel like if we're going to go to, like, developmental jank as an explanation, you could just as easily say that, like, oh, Toby just wanted to reuse the melody and then didn't think about the Gaster connection. I don't know. Personally, I don't really want to go out on a limb to, like, make excuses for that. Like, I think if the pattern's broken, then we just accept that the pattern's broken and move on with our lives. I'm not gonna, like, make up this could have happened during development and so it actually does mean something. Like, yeah. Multiple Nights Truther. Chris Knight is already disproved. I'm kind of, honestly, Spooky Dude's been, like, pushing back against, like, the anti-Chris Knight prevailing sentiment, and I'm kind of with him. Like, I've always had a glimmer of hope in my heart for Chris Knight being viable still. I'd fuck with Chris Knight. Chris literally can't be the knight. Well, luckily for me, Spooky Dude has made a video already arguing probably about what the objective points are, so I don't have to actually think about it. If you want to actually, like, argue with someone, go bother Spooky Dude. Perfect. It's a compromise that works really well for me, I think. It's not debunked is the point. Like, I think what I've said about it in the past is that, like, I've heard all the arguments against Chris Knight, and they're like, there are arguments against it. There's some pretty strong arguments against it, but, like, other people's fucking Knight headcanons they have operate on, like, way higher levels of copium than you need to, like, look past the evidence against Chris Knight. I feel like there's like a double standard because Chris Knight's, like, obvious and doesn't imply, like, a future huge reveal that people just want to throw it out as quickly as possible. But they'll happily cope all day long for, like, Papyrus Knight based on, like, toothpicks and glue they scrounged off the ground. That sounded a bit vindictive. I guess it was. Anyway, let's just move on. What are my opinions on the third entity theories? My opinion is that I accidentally created that as a concept in my first video, tried to stop it being a concept in my second video, and that's it. That's the end of my opinion. Go rewatch the Chris's Soul video if you want my opinion on the third entity. Okay, anyway, that's where most of my thoughts end before diving headfirst into extremely resolute crackpot theorism, which I have already posted 2 theories about. If anything, the conclusion of my Shadow Crystal theory brings Chris into the mix by showing their importance. I'm not familiar. Gaster, Noel, and Chris and Des are like the holy quadrinity. Gaster, Noel, Chris, Des. Interesting. Their stories are interwoven one way or another, and at the end of the game, where everything begins culminating, their paths will intersect. This is what is so exciting about Deltarune. Piecing everything together is like taking part in a live ARG, and despite the last chapter releasing 2 years ago, new discoveries are made on a weekly basis. Again, I'm not sure exactly where this is coming from, but, like, I can vibe with the sentiment, you know? Noel having ties to Gaster is a really funny concept because besides the obvious answers I personally like to think, Noel just got Gaster repelled by the internet and not directly by any events in her life. Her computers actually just sees the real world and she needs to cope and deny the existence of Azipants. That is very funny. the concept of a fictional character being exposed to their own fandom. I mean, specifically for Noelle, yeah, that would drive you insane pretty quick. Like, I hope she hasn't been on 4chan. Oh, holy shit, man, but... That's probably been an Undertale AU, right? I know there's Undertale AUs about AUs, like layers deep. I'm pretty sure this must have been tackled at some point. Yeah. Another bite of food. Okay. Underverse, basically. I saw someone say Ink Sands, basically. Yeah, I'm assuming there's like 5 different AUs that tackle that. What the fuck is that comment in chat? Unrelated, did anyone else think Ralsei was a spider guy at first? A what? What do you mean? A spider guy? I'm not sure what that means. It's funny though. What people did? People thought he was a spider. What? Why? Oh, he looked like the spiders from Don't Starve. I guess, yeah, the dark head under the hat. Sure. Okay. And the mouth has fangs. Oh, right, he's a spider goat. That makes sense. It's a bit unclear why they have prominent fangs as, like, goats. They're like horrifying carnivorous goat dragons is sort of how I interpret it. See, this is all implying, though, that you didn't immediately look at Ralsei, at, like, the first frame that he was visible and go, Toby put Asriel back as a party member. That's what I was thinking. I was like, Toby made fucking Asriel again? His name is an anagram. It's the same fucking guy. He just made Asriel again. And I was really pissed off, and it precluded any thoughts of spider creatures. What are my thoughts on Toy Story Theory? I don't know what it is, so I don't have any. That's a spooky dude thing, I think. Okay, I just have to say, I live for the freedom motif is Gorilla Gaster's theme comparison, yeah. And I enjoyed the Noelle analysis bit at the end. If this is you making bolder claims, I'd love to see more. I try. I don't necessarily agree with placements of some of these quotes, but it's more the difficulty of comparing actual objective data to the resulting experience of hearing the song. Though tone deafness can certainly be a part of it. Yeah, again, like, I think all the placements I've done are very debatable, and all inherently arbitrary. I put a lot more care into placing them accurately than I did for, like, for example, that in the narrator video, that chart I bring up, like, that was just a shit post. Like, I was barely paying attention. So there's a lot of inaccuracies in that. But here I was being very thoughtful as much as I could about, like, what numerical rating I gave them. Why do you keep asking in chat to listen to a certain remix? Like, just because it's there's a lot of good songs I could be listening to that I'm not right now, okay? Like, unless it's relevant, then I don't really care. Finally, in addition to Undertale Delta analysis and RAM devlogs, have you also considered diving more into music theory stuff? Your explanations just make these concepts more approachable, and as evidenced by some of these quotes, quote claims, and that viral video of mangling hopes and dreams into Don't Forget. The Undertale fanbase is in dire need. Oh god. Yeah, I saw that. Made me cringe. Made me sad. It was just like someone, like, just picking random segments of hopes and dreams and stitching it into the Don't Forget melody. It's like, dude, fucking obviously you can do that. If they were quoting like 2-note samples, like you could do that with hot cross buns probably, not literally, but like it's just like there's only a certain number of intervals you can put in the song, and if you can just choose like, well, this interval plays here and this one plays here and this one plays there and stick them together, you can compose music. Like there's no restrictions on what you can make with that anymore. I thought that was really silly. As for doing more music theory stuff, I don't know. Just talking about music theory without like a lens or like an excuse is... It's not really the most... Well, it's interesting to me, but like there's stuff I'd rather talk about. And I've kind of gotten my fix with this. Like I really don't feel like touching music theory again for a while after this. I'm sick of it, to be honest. I know the Homestuck references are just fun details, but man, it would be amazing to see you analyze something like the classes or the aspects. Great video. People keep asking for class spec analysis. I don't get it, man. I read Homestuck once in 2019. I don't even remember what the class specs are. I don't understand the obsession with analyzing them. Like, it's just some shit that Andrew Hussey made up. I don't know. I don't know what class specs are. Stop asking about class specs, please. It was on the list of video ideas as a joke in response to previous requests. Remnant. Yeah, that's the impression I've gotten, is that even for Homestuck analysis, class specs are like overused and overrated. From my limited exposure, that's the immediate impression I've gotten. Is like, oh fuck, they introduced an in-universe zodiac system, and what do you know? Everyone wants to analyze everything based on the new zodiac system. Yay. You thought class spec was going to be a Marxist thing till you looked it up. That would be very... Go into like some sort of like economics lecture at university. They're doing like the Marx theory of value, and you raise your hand and ask about what class specs are, that everyone just looks at you. Yikes. $10 from Lydia Woodburn. Thank you. Thank you very much, in fact. Okay, so the thing with Weasel's theory about shadow crystals is that he argues Chris is the knight because the crystals show a world where you don't exist, and they do this because Chris is the knight. Wait, I know what you mean, actually. Hang on. They show... I mean, I can kind of vibe with that. It is technically circular, but like... I think of all the explanations of what the shadow crystals do that I've heard, I mean, Jaru made a whole video about it. I honestly forget what the takeaway was, though. The most like satisfying and concise explanation I've heard is that thing about if the world, they show a world if you didn't exist. And that's mostly because it has a thematic tie-in to the Goner Kid, and by extension a thematic tie-in to Gaster, Darkness Crystal, links up a few, that's a few little strings on your conspiracy corkboard. So I vibe with that, and in combination of like, the logic does track pretty well. If you make that assumption, then it does work pretty well in favor of Chris Knight, but yeah, it's... I don't think anyone's saying that it's like hard evidence. Is that the same video where the guy was shitting on the Jaru theory? I didn't watch the video, I'm not sure. My stream is cutting in and out. My assumption is that it's user side, unless multiple people are saying that. It's probably just your internet. Try refreshing or something. No, my boy Rules will have his place. I swear on my life. Rules card truthers. Very funny. I feel Gaster-lighted beyond belief to see maybe not everything is Gaster, but in a good way. Amazing video, my favorite Tesla guy. This really shows how much you've improved. I know what you mean, dude. Okay, I went and rewatched my first video recently, and like, holy shit, you can really feel the gradient in production value. Like, I'm surprised that people were so enthused about my first video, honestly. Because it got a lot of praise for having like good editing and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, so, this is not up to snuff. It's just remarkable to look back sometimes. And my voice too, I'm doing like a croaky ASMR voice the whole time. Like the intro is a bit, but like even after I stop doing the intro bit, my voice still kind of sounds like that, and it's really funny. Yeah, Molly feels that way about the Backrooms video. It's always the audio. The audio is the biggest thing for sure. You can hear my voice getting scratchy. It got scratchy pretty much immediately. I'm drinking tea and all that. Actually, Toffee shared one of their old videos where it wasn't even like a difference in recording quality. It was like their actual voice they were doing was just like different. It was way deeper. I thought that was fascinating. Like it's not even just your audio setup. Like the way that you play yourself on like as a narrator of videos changes over time. Like I think I lean way more into kind of like an exaggerated narrator voice than I was doing in my first video now. And that's just something that I've sort of, I guess, naturally developed over time and leaned into. Also, if you're reading this on stream, remember to drink water, tea, or whatever helps your throat. Right? I'm doing that right now, buddy. Right now. You hope things go well with RAM. Thanks. That's nice. RAM is going pretty well currently. We just submitted the trailer to a showcase in Seattle, and if we get in, if we were selected as like the top 25, I think the plan is that Toby and I are actually going to go down to like a convention there in Seattle in September, which will be really fun. Okay. Noelle is a video game character who's blessed or cursed with finding secrets in video games. Gaster is a video game character cursed or blessed to be the secret. Damn, that line gave me chills. I'm glad. I thought I was being a bit overdramatic, but the line was good. I'll give myself that credit. Same weekend as PAX? We might get tickets? Toby's knows a lot more about this than I do. Holy shit. It's PAX is also there, apparently. Well, that's something. It'd be fun to go to PAX. Maybe the two Seattle Andrew Cunningham fans will come and stalk me or something. That would be sick. It's literally impossible for you to be overdramatic. I'm not sure what that means, but I guess it's good. First ever ACDS con. Yeah, I guess so. Why would anybody ever live in Seattle? I mean, speaking of someone who lives just north of it. Not so bad. Yeah, do I have to wear a t-shirt with Nikola Tesla on it so people can identify me? No one knows what I look like, obviously. You thought I was Canadian? Guess what's north of Seattle? cosplay the troll Sona. Like fucking hell, I'm gonna get caught in Homestuck cosplay at a con in 2023, dude. Deliberately forget to seal the gray body paint. Okay, this person liked the line. Okay, it sums up the entire importance of her character and the Spamton sweepstakes in a way I hadn't seen done so succinctly before. Well done. Also, as always, your editing was phenomenal and had me in stitches the whole time, with added bonus of seeing all the election trucking fan art sprinkled throughout too. That's nice. And also, I happen to have perfect pitch if you ever need someone in the future, Lamau. One of the perks of being autistic, as it happened to work out for me. See, that's as I said before, it is actually correlated, apparently. I didn't know that until recently. Unfortunately, I don't think I have much need of a human with perfect pitch to work with, because my piano already does. And I prefer to work with those, because they don't demand, like, salaries or have hours, but I appreciate the offer. Oh, you're in chat right there. Lilia Woodburn. Nice to see you here for the stream. Isn't the piano 7 cents flat? Well, flat relative to what, though? There's a lot of complexity tuning pianos, but I think 7 cents is maybe a bit more than you'd get. I believe that the way it works is that modern tuning is all relative to A440. Oh, you're probably talking about equal temperament. There are certain intervals on the piano that are flat. Because of modern tuning systems, it's actually really fucking complex, okay? The way that music works is it's supposed to be based on, like, ratios. It's like a 1-to-2 ratio of pitch is this interval, a 1-to-3 ratio is this interval, and that's like what we hear as harmony. That's what harmony is a ratio between two different frequencies. And simple ratios sound nice, complex ratios sound grating, basically, is the long and short of it. But it's actually very, very, very hard to construct a tuning system that makes all the different ratios between all the different notes you can play simple and consonant. I'm summarizing so much here, but like, basically equal temperament is a way of making all the keys interchangeable. It irons out the worst case scenarios that you get with like tuning systems giving you really out of tune intervals, but it also makes all the intervals slightly out of tune besides the octave. And it's really noticeable on the thirds mostly. So like 4 semitones on a piano is distinctly like out of tune compared to the mathematical ratio that interval should be. But I can't go into any more details without completely derailing. Oh yeah, like if people do have perfect pitch, the Undertale soundtrack would be a fucking kick in the balls, because Toby just deliberately detunes half of his songs to like partway between semitones, which is really funny. It's not microtonal, as Danny Vask might have you believe. It is not microtonality, but it basically means that the song is in like D half flat minor, and you can't actually play along with it on a normal piano. Same with World Revolving, actually. World Revolving is in... It's like halfway between... I think like... B and B flat major or something like that. It's really fucked. But I didn't even bother getting into that in the video. Like, I just rounded it to the nearest key that I felt made sense. Like, I wasn't gonna fucking explain that actually it's halfway between two different keys because Toby made it 50 cents flat. No one cares. 50 Argentina bucks, I think, from CIA for you to say L plus ratio plus out of tune plus your song doesn't have Gaster motif in it plus not enough Tesla coils. I don't know who that's addressed at, but like, thanks. Based, probably. Oh, you ratio, because I was talking about ratios of pitch. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm not at that level of brain rot yet. Actually, I think My Time was just playing there. I've heard that My Time is actually also detuned like that. It's between two keys. Mel gotta lay down, can't donate Argentina bucks. You don't gotta donate, Mel. You're cool. I already know you're cool. Have I read your comment? I wasn't here earlier. I don't remember. I haven't been paying much attention to the usernames. Okay, I rarely see this notice, but isn't the part in The World Revolving that comes after the main freedom motif just the Scarlet Forest motif again? No. I've heard this talked about, and it's a bit weird to me that people make this connection, but a couple people have said it, which makes me think I should address it. Which means piano time, I guess. So. The world revolving part in question is, I think, this. Shit. Which, I think that's the part they're talking about. And Queen's theme would be, so that you can hear the bottom notes do the same thing. The top notes both start lower and go higher, but the intervals are very different and they have a different effect. In Queen's theme, it's actually just an arpeggiated B minor chord. Or I'm playing it in the same key as World Revolving, so here it's a B minor chord. I don't know what the actual key is. It's just an embellished B minor chord. In the World Revolving, it starts on the top note that Queen's theme plays, and then ascends, which to me has a very different effect, and I wouldn't say they're very similar. Okay. CIA again with 50 Argentina bucks for Mel. Thanks, Mel. Hold up, that sounded a lot like Attack of the Killer Queen. Well, I was playing Queen's theme. Oh, Scarlet Forest, fuck. How did I do that? I just remembered the wrong song. Alright, back to the piano. I'll do it again. Shit. Okay, Scarlet Forest this time. Scarlet Forest. Okay, Scarlet Forest and Queen's theme are basically the same. Queen's theme and Scarlet Forest, it's the same thing, but like one's major, one's minor. How those relate to the World Revolving is that they're both kind of different. Okay, so I think the reason I went to Queen's theme by accident is because it's also very similar to the Scarlet Forest. Okay. Wouldn't this weaken the link between the man and Gaster by having the second area theme just appear in the Secret Boss song? Yeah, I don't think that... I think if there's a link here, it's explained by them both referencing Gaster's theme, and not like them referencing each other exclusively to Gaster's theme. Like, that doesn't really make much sense to me in general. Okay. Ooh, another sumo comment. Haven't seen one of these for a while. Is sumo wrestling an ethical concern? It's interesting. A lot of people obviously don't know anything about sumo wrestling, but there is actually a debate to be had on the ethics of sumo wrestling, despite the fact it's obviously just a shit post that I put it in there. But there are ethical concerns. Yeah, chat doesn't even remember the joke about sumo. Why is everyone commenting on it? There was some on-screen text really fast after Toffee's segment, where I plugged Toffee's channel, then said it to write an essay about sumo wrestling, and like everyone did. It's very funny. Yo, 25 Norwegian kroner. Definitely not a kroner. Thank you though. The Show Crow main channel. Thanks for that. Molly says, when scrolling down to find my comment, I saw a sumo essay with a fucking table of contents as the initial content, and I'm terrified for when you get to that one. No, I think those are fucking Chat GPT. I've been red-pilled. Because like all the really long sumo essays follow the same like formatting and make the same errors about like saying that sumo has weight classes, and I think they're all like AI garbage actually. Which is a bummer. I was actually really mad that people were putting AI garbage in my sumo essays. It's like, just admit that you don't know shit about sumo, bro. Just admit it. Don't spread your stupid fucking misinformation through ChatGPT. Take up space in my comment reading streams. Fake sumo fans, yeah. They're all talking about the wrestlers have to put on weight to compete in higher weight classes. That doesn't make fucking sense. In combat sports, people try to lose weight to compete in lower weight classes. The reason they get fat in sumo is because there is no weight class. It's just, as big as you are, you fight the biggest guy. And so you have to be big. That's how it works. A cool thing I noticed pretty quickly after hearing Flashback, pretty much immediately after I forced myself to shake away the immense amount of anxiety it piled on me, is that it sounds like 3 distinct tracks mashed together and warped a bit. The Gaster's theme there is something you discussed, so I won't go into an unnecessary detail. But bottom line is that, to me, it feels reinforced by the fact, or rather opinion, that everything else in the track is references as well. What are the references? I'm curious. I know that the slower melody in the background is the Holy. It's the same melody. What do I call the sound font? The melody which has a note playing every bar from beginning to end, to me sounds like a reference to the second half of Lost Girl. Let me listen to it. I want to refresh my memory on this. Wait. Bom, 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 bom. Oh, I think they're saying that it's like the part in Lost Girl that goes like which is, I'll keep listening. If it changes the chord, maybe. As is, it's just going from like 1 to 5. It sounds like. It's a major third, I think, which isn't the same as Lost Girl. And then it loops. Yeah, so I think that's too generic to call a quote of anything. That sort of distorted violin string thing, I think that is playing the Holy, though. That's not misinformation. And then obviously the main melody is Gaster adjacent. Yeah, extremely simple. I think it's a bit too simple and it doesn't even match the interval. Yeah, and it's the Holy, yeah. So it's got some gasteriness regardless, yeah. It's a weird song. And people have pointed out that it's called, I think, flashback excerpt in the files as opposed to just flashback, which implies that it's actually part of a longer song, so I don't know. You have that to look forward to in chapter 5 or something.
This was fact-checked by the Holy Experts.
Plus Tessie, plus! Tessie, man, this Umris book has been vibrating with motion and whispering to me about Saddam's hot dogs and Dairy Queen vanilla shakes. Where is my lighter? I'm afraid this person commented it in some sort of manic episode. I'm not sure what to make of any of that, but kind of a banger, actually. That is the first reference to the Umris book on my desk, though. I've always suspected that Gaster's leitmotif is very similar to Lavender Town's theme, and you confirmed that they're similar. Maybe because they're both creepy? Well, again, Lavender Town is just like the power chord skeleton. It's 15151, which is quite different than Gaster's theme. Much more generic. Germa started streaming, 50 people are gonna leave? No, I don't have any crossover demographic with the Germa, do I, really? Surely not. What if I just impersonate Germa for the rest of the stream? Will you stay? Please don't leave. I'm killing you! I'm killing you right now! I don't give a fuck if you're running away. Yeah, I'm desperate. This was absolutely amazing. So amazing, in fact, I watched it 4 times in search of references and secrets. 4 times through a 50-minute video. That's commitment. And yet still no one has found the Peepus. The Peepus gag. If you would like to see my brain rot combing through the entire video, even though in hindsight most of the references could have been easily found in the credits, you can read the rest of the comment. Ooh, it's one of those ones that dissects all the references. I love these, because I just get to go like, yep, I did that. I actually do love it. Like, I love it an inordinate amount when people go off on, like, these, and just identify details that I put in, because, like, I spend so much time doing that, and it's, to see someone actually, like, looking them all up is just, like, incredibly, it makes me really happy. So POV of me trying to figure out the references Easter eggs, excluding obvious ones for sanity's sake. Also apologies for anything I got wrong. I don't know most of these games. Yep, Noita footage, you got that. I had to record that custom. That's actually a reference to the fact that in the same spot where Gaster's theme appears from the rock, there is actually hidden glyphs in the game. But, you know, that's for the real fans to notice. I found this on PBS? I'm not sure what that's referring to, actually.
We're done. We can all learn a bit about Arcane.
Oh, just this image? I have no idea where that image comes from. It was, someone made, like, a fan art with it once, so I just remembered it. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here's all the quotes. The miscellaneous module during the intro. I know what the PBS is, yeah, but... The art credited and the sources isn't the same as here. I think I fixed this. It's the Sans wheel from Helptale. I credited a different illustration than I actually used in the video by accident, which is unfortunate. There's a lot of drawings of that fucking thing. and they all kind of look the same. So yeah, so the miscellaneous module, I just loaded a bunch of copy pastas into an array and told it to like randomly flash them during the intro. So these were just stochastically chosen to be shown. There's other ones that weren't even shown in the video. But yeah, we got the ending of 1 by 1 just for fun. Mitochondria, of course. Even After Not Surviving. Danny Vask reference. Just the Lighthouse speech. B-movie script, you gotta have it. Umris, never heard of it personally. I Will Be Come Back, My Money is the one angry quote that some guy sent to Ed McMillan. Edmund, you little fucker, you made a piece of shit with your trash Isaac. It's fucking bad. This trash game. I will become back my money. I hope you will in your next a cow on a trash farm, sucker. It's worth memorizing for sure. Okay, the ethics of sumo wrestling, you have no opinion. That's an honest answer. Sekiro? When did I reference Sekiro? I don't even remember that. Let me turn the volume down a tiny bit on the music. There. Melodies are made. Oh, it was the yeah, this was a the clip I used of that woman at a keyboard was the lead composer of Sekiro, and I think most of FromSoft's games. In which case, she's actually a fucking legend. It's just like, it's just her at her humble little office. Rules card is a real recruiter. Yeah. Okay, the Berserk skeleton meme, of course. Moog Elden Ring Moog moment, of course. Dredge footage, yup. When did this come up again? Did I reference Chopin's Nocturne again?
I originally planned to have the explanation of unstable accented notes here.
Was it in the script scroll, maybe? I don't even know. Pizza Tower, yep. Moist Critical, of course. Oh, the fic. I quoted... I don't know what their fucking name is these days. The piss guy, the Discord piss guy, Blackwater. Their Umris ending fic, I quoted that because it used the word interlocutor. Shoutouts to Wayne Radio TV's Gollum playthrough. I was enjoying that. And Petscop, of course. Everyone likes Petscop. Imagine being known as the Discord piss guy. I don't know. Did it to himself. Ah, shit, I didn't turn the noise suppression back on since I last used the piano. That's the danger. That's a dead kid. Still waiting on Petscop 2? Well, the thing I referenced was Petscop 2, so you can just go watch it if you want. Cool comment. I like it when people get my references, basically. Another video for my spirit animal. That's one of the weirder compliments I've received, but I'll take it. Hey, do you think my username is cool and or funny? Spamton Slapper 1997? If it's a reference to that fucking video of the guy who made the Spamton slapping edit, then it's hilarious. I love that video. Quite a large comment, actually. Okay. Also, the only reason that you think Toby Fox is the narrator in Deltarune is because you didn't put together that the rules for narration are different in the Dark World. Is this unironically going to go into a narrator thing? No, I don't care. Stop it. Stop it. This was an old video. I read 4 billion comments about the narrator. Anyway. I don't want another, there are 5 different narrators, it's different in the Dark World, yeah, like, I'm done with that shit. I've lost patience for hearing people out at this point. Awesome video. I love and appreciate the work you put into every aspect of these videos. I've always had a hunch about freedom and connections to the funny man, but hearing it basically be confirmed has been music to my ears. Get it? I can't wait to hear more about whatever the fuck Toby is planning on that guy. I mean, fuck's sake, it's been more than 8 years. It has been more than 8 years. It would be a big letdown if he was just nothing. That would be very sad. Probably mentioned to death, but the April 2012 song has similar dubious origin like the Egg track due to it being originally created for a Homestuck template. Yes. Not sure how exactly close I am on this, but I know for certain you can find an earlier, slower version of the track on a Git repo. Yes, I found that one. Yeah, so yeah, the name of the song could just be when the song was created. That's the simplest explanation. I feel like I'm playing High Fleet watching this. I don't know what that is, but I hope it's good. After your final analysis, I can't help but imagine that one meme of the guy poking the stick, but it's Andrew going, come on, do something cool and Gaster related. That's how I feel right now with Noelle. And by poking with a stick, I mean like, you know, mentally abusing her until she does a weird route. Which I guess is kind of the same as poking with a stick. Anyway. Pretty sure that Welcome to the City was made before a Cyber's World, and that the former is simply quoted by the latter, but don't quote me on that. Why are you sure? Why would you say you're pretty sure? What exactly makes you sure about that? I don't know. It was a pleasant surprise realizing that the mysterious machine on the thumbnail was not only an actual part of the video, but the centerpiece of it. Yeah, it would have been kind of a waste of time to make that just for the thumbnail. Its construction reminds me a lot of Photoshop Flowey, and it helps convey a feeling of uncomfortable complexity. Cool. Oh yeah, I did just see a fucking Dr. Manhattan. Is that the guy's name? From Watchmen? One of those memes about like, what's your source? I don't know, I'm pretty sure. Is it literally that exact thing I saw a meme of a couple days ago? Toby Fox released Welcome to the City like a year before Chapter 2. Yeah, but... Dr. Manhattan? What did I say? What the fuck did I call him? Or did I get the name right? And that is just the right guy. The way you said that made me think that I just completely ad-libbed a new name. Which would have been embarrassing. Oh yeah, I did call him that. Okay, good. Okay. Side note, not to leave a fourth comment, Gaster's theme always sounded similar to the theme of Castle Oblivion from Kingdom Hearts series to me. It's actually pretty identical, I guess. I guess we gotta look at it. It's like an inverted Gaster's theme. It's da 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 da. Na 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 na. It's vaguely similar. It's kind of a moot point how similar it is, but I guess that's just my initial thoughts. It's vaguely similar, but not an outright quote or anything. It's I guess nothing's going to be that impressive after Who Are You from Final Fantasy VII, which, if you haven't heard, just give a listen to this real quick. It just is Gaster's theme, and it's in Final Fantasy. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I think that sort of obsoletes all the other Gaster quotes in other games, because that's just like literally Gaster's theme. It's the same song, the same MP3 file. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else has or will commented on this. I haven't checked to see if Dork left a comment, but it felt like it was something interesting to note. Yeah, Dork is a big Kingdom Hearts enthusiast. I'm pretty sure we still don't know if Toby Fox has ever played a Kingdom Hearts game before, and even if he has, whether this would be an intentional reference. I can't help but wonder about the potential implications, despite not fully understanding what those would be. Again, I think this is obsolete as of the Final Fantasy song existing. This is because Castle Oblivion is a place where you enter and slowly lose all your memories, which get turned into cards. Fortunately, I've watched the, whoever the fuck it was who did the Kingdom Hearts lecture on the PCPU podcast. Was that Best Guy Ever? It was probably him, wasn't it? It's probably him. Did Ben Saint do it? It was Best Guy Ever. Oh yeah. It seems like a Best Guy Ever kind of thing. Someone did a Kingdom Hearts lecture while smoking PCP? Nah, that's the name of the podcast, you see. I know a lot of stuff from those lectures that I wouldn't know otherwise. Why does my voice sound less sophisticated when I'm not reading from a script? That's because I'm not reading from a script. Hope that clears it up. Okay, so this is a whole lot of Kingdom Hearts lore that would hypothetically be related to Deltarune if this were an intentional reference, but I've already kind of abandoned hope that it could be. So again, don't know what any of this would mean, but now knowing that Noelle may have some ties to Gaster, it's slightly more clear. Also, every room is very white. Yeah, I'm not the most enthusiastic about porting Kingdom Hearts lore into Undertale for various reasons. Good analysis. I didn't know you knew music theory, but as Noelle will do something cool, probably game breaking, maybe Gaster related. Really that surprising of a conclusion? Dude, I don't know if it's surprising, that's just the conclusion. I wouldn't bring it up, but I feel like a jerk shooting down the final conclusion, but you literally had a category for songs that have it but don't change what we already know. I feel like that's a pretty good... I mean, we didn't know that. I mean, the whole thing with Gaster and Noelle being related has only really been a thing since the Spamton sweepstakes, and even then, that information has been percolating since then. I didn't see anybody immediately getting on the bandwagon for that. Like, in the Delta cast, we talked a little bit, like, I know I brought up sort of a hunch that, like, this thing with Noelle breaking games is going to matter more going forward. And not everyone seemed on board with that anyway. But I think, in general, there's been a lot of, like, more Gastery theories recently, like, especially with Molly Stars, like, the device theory and all that. I feel like it's getting a little bit more mainstream for people to incorporate Gaster into theories like that, so I wouldn't say it's entirely old news, even though, like, information was there. Sometimes you have to, like, someone just has to put it in, like, a concise way, get the evidence together, and actually just, like, state it in a video for it to take hold. And I think that was a relatively new thing. That's a fair point, chat. Like, some people are so immersed in the theory world that you assume things are obvious even though the average player doesn't know who Gaster is. That is literally true, right? Like, people will complain about like certain things being like too obvious. That can't be a Gaster quote. That would be too obvious to give it away. It's like when like the 1% of the most brain rotten 1% are the only people picking up on these clues. Like, if the game wasn't obvious to pick apart to some extent, if there weren't clues that felt obvious to like the most dedicated searchers and obsessive weirdos in the world, then it would be incomprehensible. Like, no one would be able to figure it out. It would be yeek. So I sure hope that some of these clues feel obvious. Not to be one of those people, but at 1127 onward, why is the transposition of Gaster's theme written as A flat to A natural? It seems like G sharp to A would make more sense. That was, well, okay, if you interpret it as being in D minor, A flat, neither A flat nor G sharp fit. That's like a non-diatonic thing. I felt like including a sharp in a key with flats, D minor has B flat. I think you generally avoid mixing sharps and flats in a key, so that was the logic, was that A became A flat rather than G sharp. I mean, I could ask also why it makes more sense to you that it would be G sharp. I don't think there's any more reason to do that, but anyway, I did have logic for that. Also, I don't know if this is a universal thing, but like I have inherent bias towards certain notes being sharp or flat. Like if you point at a black key, most of them, I think all of them have two different things you could call it. It could be a sharp version of one note or a flat version of another note. But like I have a very strong bias toward which is which. Like A flat feels much more natural than G sharp to me, even though they're the same thing. Same with like F sharp is much more natural than G flat. They're all sharps to that person in chat. That's interesting. There's a lot of weird emotional associations with musical notes, even though like you can't really tell the difference. Once they become a keyboard thing, you get associations with them and what they mean. There's also, I have a bit of like maybe a synesthesia, I guess. It feels a bit grandiose to call it that, but like the notes on the keyboard all have a color to me. They're associated inextricably with like a certain color. And I don't know why. It's just like that. Like C is white, D is green, E is orange, F is black, G is purple, A is yellow, B is blue. It's different for everyone. I know that's like lots of people have that kind of thing, but no one agrees on what the colors are. What color is Gaster's theme? I guess yellow, dark blue, and black. So, see if that corresponds to any pride flags. That is synesthesia. I know, but like I've always heard synesthesia as like a more sort of visceral phenomenon where like you directly correlate, like a perception causes a different perception, where this is more like intellectual. It's like the concept of this note is this color, but there's no actual sensory information there. It's not like I'm actually seeing the color. It's just there's a connection in my mind. Accidentals are weird. I think like the flat version is usually just like a darker version of the color. I don't really know. Anyway, it's sort of pointless to talk about the stuff. It's like hearing someone's dream described to you, so I'm not going to go on anymore. I have no expertise in music analysis, despite watching many videos on it, so I've been wondering whether anything the fandom's been saying about Gaster's theme was accurate. Anyhow, what I got out of this video is that Noelle and Queen in Gaster Chapter 3 confirmed. Noelle and Queen is Gaster in Chapter 3. Although I wonder if Queen's Gaster motif comes from Cyber City or something. I'm not sure about that. Like Queen and Cyber City. Ba da da da. Da da da. Queen's theme and Cyber City don't sound that similar. Like Queen is, again, it's like an arpeggiated minor chord. And Cyber City is very much the, it ducks down. It's like the tonic, da da, ducks down back to the tonic, then does the fifth leap, which is much more gastery to me. Some keys are more popular than others, so it makes sense we have associations. I definitely associate keys with certain things, but that's just because of what they're like to play and what songs I know in them. Like I play a lot of D minor because Megalovania is in D minor and Asgore's theme is in D minor. So I have there's that. There's a lot of aspects, but the point I was making about keys in the video was that just listening to the song with no instrument in sight and no concept of how it was written or composed, it sounds the same, basically, unless you have perfect pitch. And even then, it technically it sounds the same. It's just you may have a different. It opens the door if you have perfect pitch for your existing associations to leak in, along with those keys. JD's gonna head out. Night, JD. Thanks for showing up. It makes sense for dial tone to be connected to Gaster because after beating Spamton, Neo the shopkeepers explained that when they found the phone, it was making garbage noise. Which is if you try to call your phone in the dark world, you get garbage noise. Yes, this is what I meant about the, I read the textual evidence on, on the wiki last month, Shaggy. There is existing ways to link Spamton to Gaster, and I even did a whole Sieve Gaming bit to explain that in the previous video. Adam Neely's C is yellow. I don't have a yellow. It's not in the palette. Isn't that ironic? I said it was my favorite color earlier, and none of the keys are yellow to me. Oh no, A is. What? I'm an idiot. A is yellow. I just said A is yellow. Never mind. I forgot. Yeah, apparently Sieve Gaming came back. Very, very exciting. I guess I could make a non-binary chord too. What is it? It's yellow, purple, and white, right? Which is AGC. Do with that information what you will, I guess. And black, F. F's in there too. Yellow, purple, white, and black. AGC, is that a chord? Hang on, AGCF. FAC, and then a G. It's like an F sus2 chord, I think. It's kind of cool. Sure. F sus2 is the non-binary chord. It's yellow, white, purple, black. Top to bottom. Yellow, white, purple. Can I play this? I'm getting like fucking derailed here, but like I have to play it now. Okay, yellow, white, purple, black. That's a really pretty chord. I'm not playing the bisexual chord. This is the end of this tangent. I'm surprised. It really was a very nice card, though. Duke, don't play the bisexual card. I don't even know if that's referencing. Funny, though. The concept of bisexual music. It's like, what? $2 to play the bisexual card. There is no pink. That's the issue. There's no red or pink to work with. I can't do it. Sorry. Refund them? I don't know how to do that. Okay, did I miss this? I think I missed part of it. It also makes sense because in Big Shot he talks about something but you couldn't really hear, but thanks to the Spamton plushie we hear a clearer version, which is I'm still not sure how clear it is, but I think it's coming for me. Answer the phone. Oh. See, this is, again, instead of the phone. I've never heard this before in my life. It's still completely interpretable. I can't explain until you're all alone. It pulls the strings and makes them ring until your heart starts to break up. Like, it's different every time. It's never going to be clear what it means. Yeah, it's safe to say there's enough that connects Spamton and Gaster. It's fine. The line in Big Shot could explain what Gaster is doing because he pulls the strings according to Spamton, which leads to puppetry. Someone earlier said that was related to Des, which is interesting. When you cut them all, Spamton cannot carry on. I could explain that everyone is a puppet to Gaster except for Chris, who we control. But, okay, yeah. The puppet thing is obviously a parallel with Chris. I don't know what it means if, like, Gaster's controlling one but not the other. That's a bit much, but, like, it certainly is supposed to bring to mind how we are puppeting Chris in the same way that Spamton himself is a puppet of something else, something mysterious. Buy music as Ricky Montgomery or some shit. I would just assume it's Will Wood or something. I don't know. Right. I think I recognize this picture, at least, from someone on a Toffee Buns server. Might be the same person. Great video. It was very interesting and full of memes, and I like it. Thanks, Andrew and Rabbit Creature, for the video. Okay, the Rabbit Creature reference cinches it. That's definitely a Toffee fan. Okay, the freedom motif was unsurprising but cool, and the Noel thing, well, I find it very, very interesting. So that's the video summarized very concisely. Gaster Sumo! That's the best comment. Holy shit, I love that. Gaster Sumo, says Jay. Skeleton sumo is a very funny concept. If you want to believe that Gaster's a skeleton, I realize that's up for debate. Since you mentioned Toho Jazz in the premiere chat, I recommend listening to Accord on Codes if you haven't already. They're a bit more laid back than Cafe de Toho. I don't know what you're into. Sounds cool. I put Cafe de Toho into the stream playlist, actually. Actually, I may just skip to that, because it's going to be a while. It's just good vibes. Wait, where's my volume control? It's a bit loud. There we go. What? It keeps scrolling me when I, like, go to a different tab. That's really fucking weird. Like, look how far down I am. Here we are. Oh, I zoomed out. You're right. You're right. I zoomed out in another window, though. Shit. Where am I? Ah. Gaster Sumo. Look for Gaster Sumo. There it is. Alright, we're back. What about the Weird Root version of Welcome to the City? It's an entirely different song, unlike the other Weird Root tracks. Is it? It just sounds like it's slowed down. I don't think the melody's changed, even if it is, if it's not literally down-pitched or slowed down. I still don't think the melody's different. The Nico is essential to the function of the machine. Yeah, the someone headcanoned that the sun that they were holding powers it, and that's absolutely true. I agree. There's definitely another Omori reference. There were a few. It's not surprising. Here's Shadow of Roserade. I'm not sure I'm the right person to ask about the ethics of sumo wrestling, but I know a guy who might be interested to discuss such a thing. I wonder who. On an unrelated note, did you know that Asriel is dead in Deltarune? Crazy, huh? You're in another level, Roserade. Just stinky inside jokes. Oh, your good friend ChatGPT. I don't think that's the intent. This was before. I think I was complaining about the ChatGPT comments. Andrew, you're a madman. I've been pondering making videos exactly like this for literal years. Thank you. I'd encourage you to try it if you have. Well, the hard part is having like 3 months to spare. I guess it's not really easy to do that, but. I did find it, I'll say it was surprisingly easy. Editing was easier than I thought to learn, which I can't say about everything, so... Just getting into it, I was like, oh yeah, I can do that. It is definitely time-consuming, though. Completely agree. I've always thought the freedom motif in all extra bosses in Deltarune has been Gaster's theme, and I have no idea why no one else brought that up beforehand. Maybe it's just my predisposition music brain talking, but that always made sense to me. I'm glad to be vindicated. I've always felt like it was a conspiracy theory because no one ever mentioned it, but it's one of the more solid. Like, if I was already giving my thoughts on every song and how it relates to Gaster's theme, like, The World Revolving is one of the most solid connections in the soundtrack, in my opinion. Mel's getting pinged every time someone writes melody now. The Mel's eternal suffering, really. Try having a longer name next time. Like, what do you want me to tell you? First of all, I want to tell you that I appreciate not going over the top and sticking to compiling data. It gives much more freedom and tools to create theories. My question is, considering you're an Undertale YouTuber doing a surprisingly big amount of Homestuck references, do I plan on doing a video on Homestuck or Homestuck related, like Homestuck's effect on Toby's work or something? The short answer is no, because I've never been a Homestuck expert. I've been at best a casual fan, and I don't really want to like reread the whole thing and like become obsessed with it. Like, that's just too much, man. Like, I'm just not that guy, okay? I'm not going to be the Homestuck YouTube guy. I don't have it in me. P.S. If you're reading this on the comment response stream, I'd appreciate you responded in text here. I want to know if you have such plans, but currently have an exam session and shouldn't use as much time on skimming through to find the right answer. Fair enough. I'll just repeat what I said. Is foreseeable. Does it have an E? There it is. This is emotional skyscraper background music, apparently. One of Mel's favorite Toho songs, I believe. Not 100% sure, but I used to be super into the idea that Caddy was going to be involved in a version of the Weird Route for future chapters. After seeing the last 3 minutes of this video, I've changed my mind. Have a nice day. That's interesting. Caddy being a party member might be possible. I mean, Caddy feels like as little of a character as maybe Noelle did in Chapter 1, but it seems like Caddy has a bit less potential, like, because Noelle is set up pretty much as, like, she's the family friend, like, the holidays are really important, so I'm not super confident that Caddy will appear, but maybe. Like, if that fucking the demon summoning thing actually becomes relevant, I guess there's an angle there. I have to admit, I became way more open to the fucking Chris and Caddy summoning the demon is real angle after Courier New did a fic on it. I have no standards or integrity. Like, if Courier New does a cool fan fiction about it, like, sometimes that's all it takes. Okay. I'm extremely impressed and jealous of your editing and writing skills. You already started good, but now you've gone absolutely mad with power. That's one way to describe it, yeah. Once I figured out that I could use game engines to make video elements, it was downhill from there. It's amazing how many tiny jokes like the several Yeek references and pointing to Rob the guy with no ears as an example of someone who's deaf can be shoved in while making everything still seem professional and concise. I'm glad someone's getting the Tails Gets Trolled references. Shoutouts to them. S tier content, thank you. Use my powers for evil? Okay, that's a much longer comment after that one. Edit. Okay, after watching the whole thing, I have a hypothesis. Notice I didn't say theory. I think that Gaster's theme is purposely hard to look for. Apart from a couple silver bullets like another hymn, I actually think that most of these are unintentional. I'm sure Toby at one point thought when making some of these, this kind of sounds like Gaster's theme, but I doubt he was there in the metaphorical booth going, let's put Gaster's theme in this random track to fuck with people. My hypothesis is that Gaster's theme is a piece of music designed to make you go insane. Here's what I think would happen. Though the motive could be different. When Toby was doing all the leitmotif stuff for Undertale, I think he looked at these and went, what if I make a super generic melody to make people hunt for in every track? He made it sound mysterious and ominous, and then tried it to another mystery, WD Gaster. I don't think it was malicious. It's not a troll, it's a deception. Gaster's theme is both easy and hard to look for. It's mysterious, just like everyone's favorite mystery man. Trying to hunt for it makes you sound like a paranoid, deranged conspiracy theorist, with staring at the music sheets bringing you your replacement for the Board of Pin and Strings, which, incidentally, Land of Pin and Strings is the title of my Spurb lol funny humor. That's a more elaborate version of a take that I've seen previously. I do think that there is intentionality behind at least some of these beyond another hymn. The reason for that involves a bit of extrapolation on my part, a bit of attempted mind reading, I have to admit, about, like, what would Toby Fox be thinking when he's coming up with these melodies? And I have limited experience as a composer. I have composed before, but, like, it's what I have to go on, and so I will. But it's like, there's so few motifs, especially in Chapter 2. Like, there really is hardly any actual unique motifs in Chapter 2. It's super, super constrained. And to a lesser extent, that's true of Chapter 1. And it's like, it really seems like if a song goes into one of these games, it's based on a leitmotif of some sort. And when I hear stuff like the Freedom theme popping up, and like that is one of the few unique themes in like Chapter 1 and 2, it really stands out by itself. And I'm like, the melody here, if this is supposed to be treated as a leitmotif, it's so similar. There's so much from Gaster's theme in terms of identity. It's the same intervals. It's basically the same notes, like, and there's more to it beyond Gaster's theme. But the idea of like, if the song was written in the mode of I'm going to make this a fresh new leitmotif and define a new sort of avenue, a new thing for people to listen to, it doesn't make sense to me to include so much Gaster baggage in it. So I really can picture Toby going through and being like, well, I need to make a cool boss track. I know I want it to have Gaster's theme in it. And then there's like a logical process where he could have like elaborated that into like the world revolving or something. For some of them, obviously they're sketchier and could go either way. Like Queen's theme could go either way, I'd say. Even like Scarlet Forest and stuff, those could be coincidence. I'd be willing to bet that it was somewhat intentional, but those could be coincidence. And just because, like, Toby's got to be more aware than anyone that this theme is a thing, right? And he's going through, he's coming up with melodies, he's got to write them down in the software. If I'm noticing that it sounds like Gaster's theme, he sure as fuck is, right? So I think it's got to be on his mind, really. I think, like, there's a little bit less room for coincidence than some people maybe think. Even though there still is room for coincidence, I wouldn't deny that. It's just really hard to say. But ultimately, I just have to stay, like, toward the side of, I think, it's more likely that these are intentional than not. Because, like, I could go on about this forever, man. Like, I could just keep rambling here. Because the theme is... If it's so easy to find, if it's so generic and so omnipresent that you can hear it anywhere, then why can't you hear it in Undertale, right? Like, there's very, very few places where you can hear it in Undertale to the same extent that even some of the sketchier quotes in Deltarune. And it is a simple melody, but it's not completely generic. It's not like those like power chord arpeggios I was talking about in like Lavender Town and stuff. So I don't know. Like, I'm not ready to completely just throw this all out, is basically what I mean to say by all that. It's, yeah. You asked a question while I was talking. Yeah, I was ignoring chat for all that, I'm sorry. I'll go back and find the question. How long ago was this question? Wait, your comment is visible on screen. It's right there. It's the next comment. The ending segment reminded me of people theorizing about a possible weird route in future chapters, notably featuring Toriel. I'm not sure who said it, but another YouTuber put it best when they theorized that it's something only Noelle could do, being a girl with a knack for speedrunner glitching games while also being a video game character. I don't know who else said that. I don't recall ever hearing that expressed before, really. Maybe someone did, and I just don't know about it. It does make me wonder what else Noelle could do if she was transposed into past or future events, though. What do you think? Wait, where did that last bit come from? If she was transposed into past or future events. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, what do I think about rules cards unused talking sound? I've never heard of that. I'm not aware of what that is, actually. Side note, but for some reason I thought you would cover notable Undertale tracks in this, i.e. Dating Start, despite obviously being a Deltarune video. That's more you being stupid than anything, though. Yeah, people a couple times have asked, like, why didn't you cover this song? And I just kind of pointed at the title and it's like, it says Deltarune soundtrack, buddy. You gotta... It's on the tin there, yeah. I really did try to constrain it as much as possible because, like, it's 50 minutes long. Like, I didn't want to add just more and more random stuff. Another person says the note sounds like the legend, as did Molly, and that again is because I think it's just a sine wave. It's also a semitone off, so it isn't that far off. As someone who was ignorant to anything related to music production, I understood very little in this video. However, it was still a very well-made, educational, entertaining video. Good job. Thank you. It's too bad you didn't understand anything, but I tried to make it as accessible as possible, but that obviously isn't going to work for absolutely everyone. There still was a lot I had to like kind of skim over in the music theory department. Someone is just realizing that the Magypsies are based on musical modes. Yes, that is in fact the case. I'm kind of glad there was no Locrian song to reference in Undertale. That would have been a kind of a spoiler, I guess. How do you write drug dealer in musical notation? If that's a reference to something, I don't get it. I'm sorry. I should have put a picture of Proto Man when I said blue scale. Well, I had to get my Halloween hack reference in, of course. Andrew Cunningham, where is the analysis of the greatest Toby Fox song ever, Into the Mind, from modern masterpiece Yeek, a postmodern RPG? I need to know how W.D. Gaster became a sole survivor through being shattered across time and space. Also, as he pants for life. It's the most unhinged comment I've ever seen. Thanks for that, Narwhal. Noelle has some eerie connections to Gaster. Emoji. Sick. Didn't know my favorite Deltarune song, Scarlet Forest, had Gaster's theme in it. Well, now you do. It kinda does. It sorta kinda does. Outsin wants to know, or wants everyone to know, that Yeek is now 50% off on good old games. Outsin would recommend you buy it because of that. I wouldn't, but you know, you take whoever's advice you want. After watching this video, I've concluded the most likely instances of Gaster's theme can essentially be broken down into 4 categories. Device shenanigans, so another hymn in Darkness Falls. Yeah, so stuff that's outside of the core game and is like, you know, it will probably be addressed by Molly Stars at some point, yeah. Man Behind the Tree. Man, Scarlet Forest, Welcome to the City. Yes, just don't think about Cyberfield. Just don't think about it. Epic secret bosses. The Circus World Revolving Dial Tone Big Shot. Yep. And Noelle, Girl Next Door Flashback. Pretty much, yeah. And then there's some like really miscellaneous shit like April 2012 and who knows, but also The Holy isn't ranked in here. So I guess it's not 4 clean categories, but these do sort of make sense logically as ways to group them. It's just a cybersphere. Please stop thinking about it. Go out and kill some beasts. Yug Guy. This person's in chat. As someone who's done many piano arrangements of Undertale and Deltarune in the past, including many of the ones included in this video, I feel obliged to comment on this video. I think as someone who's also very into video game music transcription and analysis, I've had much the same feeling that you have had in regards to the Gaster spotting in Undertale and Deltarune's leitmotifs. With very few exceptions, I've never been very convinced by the evidence given by many theorists regarding the subject. It really seemed like any 4-note motif was given intense scrutinization for any bits of Gaster lore that it could be wrung out of it. Perhaps understandable given the amount of Undertale Deltarune brain rot currently circulating the fandom, myself included. Still, the fact that, perhaps by design, there was never any real concrete conclusions to be drawn from all the attention given was the only one thing keeping me back from being a true believer. To paraphrase one of my arranging friends, if we manage to arrange all the Undertale Deltarune tracks, then we should clearly be the first to know about any of the secret Gaster connections. But despite every Toby Fox song being arranged, rearranged, and transcribed at least 10 times over, it never seemed to come to fruition. So, to make a long story short, this video completely blew my expectations out of the water. I had no idea there was enough Gaster seeping through the cracks in the Deltarune soundtrack such that we could actually make some solid connections this early into Deltarune's development. The world revolving and Big Shot obviously make a lot of sense given the story we've been shown so far, but the connections with Noelle are really striking in light of this video. Perhaps it's not that strange given the Spamton sweepstakes, but still surprising to see the seeds planted even before then. So I say bravo, Mr. Cunningham. My hope is that this leads to some more insightful direction as far as Deltarune music analysis goes. And who knows, maybe we'll get some banger remixes out of it. I hope so, that would be sick. Also, literally while writing this comment, I've come up with a speculative theory of my own, so if you'll indulge me, Gaster is said to have shattered across time and space. In Undertale, what we see is supposedly a tiny portion of him. Perhaps Gaster's theme is merely a small part of the whole leitmotif, one that is eventually reconstructed, likely during the final chapters of Deltarune. Maybe Gaster's theme has been revealed to us just as a small fragment scattered throughout many songs, many of the songs used throughout the soundtrack, ones that sound otherwise innocuous out of context but may come together in the right sequence. I don't think that's crazy. I think if we actually do get a Gaster, like, a theme, like a proper Gaster theme, or like a boss theme even, it'll be like, if you think about it, right, Asgore's theme, or the Dreamer's theme is ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, but that's not actually Asgore's theme, that's like a tiny portion of it, and the actual theme is like a whole bunch more, and it just has that as like a core component, right? So I definitely expect that if we get like a full-on Gaster's theme, it'll elaborate extensively on like the four note or little loop, which would be really cool. Like that's sort of what I think that the world evolving is. It is in effect that elaboration process applied to Gaster's theme, to turn it into a full song. That'd be cool. But yeah, I liked this comment a lot because it was someone who like had experience with all this, who'd done a lot of arrangements of the scores, and was still like actually surprised by the conclusions, which makes me really, I don't know, I guess vindicated. It's just very interesting that like there were still things to wring out of it that even people who are familiar with the music didn't necessarily get. So that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, every note of Gaster's theme is the starting note from another soundtrack featuring the whole OST. It's just cobbled together one note at a time. Yeah. Has anyone done that yet? Take the first note of every track chronologically, and you unlock Gaster's theme? I hope that's how it works. I've noticed a lot of like fan-made Gaster remixes. I've listened to a lot of them, funnily enough. I spent a lot of time during this project just going through a big playlist of all the Gaster remixes. They tend to be repetitive. They tend to be sort of like EDM adjacent, like they have this riff and then they just sort of like iterate texturally on it. Not all of them, but that was the prevailing approach I saw. Whereas what's so interesting about the world revolving is that it takes the motif and like, if I'm not crazy, I could be crazy, it like iterates on it in a much more compositional way. Like it actually elaborates it into a melody instead of just using it as a riff and then doing like changing the synths around it. That sounds like I'm dissing the tracks. It's just like a very blunt way of putting it, which is very interesting because like Gaster reference, am I right? Very interesting. Like taking such a simple motif and like properly like arranging it into a full melody that sounds, it has a completely different tone. I really hope that was intentional because that's such a cool move. that Toby pulled. If so, it would be really sad if it wasn't intentional, because if it was intentional, it would be like a really genius feat of arrangement, in my opinion. All right. Tea time. Maybe I'll take another bite of food. Hang on. Okay, back. Oh wait, have I heard the hybrid cover of Gaster's theme by Osiroy's Music? It takes an interesting approach to having the 4-note loop be constant while also having other melodic stuff happen. I haven't heard that one, no. There's a lot of Gaster remixes, as it turns out. I'm sure that playlist wasn't exhaustive, but it had like 40 tracks on it. Okay, I absolutely love the DMCA 666 and its acronymized name, which is a funny way to boost engagement by making me rewatch the introduction. I guess it was. You can look at a lot of things in the video as ways to boost engagement. It's wonderfully utilized to show different aspects of the music in an easily digestible format, and has a lot of charm in the way it's presented. Plus, the end credits boss fight with the machine is a cool idea. I'm glad you agree. I programmed that fucking boss fight in like 1.5 days. Just in an absolute manic rush. It was like the last thing I did. The code is probably a disaster to look at. I haven't looked at it since I recorded the footage. The entire video is super well executed and engaging, honestly. I just looked at the video's length, and wow, I had no idea it was so long.
That's what she...
Okay. I was kept entirely engrossed throughout the whole runtime. Serious props. Every little bit of video editing and all the diagrams were super entertaining and informative. You can't imagine how much effort went into producing a masterpiece like this. Thank you. That's very, very kind. Yeah, the effort was a lot. It did take a lot of effort, funnily enough. Just making the diagram itself took a couple weeks, and then like working with it wasn't exactly painless either. Like every time music flashes on one of those screens, I had to like transcribe the music, screenshot the music, take it to GIMP, isolate it, apply the bloom, take it out, stick it in Godot, match its coordinates so it's centered correctly, and then like record the footage of it. It was a lengthy process. It was that for every single piece of sheet music I had to display on the diagram. You hope I didn't put too many else statements like yandere dev. Well, fortunately, I wasn't given an opportunity to do any yandere dev code for this, but it's still not very good code. Like it was designed to work exactly for this purpose and then just explode afterward, basically. Did I do the diagram in Godot? Yes. Actually, why, just for fun, I'll show off the code for a second. Just so people can appreciate it, I guess. Display capture. I think that's what I want. Do 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 do. All right. So this is, I had to like really jankily patch in all of the credit shmup code into the project because it was easier to port the entire credit shmup into the diagram than it was to port the diagram into the credit shmup. That's how chunky the fucking diagram is. There's several scripts. A lot of the little modules had their own scripts essentially to control how they work. Doing all the zooming around was like a camera with like pre-coded like viewpoints that it would go between. Essentially just like interpolating between all those points. There's some jank to do the big zoom in, zoom out for like when I'm revealing the diagram. The master control module is where this main stuff is. Where's it gone? Master control, there it is. So basically, there's some utility code for like moving the diagrams and stuff. It's somewhat object-y, like object-oriented, like the diagrams. The individual modules kind of handle their own data and displaying them. It's not like very cleanly engineered by any means, though. There's a lot of modules, node paths to all the modules, but the main part of this is just the fucking sequencer. So I built a really simple sequencing device, and so every segment with the diagram was just written like this. There's a list of functions that go one after the other, and it's just like camera goes here, set the data to this, turn off this thing, camera goes here, and so it was just me iterating through, like pressing the spacebar and progressing through all these pre-programmed actions. And I wrote one of these sequences for every song. And it, as you can see, it encompasses about, 700 lines of code just for the sequencing. So yeah. It's an array of Lambda functions, yeah. So this is a nicer system than I had for the fucking Circles of Fiction, let me tell you, even if it's not perfect. Yeah, flip the fuck out, randomizes it. And then the music data was encoded over here. I just had like a struct for every song, you know, like the key, the intervals, the exact coordinates for where to put the sheet music. Some songs have a bunch of sheet music, like Gaster's theme has like 10 different variants. So yeah, that's enough of the code, I think, but you get the idea. It was a lot of fucking around. Okay. Wait, where's my cursor? There it is. Okay, back to the comments. The anime PNG tuber Tesla hit me with the force of a semi-truck. Excellent. As intended. My worst fear was that everyone would unironically enjoy the PNG tuber and just think that I was taking it seriously. I asked Mooks a few times, can you make it more ridiculous? I was like, I need also the Carablush. Just to make sure. Because, I don't know, the standards for like the PNG tuber things that people take seriously are pretty broad. Thanks, Andrew. I can't wait to consume the contents of this video and critically and prompt to parrot its findings ad nauseum in Discord chats worldwide. Hell yeah, the cycle continues. Stuff like this always reminds me of my friend who decided to study music theory because they wanted to study something without math. Lamau. I think the whole like music theory is math meme gets taken a bit too literally. It's a bit overstated how true that is, but like it is true if you're gonna study it. Like it feels like doing math a lot of the time. Yeah. I guess the part that I disagree with about like music theory is math is like people say like, well, you're good at math, so you'd be good at music. Like I don't think that's necessarily true. They're very different approaches and like different you're doing different things, but it's like there's elements of it at a very low level that are mathematical fundamentally. No, I don't dislike PNG tubers really. It's just like there's a whole meme about them, right? I was more going for the specifically like the rant tuber aesthetic, where like it's some like dude in a suit and a top hat, like some fucking twink with a mustache. Maybe not the mustache, maybe that's just Tesla, but like kind of like the edgy rant tuber energy is what I more meant than just any PNG tuber. Because I can vibe with some PNG tubers. Oh, you had a unique perspective of seeing the rant sewn in the video, then being like, oh, that's what you meant when you were in chat that one time? Yeah, I made some ominous allusions to that when I was in, I think, Molly's first comment response stream. I love being a smug asshole sometimes, I'm sorry. Crossed arm PNG and all the thumbnails, yeah. I never really put together the connections with Noelle at the last part. It's interesting to think about, though. I think it convinces me further that Snowgrave will be something exclusive to Noelle, or just a one-time event in Chapter 2. It doesn't really make sense to break the game with a chapter like Toriel, or with a character like Toriel, or when that's Noelle's whole thing. I kind of know what you mean. There's lots of different opinions on like what the weird roots are going to be going forward, whether it's going to be every chapter, whether it's going to be any future chapter, or whether it'll... one that I've heard is that weird roots will occur on certain future chapters depending on whether or not Noelle is there, which I could sort of see that, but I really just don't know. I frankly feel like it could be anything at this point, which is kind of exciting at least. I wonder how the whole glitch hunting thing would play into Noelle potentially being the angel. Maybe she'll backward long jump her way into godhood, or break the entire game and reconstruct it into the angel's heaven. There is an interesting parallel I've seen in like... I feel like it's in like fucking like McElroy Brothers videos, like Monster Hunter and stuff. There's always this like... You can segue very easily from glitches in video games to like cosmic horror. They're like very easy to collate, especially for comedy, but just in general, like I feel like glitches in games maps very well onto like, if you project yourself into the universe, then what you're looking at is cosmic horror, which sort of ties into like angels and deities and stuff like that. I can a little bit see what you mean there, yeah. Molly hopes that future weird roots aren't all just, it's this chapter, but you kill everyone. You kill everyone, everyone dies. It's going for that glitch hunting angle. Yeah, that would be ideal for me, as if the weird roots were all unique and like, you know, weird, but that's what I'd hope for anyway. I'd like that. €6 from Plankberry. The background of your profile looks kind of like that chord I just played a couple minutes ago, huh? I guess I'll say it here. The German translation of Elektronentrocknung is done. Finished it while listening to this. Fucking sick, dude. It's so weird to me. I just remember every once in a while, like at 3 in the morning, I'm like, wait, there's like a German version of Elektronentrocknung. It's like, I think it exists in 3 languages now, but I think you might be the first person to finish the full thing. That's crazy though. Good work on that, man. Oh yeah, someone in chat's referencing Carboys being existential. That's totally what I mean too. Yeah, Carboys goes fucking nuts. Where did the term weird root even start? I think weird root is like the internal name. Either that or like side B or something like that. Snowgrave and stuff is the fanon name. I think it's a pretty accurate description. Snowgrave is a cool name. Yeah, I enjoy the Snowgrave name personally. But you know what'll happen if there's more weird roots? There's not a problem here. It's just Chapter 2's weird root will keep being called the Snowgrave root, and the future ones will have their own names, but they'll collectively be the weird root. I think that's the ideal solution there. It's referenced to side B once. That's probably a Homestuck reference. Don't worry about it. Okay. I don't think I have anything to say about Gaster's side of the theory, though. Editing a week later. I do have something to say now. Noelle is implied to be the angel, or at least have some sort of connection to the angel. At the same time, Gaster has connections to the number 666, and by extension to the devil. If Noelle is an angel and Gaster is the devil, what would that make? That would make the two of them opposed in a way. I have seen a lot of that, like trying to figure out what the 666 means. I feel like the presence of angels and 666 does sort of almost beg you to start beating your head against like a Christian theological interpretation. That stuff doesn't really excite me that much personally. Like, I don't really want to have to go read the Ars Goetia to make an Undertale theory, but some people are into that. It is really weird at 666 though. It's such like a crusty, like tropey satanic thing just to include. It almost feels like a shit post. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's not just Gaster stats are 666, like you find Mystery Man at fund value 66. There's a church in Hometown. Yeah, I know. I know. There is some religious symbolism. Yeah, it's. I'm just not sure where it's going with that. It's interesting. Survey program is version 0.6.6.6. Yeah, he's not subtle about it. Like, he really wants you to pick up on the fact that maybe the number means something. Yeah, and the bunker noise is Gaster's theme slowed down, or not Gaster's theme. It's smile.og slowed down by 666%. Azipants OTP, another real one. I have a friend that swears by the theory that Lancer is Gaster, solely because he hears Gaster's motif in card casts. That's unfortunate. I hope you can help him recover from that. This video reminds me of why I dropped my music major. It's not that bad. I would say, as someone who studied music and computer science at university, music is slightly easier than computer science still. But computer science is still a lot easier than, like, engineering math and stuff. Maybe linguistics is harder than anything else, though. I took one linguistics course and got, like, flashbanged by syntax trees. Yeah, 666 has like creepypasta vibes. I kind of see what you mean in chat there. It ties into the Snowgrave feeling like a creepypasta. In all seriousness, this was extremely well done, and even if there wasn't any big discoveries or theories, the journey and analysis of the music was entertaining, and a great crash course in basic music theory. And it gets cut off. Shit. Why does it get cut off? That's such a pain. I'm actually glad about that, though. Like, that's what I was figuring. Like, even if the conclusion was lackluster, a lot of people did like the conclusion, but like, I didn't really know how it would turn out when I was still making the video, so I was just banking on like, even if this goes nowhere, it'll still be really useful as just to like, as a reference and for people to learn about music theory. And the whole Noelle segment at the end was like something I wrote after the whole video was complete, and that was the last step. I was like, well, what's the conclusion? I guess it's this, and then I slapped it in there and just kind of hoped it would work. Electrical engineering here. DSP ties in pretty beautifully with both math and music. Yeah, I took DSP in university too. It was part of the music kind of thing. And it's pretty... DSP is fascinating. Like, learning about the Fourier transform is really like a... It opens your perspective of like a lot of things in the world. A lot of modern technology and how it works. But I wouldn't say it's easy. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, dark side Phil. Yeah, digital signal processing. Sorry, that's DSP. Which is like everything, by the way. It's communication over the internet, communication over radio, how MP3 files are encoded. All of that ties into digital signal processing. Another butt from Chloe C. Thank you. No message. Thanks, though. Call me contrarian, but I really didn't like Noelle that much when Chapter 2 came out. However, the ending of this video got me a lot more excited for Noelle as a character than I was before. After Susie's amazing arc in Chapter 1, I was pretty hyped for Noelle in Chapter 2, but after finally meeting up with her, I was disappointed. After she talked about Susie for the 18th time, it started getting annoying for me. I get that she has a crush, but it was weird for me that Toby decided to fixate on that aspect of her so much. Shortly after finishing Chapter 2, my friend and I were talking about Noelle, and we both felt like her whole character was just I like Susie, and that she and Noelle just felt like Undyne and Alfie's remix, but worse. I sort of can empathize, yeah. Noelle was very... A lot of Noelle's screen time in Chapter 2 was just devoted to like, she has a crush on Susie. You get it? It felt very overt, yeah, but I think we're going to get a lot more Noelle in the future is the thing, so all we've seen so far is like the intro to the romantic subplot, I guess, plus a little bit of extra characterization. I don't know why Schwarzenegger said that. I think I was going for The Simpsons. That's the joke. Probably shouldn't have been so harsh back then, since there was we're still a whole 5 chapters worth of character development to go, but maybe if I was more observant, I could have picked up on these great hints, like what's in the video showcase. To be fair, a lot of them are from the Spamton sweepstakes. It was a lot harder to take Noelle that seriously as like a plot-relevant character, I think, before that. The Snowgrave obviously was like a big help, but it's weird how much the Spamton sweepstakes did to flesh out Noelle. But hey, that's why you watch these videos, right? Just to get bigger nerds to think about it for me, haha. That's a joke, don't do that. Oh, I don't get to think about it? That's too bad. Oh, hey, you're in chat. What's up? Yorgi. It is pretty funny in Chapter 2, like just how obviously thirsty Noelle is the whole time she's in the party with Susie. It is actually really funny. Like there were no holds barred. Well, you can't blame Noelle fully if they're just teens, especially sometimes. You just make having a crush your whole personality without thinking. Yes, I know. It's not unrealistic for teenagers. It's just really funny. Yeah, Cherry PG in chat is advocating for more disaster lesbians in fiction. I think if I didn't know what that term meant, knowing that it's related to Noelle perfectly explains it. Yeah, it's... The video editing is first class. Great work and thank you. Well, thank you. Is it weird that I think his Undertale video is one of the best videos on the internet and that I watch it regularly? You're asking me? I don't feel like I'm qualified to answer that, but maybe chat can offer an opinion. I mean, I like it a lot. I like my Undertale video. I think it's pretty good. Thanks for that, though. Best video on the internet. I'll take it. I'll take it. I've heard training for sumo wrestling can be very harsh, more than just what you have to do to get your body in shape, especially with the ranked divisions of sumo forming with basically a caste system. I understand the point of maintaining culture, but a lot of what goes on behind the scenes in sumo seems unnecessary and cruel. That being said, it's fun to watch, so maybe it's fine. This is one of the few actually cogent essays on sumo. Oh, it's Benji. Hi, Benji. That's a pretty concise summary. It's it has a very rigid caste system. You basically have to like be willing to abuse yourself and or be abused to make it in the business. It's like super Hollywood in that way. And it's like basically the way it's structured, where the wrestlers live in communal housing and you're not allowed to question your coach or complain. It's like, it's a seedbed for abuse, basically. There's lots of horror stories of sumo wrestlers being treated very badly, and you're just not supposed to complain, because the whole point is to like, you're supposed to be toughening yourself up, right? So, but people get fucked up, like if they don't manage to like deal with it, then they just end up dropping out and dealing with PTSD for the rest of their life, basically. Molly says, my Undertale video did honestly genuinely kind of help me my theory. Oh, because your way of explaining how it clicked so hard for you resonated a lot and helped me apply those concepts to Deltarune. That's really cool. I'm glad to hear that. Like, that's what really makes the Undertale video so personal to me, was that like, it wasn't the hardest video to make. Like, this video took more production time, but like, it was by far the hardest script to write. It took way more drafts than anything else, and it was all just like explaining really intangible stuff in a way that made some iota of sense. And that's like, that's the most interesting video essay content often, in my opinion, is just like really personal experiences described in a way that is somewhat universal. And like, so if that's what you're going for with the device theory, then it's like, that's really cool. A similar thing of these thoughts have been in my mind for so long, but you put it in a way it probably couldn't have at the time. Yeah, it's so satisfying to just be able to do it, though. Like, if you've been stuck with these thoughts and like you feel a certain way but just haven't been able to articulate them, it's very, very satisfying to like just really sit down and like nail it down just in a script and like actually get it. Yeah, I'd recommend it. But fuck, it's hard though. It takes a long time. Regarding that one segment before the analysis of the world revolving, I think people get the wrong idea that Andrew's videos are meant to be shocking or revolutionary. Yeah, so this is another statement of support for my boring-ass theories, which I of course appreciate, but as I said way earlier, I feel guilty about baiting so many of these because I really wasn't being very serious in that section. But yeah, I do agree with, like, there is value to just fact-checking and, like, going over the evidence, and that is my preferred approach, of course. Like, I really like it when you just stick a bunch of stuff together and the answer is obvious. That's how I prefer to go about it. Because I'm just not really very interested in speculating for its own sake. Yes, Jaru is always available, says this comment, for if you want something other than the dry analysis. Molly is still tweaking part 3 because I wanted to hit especially, but translating my experience with media into more personal but universal is the best shit to me. It's great. It really is great when it works, and I wish you luck with that, because I want to hear it. Why Ralsei is actually Asriel's corpse. Shoutouts to that one Jaru video. I enjoy Andrew's analysis because that's what they are. They're analysis. They don't make things up. Yeah, I feel like I'm sucking myself off a bit reading this, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. So thank you. Ah, real Andrew Cunningham video alert. Alerta, alerta, Andrew Cunningham video. Cool. Send out the alert, dude. Holy shit, Andrew Cunningham based Help Tale reference. Yes, I referenced the AU that I'd never heard of and I've never read and I know nothing about. I'm not afraid to reference things I know nothing about if I think it's funny. I do that sometimes. Protective shield! Protective shield! No Marcianito! No duendes! I hope that signal's reached Alpha Centauri by now, or whatever. You've learned that Andrew does not, in fact, know what Helptail is. Oh no, so this person must have come onto the Discord server or something and gotten red-pilled. So sadly, that's -1 point, but luckily it's counteracted by the fact that you have made a good video. Oh, I guess that works. The whiplash of Helptail with that other drawing of Sans was probably the most unhinged thing I've seen in any of my videos. It was just pictures of Sans. Like, I just have a folder full of weird Sanses now. I just tried to show like an escalating level of fandom brain rot needed to like draw these creatures. Can I play any instruments? Yeah, piano mostly, but I played trumpet in high school. It goes from sexy Sans to the fucking horrors, yeah. Sans really does run the gamut, like, Sans does not constrain himself to any one idea or concept or tone. Sans is all things to all people. The white-haired human twunk Sans, like, it's coming at you. What someone had to draw that. That's such an interesting idea, just picturing whoever was drawing that. Like, it was a real vibe back in the day, man. All the Sanses. Andrew's 12 terabyte folder of Sans picture. Yeah. The funniest joke in the video is that he thought any amount of visual aid would help me understand music theory any better. He built and explained the whole ass machine, and all I can say is, yep, those songs do indeed sound similar. I think some people got something out of the diagram, so it was worth it. It was still worth it. Me being unhinged is also why it's impossible for him to be overdramatic, to go back to a much earlier comment. I'm still not quite sure what you mean, but like maybe there's something to it, I don't know. See, someone in chat says you actually understand classic music notation a bit thanks to the machine. It helps with some people, so that's good. The whole vibe makes it impossible to be over. I think the reason I can never be over dramatic is because I'd never like let myself. Like I would cringe too hard at myself to make anyone else cringe on my behalf. That's how it works, basically. Oh, someone in chat's a professional musician and the diagram still helped your comprehension because of the intervals. That's cool. Yeah, even if you know the music theory, it's still, like, just writing down the info concretely is very helpful, like just the intervals, listing them out. Although I should say that normally in music theory, intervals are listed in, like, a weirder and less consistent way, where, like, instead of just listing the semitones, you'd say, like, a minor second and a perfect fifth. But I thought that would just be too confusing to explain, so I went for a more general mathematical kind of notation. Molly thinks it helped, because music theory is archaic as fuck fundamentally. Yeah. Music theory is weird. It's It's like mathematical, but it's also based on a bunch of really, really ancient, crusty conventions that weren't built with like consistency in mind at all. It's just a big conglomeration of like 300 years of history and tradition. So it's good in a lot of ways, it's over specialized in other ways, and it's just fundamentally bad in some third ways. The white man music theory is dumb. Do you just mean like European tonalism? Because that's basically what it boils down to. Like when you say music theory, people usually mean like Western tonality, which is like essentially, you know, Europe, Italy, Germany, England, other places too, probably. It is almost universal, but there are other music systems from like different places in the world. I think most of them still use like the same partitioning of the octave, but I think in like Balinese music, for example, you have a 7-fold partition of the octave instead of a 12-fold or something like that. So it isn't fundamentally, none of it's like fundamental to human perception besides maybe like octave equivalents. It's all cultural. I'm pretty sure octave equivalence is fundamental though. Like even animals somehow, people have determined they have octave equivalents. I don't know how. I don't know how they determine that, but I've heard that. Is there going to be a part 2 stream? Yeah, probably. Maybe like in another week. I want to do another normal stream between them. I don't want to just immediately do this again tomorrow. You've used jazz harmony and blues concepts for pop music and getting meaning out of it. Yeah, even jazz harmony is kind of rooted in like Western tonality though. Like Western tonality is a very big and ubiquitous umbrella. Despite the fact that it's not the only music theory, it's like, I think like a lot of people, all music they've ever heard could be classified as Western tonal, for example. Like it's very, very ubiquitous. So I think fundamentally jazz still follows a lot of classical rules. It has more stuff outside that and a different approach to harmonizing stuff. I have not decided what to stream next, no. I guess I'll decide after I stop the stream today. I had some ideas, I just can't remember at the moment. Xenoblade and Toho. No. I'm gonna say no to that. Alright. Comment. I've been tearing my hair out for years over people misassigning the Gaster leitmotif to basically every Toby song under the sun, so I appreciate this video's existence. I personally still find the connection to the secret boss leitmotif a bit far-fetched, but I can see the arguments behind them. I just think that the steps required to get from one melody to the other doesn't really match the thought process a composer would normally have, and I say that as a part-time composer myself, so I believe I can at least have some credence here. That's interesting. I mean, I could definitely see that being the case, but I also want to, I guess, emphasize that, like, I was also speaking as a composer when I said that I could see the steps, so we're both right. It's just that, like, there's no one mindset that just being a composer lets you share a mindset with every other composer, and fundamentally neither of us still know what Toby Fox was thinking, so we can only kind of guess depending on our own experiences. Because to me, it is intuitive how you would create the world evolving from Gaster's theme. Surprisingly, the breakdown of Noel's theme makes more sense to me, something I hadn't really considered until you brought it up, but the points you actually brought up convinced me there's some kind of connection there. The contour is basically the exact same, only ending on a weak beat tonic instead of repeating ad infinitum. Well, it's not just the contour, the intervals are the same is the trick, but maybe you were just speaking informally. That's more so the thought process I would expect a composer like Toby to have, instead of what you proposed for the Secret Boss theme. I mean, it's easier to see, because it's like, there's basically no alteration even in the Noel's case, but in the world revolving, like if you just take the first part of that segment where I'm saying like, here's the basic motif, ba da 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 da, like it doesn't take much modification to get Gaster's theme out of that. But most of that segment was me going like pushing it further and saying like, well, if this first thing is Gaster's theme, then like look how many other ways it sort of appears continuing on in the melody. And you do have to do more extensive modification to make it work for all those examples, but like, I think if you dial it right back, there's a similar level of Gasteriness to like the basic freedom motif quote and that one quote from Girl Next Door. The implications are extremely juicy, so either way, it's now in my head until it's your head canon until chapter 3 comes out. The Girl Next Door specifically, yeah. Thanks for the video. Looking forward to what's coming next. Well, I hope you like devlogs, sir. I sounded like Germa when I sang? That's not good. Uh-oh. What about Xenogears? I don't even know what Xenogears is, dude. Sumo wrestling should be banned, it's too sweaty. Cringe. Nice use of the Everhood OST. Thank you. I think I only used it like once. Maybe twice, but I did use it. Honestly, to me, Card Castle and Chaos King Gaster motif sounds closer to the background music from the middle of Once Upon a Time. You mean da 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 da. Da 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 da. It is that da 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 da. I think that is the same pattern, so there's something to that. I highly doubt there's any relationship between them. It's just a very, you know, kind of simple progression, but it does sound similar. I've never even watched sumo wrestling. What the hell? Well, maybe you can start. I don't know. I think sumo wrestling is an ethic sport, even if it is a bit on the fat side. Cringe. All these people trying to give opinions, and all they see is the fat people. Educate yourselves on sumo. If they slim down a bit, they'd all look like fucking, you know, power lifters, basically. There's actually not that much fat. There's a good bit of fat, but like, you know, they'd be massive without the fat still. Like, go look at Takakeisho. No, not Takakeisho is really fat. Never mind. No, Wakataka Kage. That's the guy I'm thinking of. He is like a really like jacked looking dude. He looks like a bodybuilder, and he competes with people who are just like the really, you know, the saggy fat men too. But that's Wakataka Kage is what sumo wrestlers look like underneath the fat, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, there's a Redhead DJ. Another one of those Deltarune theory people. I watched part of this video, actually. I thought it was, or no, it was this one. Yeah, the Ultimate Mega Theory on Future Chapters. I actually quite enjoyed this one. I wasn't expecting to, because it was like, solving Chapter 7! That's pretty sus, but it's pretty grounded. Just kind of goes over some like ways the character arcs could progress. I like that one. Do I personally know every Deltarune creator? Not really, but I mean, they tend to accumulate on my server. A lot of them are part of my Discord server, so I do know a lot. Glad to see someone finally analyze the topic using proper tools and music theory to make it comprehensible in a way that me, who knows little about music theory, can understand the analysis. Now for that wild conclusion. I knew that there had to be some connection between Noelle and Gaster due to the Java cookie, Des, the blogs, and the eggs, but hearing the snippets of Gaster's motif in Noelle's theme sort of shocked me. Your analysis of Noelle, where you mentioned her being the one finding secrets and Gaster being the secret, has got to be one of the most meta things I've ever heard about this game. It's a good line. Sometimes you just gotta put it the right way, you know? But it's a cool concept, yeah. Although I kind of saw that coming, I wasn't ready for it to shine in brightly colored neon. If you don't think Noelle is going to be an important character after hearing that, I don't know what will. Thanks. I'm glad it hit so hard, you know? Another great video, though increasingly aggressive Homestuck references are concerning. Well, it is, I guess, concerning that the Homestuck references are becoming more aggressive the longer I get from... How do you describe it? I haven't reread Homestuck at all since 2019, but like the Gaster references are increasing. The Homestuck references are increasing. Oh my god. Fuck. I guess I'm getting a bit delirious after this long. It's almost been 6 hours. Yeah, I'm not gonna make a Homestuck video. Probably not. You have to have a meeting with Andrew before becoming a Deltarune creator. You super don't. That's probably not how it works. I seriously never thought about Noelle in that way. The musical connections totally surprised me. Obviously we knew that she was special considering her sister and that she's literally what enables the Weird Root in Chapter 2. But now I'm definitely convinced that she'll continue to be an MVP for later on in the story. She has such a unique effect on the Dark Worlds. Yeah, I think Noelle does have the potential to continue to have a role like that, and that would be exciting to me. I'm not the godfather of Deltarune theorists. I think I'm just one of the larger channels that has a public Discord. Like, Half-Bred Chaos is a bigger channel than me, but they just don't have a public Discord server. Mystic probably has a public Discord, right? I actually don't know. I think Mystic's also a much larger channel. Outson says yes. Does Shay have something? I think Shay has a server, yeah. It's funny, I never hear about Mystic's server. I'd imagine I'd like hear more references to like shit going on there, but it's only I only ever hear about like the under r/Deltarune server and like maybe occasionally Shay's server, yeah. Molly says Mystic server is chill. That's cool. How much bread have I watched? I haven't watched a ton of Half-Bread's videos. I've watched a couple here and there. How dare you drop this so casually on me? What was this, I wonder?
Reading Higurashi.
Higurashi, am I right?
Or jumping into a volcano.
Am I right? Okay. I love doing a reference that just horribly flashbangs 3 people in the audience and no one else knows what I'm talking about. That's what I live for. The flashbanging 3 people thing is me, but with Project Moon Lobotomy Corporation. You're putting in the Lobotomy Corporation references that no one else gets? I see. I remember that game. I think I watched someone play it once, but yeah. References would be lost on me for sure. That's a SCP adjacent, right? Like copyright-free SCP. Even though I think SCP is Creative Commons, but you know. Oh, it's a big one. Very tangentially related to Undertale music hypothesis, not Gaster, impossible. Have you ever wondered why the song and ending is essentially a one-to-one reprise of Spear of Justice? Especially when the neutral endings usually don't have anything to do with Undyne specifically. You're asking? Well, it's the same. It uses... I've heard it described as the underground motif. Da 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 da. That thing, which is in like a lot of the Undertale area themes and also Undyne's theme and also an ending. So it's, I guess the answer is that it's not Undyne's theme, it's like a broader theme that Undyne happens to quote. But okay, there's more to this though. I went into the ruins theme, yeah, but it's ba 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 da 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 ba la ba da 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 da. And waterfall ba 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 da 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 da. It pops up a lot. Tragedy of the Monsters theme. Is that what the fucking wiki says? Talk about an overblown nomenclature. Yeah, it's in the ruins, it's in Underdyne, it's in Waterfall. Well, you're probably aware that an ending also plays during Undyne's death scene on a neutral route. I didn't actually know that. Alright, that's actually cool if true. The rare Undyne neutral death. Hardly ever happens. I have an inclination that the song was written specifically for that scene and then was repurposed for the neutral endings. Huh, that's actually an interesting take. Why would Toby do this and not make a new song? I don't know. Why does the ruins theme have Spear of Justice in it? Oh, that's a rhetorical question. Okay. More like Toby Fox is much more haphazard with his use of leitmotifs than people give him credit for. I mean, usually it makes a lot of sense. That seems like kind of a... I don't know, like this, you haven't tied it into like... An ending is also quoting like the waterfall and the area themes too, so... I think Toby Fox doesn't care much about following set guidelines or design principles in all aspects of his work. Musical connections he will be made obvious when it's convenient and especially meaningful. Part of analyzing his music is understanding that sometimes a Spear of Justice is playing in the background for no real reason. I think you've gone a bit overboard with this, like, again, like, citing it's Undyne's theme and why is it other places, I think that's backwards. I think it's like, it's a broader theme that means more than one thing, but also Undyne channels it as part of her theme song. Because Undyne already has a theme. It's da 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 da, and then the sort of the an ending theme comes in as like a B section. So I don't think this is quite cause for alarm here. Fighting on behalf of all the monsters, yeah. Addendum. This comment is not meant to discredit connections you make in videos, particularly Noel stuff. Since Deltarune is unfinished, we obviously don't know what is or isn't meaningful in the soundtrack and can't really lay anything to rest the way I was implying about Undertale. I mean, I would defend Undertale's use of leitmotifs as being more consistent than maybe you're giving it credit for. There's a few weird ones. The weirdest one in Undertale by far is the da 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 ba ba da 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 da, because that appears in like Hopes and Dreams. It's in Snowden. It's in Date Start. Like, why is it in Hopes and Dreams? What the fuck is that? That's just weird. I think that's the one, right? Da 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 da. Da 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 ba ba ya ba. Yeah, that's. I think it's in Hopes and Dreams. And Dating Start in the Shop. Yeah, it's like Snowden, but also other things. That one's a bit inconsistent, or at least hard to nail down exactly what it's for. The wiki lists it as like the Dreams theme or something weird like that. That's how you know they don't know what the fuck's going on. Well, the ghost theme is in Spider Dance because it's just the mini boss theme, I think, is the idea. Suddenly it can make sense by just rephrasing it, you know, like, why is the spider got the ghost theme? But no, it's like, well, it's the mini boss theme, you know. Yes, and now that same theme, of course, is in Deltarune too. I think it's in the beginning segment, maybe. It's hard to remember offhand. You want to see me play Chrono Cross? I played Chrono Trigger, and I'm sort of done with that now. I think that was enough Chrono for me. Anyway.
This is so banger.
I'm glad to hear it. Oh boy, yes. The surprise collab. Shoutouts to the Toffee enjoyers in chat here. I'm looking forward to when Toffee gets that new video out, because they were talking about, it's about like sampling, I think. Like sampling and retro game music and stuff. Very interesting. So I'm kind of hoping that's going to come out sometime soon. Because that video about like reconstructing the Undertale soundtrack was like just a real banger out of nowhere. It has 1.4 million views for a reason. Like it was filling a niche that needed to be filled, and it was really well done. So like, I want to see Toffee do more stuff about that. Your video production skills are insane. Seriously, just a visual feast every time you upload. Thank you for the videos. Excited about RAM. What did I reply to here? Oh, it's just a very nice thing this person said. Well, thanks again to that person for saying that. Oh, here's Yellow Snake with the shortest comment of all time. I don't know enough about sumo wrestling to know if it's an act of humiliation or honor, but I respect any plus-size person that can pull off a thong. And of course, it's called the mawashi. Yeah, it is. It's certainly considered an act of honor. They look like that just because it's optimal, basically, for the sport. The Gaster sumo. Another Yeek head found. I did stream Yeek. You can watch those if you want. Please, no Rantsona. No Rantsona. Please. It's okay. The Rantsona canonically dies during the world revolving transition. His head is fucking gone. He's dead now. My castle town, I think this is a guess as to what the note is. That is like the legend. I don't know what key that's in offhand, but if it's the same key as the legend, then that's an A, which is a semitone too high, so who knows. My castle town's in C. By the way, my castle town, here's a fun fact. It uses the Cruel Angel's Thesis chord progression. It's exactly the same chords. Andrew, the stream is 6 hours long already. You've only gotten past 1 day. That's how these go. Like, I never make it through all the comments. I think Molly made it through all the comments, which is insane to me. Like, maybe she's just really that much faster at reading, or there's shorter comments. I don't know. But I was sure that Molly wasn't going to get through them all, but I think she did. That's kind of funny. Legend is A minor, Empty Town is B minor, My Castle Town is C minor. It's just like ascending the A minor scale. Each song is going to be 1 key higher. Yeah, most of the stream is not reading comments, it's reading chat, but reading chat's also the fun part, so, you know. Yeah, even with 2 streams, I've never gotten through all the comments on a video before. I usually give it like about 16 hours total comment reading. That's not enough. DMCA666 is an amazing name. I agree. Speaking as a hobbyist composer, the thing that's always stuck with me about Gaster's theme is that it's such a basic motif that you'd really have to go out of your way to avoid accidentally quoting it. In video game music circles, especially ones rooted in retro video game music, a whole minor second of a perfect fifth is just kind of a stock, pretty sounding line that's used in melodies all the time. Most commonly as, 2 flat 3 flat 7 over the minor 7 chord. Yeah, so like, okay. Just rest assured that I know what this means. Or 7-1-5 over a major 7, yeah. Quiet and Falling from Celeste does that, yeah. So does the Link to the Past dungeon music. That's my issue with Gaster's theme. It's so reliant on regular musical vocabulary that it's hard for it to stand on its own merits. All the other character themes in Undertale Deltarune are so much more distinct and elaborate than Gaster's theme. It's hard for me to consider it a leitmotif. It almost sounds like just the intro of a song and a real melody would come in later. Anyway, I personally think most instances of this motif is just Toby composing using common tricks without thinking about it too much. To actually properly quote Gaster's theme, I'd argue we need to keep it almost completely intact and probably use a SNES piano sample for good measure, like in another hymn. And Darkness Falls. I don't think the piano is going to be relevant regardless, but those are the only 2 songs where I'm fully convinced the quote is intentional. I could see it potentially being the basis for Jevil's theme, though. Unrelated, but what's giving me way more brain rot is that Frida motif sounds exactly like the melody that starts at 028 in Macbeth from Star Fox 2. Okay, I'm not following up on that one, but so I'll say to this what I've said to several before, which is that this is very true, and I would be much more on board with thinking along these lines. Like, it is easy to accidentally quote Gaster's theme, but if it really was that easy, I would expect to find just as many of these accidental occurrences in Undertale's soundtrack as in Deltarune's soundtrack, and based on my exploration, I haven't. Like, there's not as much weird Gastery shit in Undertale as there is in Deltarune, so that makes me think there is something more to it. Oh wait, My Funky Town is an E minor, so that means in Chapter 3 we should expect a D minor one. This is a theory, that's a testable hypothesis. Everyone pay attention, if you get a D minor Castletown remix in Chapter 3, or even D major, who knows, it'll be the world's most useless theory will be confirmed. That the key signatures of the Castletown musics are ascending each chapter. And it's not just 4 notes, by the way. That's an exaggeration. Like, it is 4 notes, but it's also 4 notes that repeat. It's also 4 notes that repeat and modulate downward after repeating 4 times. Like, there's a little bit more information there. And actually, I relied on that modulation quite a lot in the video. Like, there were a few tracks that were primarily supported by the modulation, such as, like, Waltz of Sekon Masada, for example. So I think it's actually very important to listen for the modulation as well as the usual intervals and stuff. I talk at such a quick pace, but the video is still 50 minutes long. You wonder what it would look like if I was doing the Jaru method. Probably a bit longer, yeah. I speak so quickly in the videos, it's about as quickly as I can speak without stumbling over words. And even then, I still do sometimes, and I have to do several takes. Honestly, I've always enjoyed the way these theories were grounded, and it's made you my favorite Deltarune theorist. It always seems like a lot of Deltarune theories are really elaborate fanfictions, while yours is much more focused on evidence actually found in game. It's more of a preference thing. Oh, this one got cut off again. Fuck, why does that keep happening? I'm glad this topic in particular was discussed because it's pretty irritating. People say they're, well, like, I want to follow up on that one. Fuck. Hang on. There it is, okay. I'm glad this topic in particular was discussed because it's pretty irritating people, seeing people say there are instances of Gaster's theme where it isn't and there wouldn't make any sense. Also amazingly edited and amazingly made as usual. Thank you. Alright. I'll just keep the comment, the YouTube Studio comment tab open in the background if that happens in the future, I guess. I know you can't see. I was looking at my backend page. I didn't want you to see that. I'm honestly so appalled that no one truly cares about the ethics of sumo wrestling. The fact that in the year 2023 I cannot find a single comment talking about the ethics of sumo wrestling on a Deltarune video. Truly the degradation of society in its purest form. You didn't look very hard, dude. There's like 100 of them. There's actually so many. Oh my god, Andrew Cunningham actually uploaded. I did. TF2 mentioned, we're so back, boys. Did I mention TF2? Oh, I referenced Meet the Spy, that's right. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I somehow noticed that Checker Dance was in the wrong key, but I didn't know by how much. Interesting. This could be a case of perfect pitch, or I think I said that. I went back and forth with Toffee. I said, Toffee, can you make me a checker dance that's like in the wrong key? And they're like, yes. How wrong? And it was like, so we essentially settled on the one that was like the most off key we could make it before it started sounding distorted. But like changing the pitch of a sound font does change the timbre of it, so you do notice a bit of a difference even if you don't know the pitch. It was pretty good though. It fooled most people. One-shot reference in your Deltarune video? It's more likely than you think. Yeah, I like one-shot. I was going to do a video about it once, and then I sort of just... It's been too long since I was, like, into that train of thought. It turned into the Undertale video, the one-shot part got lost. I don't know if I have it in me to, like, go back and make that again, because it's just, like, I was hyped up about a thing, then I stopped being hyped up about it, and, like, there's more stuff to do now. I should make mini videos. That would be nice to make a small video if I could fucking actually do it. I play a lot of Celeste, chat. I've played a lot of Celeste. That's what perfect pitch is? I thought the checker dance bit was obvious. That probably is, yeah. Like if you could actually hear the pitch and it was different, then yeah. Yeah, Molly doesn't know if she'll ever make a main channel video less than 60 minutes. I'm most comfy around like the 20-30 minute range. I feel like I just couldn't fucking say anything in like 6 minutes. Like less than 10 minutes is like I've just gotten through my intro by then, and that 6 minutes have passed. And I try to be concise too. Like I really spend a lot of time shaving my scripts down. Onion San's battle theme is going to be really cool, I can just tell. I hope so. Everyone forgets Gallery. Not only is it one of the few tracks in all caps, but the only other ones being Another Hymn or Secret Boss tracks. But when you reverse Gallery, you get a slightly distorted Gaster's theme. This is, yeah, a couple people mentioned Gallery. It's like, why didn't you talk about it? It's a Gaster quote. If I didn't talk about it, generally it's because the quote was so bad that it wasn't worth bringing up, in my opinion. Gallery is like, I think it's basically just Your Best Nightmare really fast. Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. Which, like, if you reverse it, it's still not Gaster's theme. It's different. If you reverse it and then change it again, maybe it's Gaster's theme, but like, it's not the same anymore. Like, you've done all this shit to it. I really don't think there's much of a resemblance between Gaster's theme and Gallery, and also it already quotes another known leitmotif, which is like Your Best Nightmare, so I didn't see any point in bringing this up. Yeah, what's up with Your Best Nightmare, by the way? It says chat, there's 2 instances. Yes, in I think Imminent Death and Gallery, it's referenced, which I guess just means it's like a generic horror theme that Toby uses. That could be it. It doesn't necessarily have to be just for Flowey. I doubt Flowey's presence is being implied by this. So it might just be a sort of a vague callback to Undertale. You feel neutral about sumo wrestling. Don't know about that Andrew guy, though. Me neither. I'm definitely not built like a sumo wrestler. The 4 copies of Gaster's theme in a trench coat made you howl with laughter. I'm glad. If you remove the melody and replace it with Gaster's theme, it sounds like Gaster's theme. That was what some of the responses to Jaru's like Pian Pian manhunt sounded like, when Jaru just basically put out a public announcement being like, anyone who knows about music, please find shit in Pian Pian for me. And I was made aware of this, and I went and watched some of the videos that were getting sent in, and it was like sort of on that level. It's like, well, I edited the song until it's not the same song, and I put Gaster's theme in, and you can sort of hear this Gaster's theme now. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Susie's theme is very similar to the Your Best Nightmare. It was... I don't know if it's Susie's. I think it's the Imminent Death one that plays... I can't remember now. It's like something related to Susie has that theme in it, but I don't remember exactly where it was. It's in The Dark Truth? It is, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Ba 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 ba. It is kind of in The Dark Truth. You're right. I think that's the same. Great vid as always. Since it kind of ended up being about Noelle's musical connection to Gaster, and Noelle is my favorite, here's a fun thing I noticed with a bit of one of her songs showing up in a place you wouldn't expect. There's a 5-note motif from Lost Girl that appears in The Dark Truth. Oh, I was just talking about that. Not this, but, you know, The Dark Truth. The song that plays when Ralsei tells everyone, yeah. Exact same notes relative to which song's key. This is long, okay. It's easier to hear in The Dark Truth first, as it's more isolated there. It's the first 5 melodic not bassy notes, starting about 30 seconds in. I'm curious. I want to hear this, actually. I will look it up. So 30 seconds in. Na 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 na. Yep, that is in Lost Girl and Her Girl Next Door. Na 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 na. Is it also Don't Forget though? Because this immediately goes into Don't Forget. Na 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 na. So. Na 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 da 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 da. I'm not sure that does appear in Don't Forget. Hang on. Da 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 da. I can't say for sure, but I think that is unique, and it does match the da 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 in Noelle's theme. Yeah, there's something to that. There's something to that. You think that's just forget? I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. I don't think that first part plays. Listen to your power. All right. I'm just taking requests at this point. That's just the main don't forget leitmotif. Da 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 da. But this is da 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 da, which is different. I think it is actually different. My voice is beautiful. I'm glad. That's what they pay me the big bucks for. All right. So I do hear this. Da 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 da. Yep. Yep. A bit of Noelle's song appears in the song about the roaring, right alongside the bit of Don't Forget. That is actually kind of significant and cool. I didn't realize that. Because that is immediately recognizable as part of Noelle's theme. And I'm surprised at how well it fits, actually. Like, it's very... It doesn't stick out. It feels like it leads naturally into the Don't Forget sort of ending, but it's not exactly the same as the first part of Don't Forget. Yeah, I'll show you Lost Girl for comparison, I guess, yeah. Even Girl Next Door has it, I think. Okay, skip. This is the Gaster guitar. Or maybe it doesn't have it. Maybe it is just Lost Girl. Was that it? Yeah. There it is. It's right there. So it's unique to Lost Girl then. It's not in Girl Next Door. That's interesting. I don't think Lost Girl is quoting Don't Forget. I don't know where those sequence of notes appears in Don't Forget. Like, I can't think of anywhere that it does. But, like, Lost Girl being positioned that prominently with, like, the main melody, that's, like, pretty cool. I don't know. That's neat. You think the sequence is at the end of Girl Next Door? Maybe the very end? My voice has an effect on you. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, let's just move on here. That's a cool connection, though. That's actually really neat. Thumbs up for that. Actually, even the Little Love Heart, because that's like a new motif sighting I didn't know about. It's really cool. Yeah, Toby did explicitly say that Lost Girl was going to be a recurring theme, so it's not unreasonable to think that it's going to be like pretty central to the leitmotivic ecosystem, as I pompously called it. How did I make the end credit section? That is also in Godot. I had code lying around for a lot of that stuff, and I just stuck it into the diagram. and did a bunch of delirious programming over the course of 2 days. It was fun. Lo logaron finalmente lo romperion. Not totally sure what language this is. It might be Spanish. I don't know what it means though. It is Spanish, okay. Deploy the thingamabob indeed. Do we have a Gaster reference in Thunder Snail? I don't think so. They did it, they finally broke it in Spanish. I wonder what that's in reference to.
That's about to happen next. You
Oh,
asked
you
for it.
get to watch the OC die. You see his head flies off. A lot of people miss that detail. Maybe it's broken in the sense of like they cracked it. Who knows? Finally, I noticed the Freedom motif was just an edited Gaster's theme months ago, and I was studying Big Shot. Thank goodness someone with more subs finally did something. That's cool. This makes me happy when people say, like, I discovered this while studying the song, because that's the same thing that that it sort of happened to me, and it's like, if it's that natural of a process, then maybe there's something to it, you know? I was saying my sanity is what broke. Okay, maybe. You did it. You finally broke him. Another great video from the Croatian electrician impersonator. See, this one's a Croatian Tesla kind of guy. Usually it's Serbian Tesla. And that connected some very, very interesting dots between Noel and the G-Man. Thanks for sharing your rare musical talents and know-how with us. I love the way all your videos go the whole way around the insanity wheel right back to excellent rationality. Yeah. That's what it felt like. This describes the experience of reading Stupige's Azzy Pants fic right there. I'll be sure to catch the next video, even if it's not Undertale or Deltarune related. Excellent. Wishlist my game Lamau. These credit sequences are getting incredibly nutty. How long did it take to make? As I said, about 1.5 days. Clearly, darker yet darker means that Gaster is from a dark world inside a dark world inside a dark world, obviously. That is very possibly true. That was one of the more interesting comments I saw in Molly's video as part of that stream yesterday, was the one about, like, there's some SCP that's like, it's a Sopranos DVD, and you watch it, but you can, like, move around inside the fiction. And then if you find another TV inside the DVD, you can go into that, and you can just keep going deeper. It's like, if you follow the Dark Fountains as fiction metaphor, it's the same thing as, like, darker than dark is like nesting fiction within fiction. Shit gets fucked up. Who knows? It could get spooky. It's a good connection to have, I think. I like it. Darker than dark. Gaster went into shadow crystals? No, like dark worlds. Like dark worlds within dark worlds. What sort of, I think, what's meant here. Molly says, that's about what I think is going on with Gaster. He has abstracted himself from reality enough to the point where he's just completely stuck in nested fictional worlds, ideas, and shattered. Yeah, it's fucked up, but also very cool. What if shadow crystals contain dark worlds? They don't seem to. Yeah. The track I played around 7 minutes in sounded like Lost Girl. 7 minutes. I wonder which one. I guess I could just check.
Note.
I'm a bit curious.
Gaster's theme is played at a speed of 110 beats per minute. A beat here refers to the length of one of the 16th notes with 2 tails which are twice as fast as 8th notes, and so on. The absolute duration, meaning Gaster's very
Where do I play a new song?
gets remixed for a new context.
It's
so
just for the fucking Fury track this whole time. I don't know what that refers to.
What's a song?
And then it goes to Checker Dance. I don't know what they mean. Oh well. Who's that video on the right? Who's that? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, Molly. I don't know. I didn't see. Maybe I missed it? No, like, the Fury song plays from the reveal of the diagram for like a long time, and this song after that is Checker Dance, so it would have to be something like inside that one Fury song. There's no other music there. Yeah, I saw your video, Molly. I was just being silly. I was being silly. It's no surprise it's popping up there. I was just watching your stream. If you want to get to the same page again, you can right-click the tab, click duplicate without having to look for a link to the page. Yeah, okay. That's a good tip. Common Andrew Boehner. Or uncommon if you consider it chronologically. Or, you know what I mean. You know, I think sumo wrestling is very hit or miss depending on the context. Well, yeah, sometimes the wrestlers hit each other and sometimes they miss and fall over. The ritual aspect is quite interesting, though. It's incredibly unfortunate that it's really only seen in the form of stereotypes in the English world. Yeah, it's too bad. It's misunderstood, I think, in the Western world. It's just a bunch of fat men in diapers slapping each other, but there are real ethical considerations, but it goes much deeper than them just being fat, yeah. Fun fact, the note at 823 is an A flat, and here are all possible correct answers. Alright, here we go, this guy's cracked it. Susie, the world revolving Ferris wheel. Da 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 da. Yeah, the first bass note of the world revolving is an A flat. Ferris wheel and Sands. Isn't Sands in like G minor or something? Da, da, da. Or like A minor? Sands seems wrong, but I don't know offhand. Most of the songs in Delta start in D flat, A, or B. It's a weird stat, but I guess it could be true. I can think of ones that start on most of those. D flat's weird. What songs start on D flat? I don't know. Starting on a note, by the way, isn't the same as being in a key. They're completely separate things. So it's a bit more complex than just knowing what key the songs are in. Sands is A flat. Huh, okay. Yeah, there's a Car Cat theme for a second, don't worry about it. I really had to push my limits to get the soundtrack for this. There's like so many fucking songs in this video. Sometimes you just find yourself, I don't know, browsing the Pester Quest OST and being like, is there a usable remix of Car Cat's theme? Oh, that's cool. Someone in chat knew a Sumotori once, which I guess is just I've always heard the term rikishi, but maybe sumotori means the same thing. I have to wonder how much of his reverence for tradition and strict regiment is an actual desire for structure or cope. Yeah, how much is like you actually believe in it, or how much is like you need to believe to fit in with the culture? Yeah. There's an element of indoctrination to it for sure. Huh. A lot of sumo discussion in chat. Okay. Oh, sumotori is more formal than rikishi. Okay. It's better than sumo. Don't call a sumo wrestler a sumo. It's like calling Messi a soccer, you know? As a career musician who's also halfway through a music degree and someone who's spent perhaps a little too much time with Toby Fox bugs stuck in his head, I've gotten a lot out of this video. I didn't even know you had as much of a musical background as you did, and from what I've seen, you've definitely proven it well. That's good. It's nice when I can impress the actual musicians and not just the ignorant masses, you know? I guess I'm looking this guy up in the other window too, because it's cut off. Clink music. If I knew this project was in the works early on, I would have been happy to give you a hand in breaking some of this down. However, I understand I don't have much of a resume as far as my online presence goes. Nonetheless, I enjoy your videos as always, and I'm eager to see how the RAM project is going. Interesting, an offer to assist. I'm not sure if I would have accepted an offer like that. I tend to be a little bit, I don't know, hermity, what do you call it? Reclusive when it comes to like doing a collab like with Toffee was cool because it's like I'm missing this expertise. I need someone to do this segment, and it's like boom, that was really cool. But like, yeah, I don't know if I would just consult someone. Huh. Anyway, I'm probably dwelling on this too much. It's just an offer. Hungus Bungus is the same theorist. I don't get it. Eater. It will always get such a shock to my system whenever any Undertale AUs are brought up. Seeing that Andrew bring up Fresh Sands and Helptail almost made me choke to death on my pizza. That's cool. That's the thing. I don't fucking know about any AUs besides the most vanilla shit imaginable, but I sure can reference them and make people feel emotions. Also, I don't know enough about sumo wrestling to have an opinion on its ethics, but want a slice of my pizza, I assume, is how it ends. Okay. This person really likes how I present visual aids as huge, elaborate machines. This video having probably the most in-depth yet. What I'd like to know is what inspired me, and I think this comment response chain basically goes on to say, probably John Boyce. Probably John Boyce. There you go. Yeah, I binged all of John Boyce's videos like earlier in the year, like around like the new year, I guess. I discovered John Boyce and just watched all of his shit. Helptail's vanilla? No, I don't know about Helptail's, what I meant. Like, I don't know shit about AUs, but I just know, like, there's enough of them that I can just go out and, like, pick examples, like, from a garden. Just find weird Sanses and just put them in the video. I know, I was into, like, I was into, like, Dream Reborn and stuff, as I mentioned. Like, the really original AUs. Although I agree that Welcome to the City and Cyber Worlds have a similar motif, I think it does not implode the Gaster motif equals egg theory quite so easily. Yes, the motif shows up, but not in the pattern established by Scarlet Forest. Because similar to Scarlet Forest, like you mentioned, it starts with Gaster's theme and then echoes it, changing each end of the phrase, therefore making it plausible to like, oh my god, it keeps fucking cutting them off. That's such a pain in the ass. Immense pain in the ass. This person's commented a bunch. Maybe it's because I'm zoomed in or something. Like, it's not giving me a read more prompt, but it's not showing it either. Making it plausible to look out for another overworld theme with a similar Gaster pattern. Well, no, it still does implode the pattern, though, because both Welcome to the City and the Cyberfield have the same type of Gastery bit in them, which is, they're both different from Scarlet Forest, and yet Welcome to the City still has the egg room, so even if you look at it that way, which, you know, it's still, it doesn't help. Okay. It's so weird that that the dialogue in the sound test and those Twitter posts make it sound like Undertale and Deltarune have the same Gaster, but the name of another hymn implies otherwise. It'll probably make sense later in a true Toby fashion, but I don't even have much of an idea to theorize about it with how little information we currently have about Gaster. Yeah. What's my favorite Undertale? I'm partial to Undertale myself. Gaster's theme subtly shows up near the end of Queen's theme. Yes, that is one that I legitimately missed, but that was because Queen's theme already had the default Gaster reference at the start. Or actually, no. I'm not sure if you mean just Queen's theme, but like Attack of a Killer Queen, for example, has a different bit at the end. That's like a slightly better reference than the start. So if that's what you mean, then I understand. Otherwise, I'm not sure. I did not finish Pizza Tower, no. You spelled it like the nationality, by the way, Finnish pizza. Maybe Undertale Deltarune are experiments by one Gaster, but the Gaster who actually lived in Undertale prior to falling into his own invention and can be found behind a strange door isn't the same Gaster. Maybe, I don't know. Another hymn might just be a reference to it being another song, but yeah, I don't know. I tap it at that point and was like, yeah, how many Gasters are there, dude? I don't know, man. Your videos are mostly analysis and it doesn't really say anything much that isn't already being said by other people. I'm fine with this because this leaves the thinking to me and I enjoy thinking. Queen's theme and the area themes, this would make sense if the knight was Gaster because the knight created the dark fountains. Yeah, okay, I've seen this several times, but like, if the reason that the if the reason that Gaster's theme is quoted in a Cyberfield is that Gaster created all the dark worlds, then it should also be the reason that the Gaster's theme is quoted in Pandora. Well, I guess it is Pandora Palace is an exception, but like Card Castle, for example, when it's and Field of Hopes and Dreams, and it's I haven't heard any Gastery stuff there. So like if you're gonna say that Gaster created all the dark worlds, therefore his themes in all the dark world themes, then it actually has to be in all of them and not just 3. Counter evidence. Gaster can manipulate the light world. It'd be fair to say he could manipulate other people's dark fountains. I don't know what that means, dude. Conclusion, I don't know. Okay, excellent. Fez OST mentioned. I've been trying for a long time to shunt the Fez OST into one of my videos, but it's just never really fit the vibe. I finally got my chance with the that Noel bit. Disaster Piece is pretty goated. It's been hours. Yeah, it is one of those live streams you may have heard of. They tend to go on for a while. CBT with Yuka? Yep. I had to get Mel to link me to that because I didn't want to try Googling around without knowing the character's name. I have a Toho consultant in the Discord server. It's great. What is this book? Oh, I wonder what you're referring to there. I wonder what they could be referring to. You want my Music Hut as an actual program? Okay, to be honest, like, VST designs all look like the DMCA anyway. Like, there's a whole industry just to making music programs look as, like, arcane and as much like an analog synth as possible. And it's actually a really shitty trend that makes them hard to use, in my opinion, but, like, it would fit in. Just oof. Banger comment. You know, I started putting my hands in my pockets when I was younger because I wanted to be like Sans. I guess you could say I inherited some Sansian features. Yes. Most VSTs look worse. I'm talking about the expensive, the fancy ones. They all look like they're from the fucking 80s. Good video, Andrew. Nice to finally see it come to fruition after seeing you vitriolically talk about media motifs in your streams. Was I ever that vitriolic? I feel like you're exaggerating. I mean, I would never be vitriolic toward media motifs just because they have some sketchy information. I really loved all the Deltarune motif comparison apparatus, 666 billion. Yeah, it truly was a marvel of modern science. It may take me a while to fully understand all the music theory stuff, but I think I did a great job. Stan Azithoth, peace out. Shoutouts to Azithoth. Now we wait for the Christopher Moon comment. I'm pleased to report, ladies and gentlemen, and whatever else. Yeah. We may have gotten one. I did talk about it a lot. I probably did. They set up Noelle to go dark side when her father dies. Dark side, Noelle. She is already wildly powerful. Not even Chris plus Soul could spam to Neo, but she did no problem. She will bring back Des and her dad, and you got to banish Angel's Heaven, the glitched out state. This is causing the roaring, allows her family to remain alive. That is certainly a possibility. That could be the ending of Deltarune. I already wrote this comment in the Patreon preview, but thanks again for this information. It's really helpful for aspiring composers. Yeah, I basically just regurgitated my, how our melodies constructed tips from that one 8-bit music theory video and like my own limited understanding. So it's not to be taken as gospel, but it's probably helpful if you're not familiar with the concepts. Since I included Ivory's track from Strawberry Jam, you better have beaten the map. Is that how it works? I don't even know what one that is. I had like 5 Strawberry Jam tracks in this. Most of them are from the Advanced Lobby, because that's the album that I bought. I obtained a couple extra ones, via alternative means. Ivory is Grandmaster. Aha. Yeah, that was the... By the way, did anyone notice how sick the transition was from Ready, Steady, Go into Limitless in the World Evolving section? There was no way I could find, like... the section was so long that Ready, Steady, Go wouldn't be long enough, but any transition I tried to do sounded weird. And so I found a song that happened to be, like, in the same key, with a very, very similar melody, in almost the same BPM, and I just, like, cross-faded them, and it worked so well, actually. I'm really happy about that. There's like a good several bars where you have like the Ready Steady Go drum solo going over the intro to the other song. Okay. So I'm guessing the thing about relative pitch is why it's so hard to sing certain parts of songs without starting from the beginning of the song. Partially, that's... You don't need to know a song's, like, an absolute pitch to sing a song. You need to know it to sing a song in a certain key. But I think that's a different phenomenon. That's more to do with, like, procedural memory. Like, you remember the song as a sequence of notes, and if you start the sequence in the wrong place, you won't be able to remember it. That's like a different thing, but also a very tangible thing. Especially if you learn to play pieces on piano, like, it's just like, I don't know how to describe it, like, it's like lighting a fuse and it just burns down, like you can't start from the middle. It's like each note leads into the next one and it just sort of goes down like a chain. Toby's influence from Cave Story and potentially Terranigma makes me think he really, really wants to use a creepy scientist as the game's hidden ultimate villain. The evil scientist was like a trope for like every Japanese game for a while, I feel like. It really is just everywhere. There's always an evil scientist. Not even necessarily a creepy scientist, but I'm talking like, you got Robotnik, you got the Bomberman dude, you got Dr. Wily, you got 20 other dudes who I've forgotten about. Perfect pitch makes it hard to sing rhythmically transposed anything in a rhythmic... Oh, sorry. Sing anything in a transposed key because you know it in your head what a given pitch is supposed to be. Yeah, I've heard that actually having perfect pitch can really hinder you learning music in a lot of ways. It's not just an advantage. Because if you don't have perfect pitch, then it's immediately intuitive that, like, a melody is a melody regardless of what key it is. Like, it sounds the same to play Megalovania in D minor as it does in A minor, and you probably wouldn't even notice. Which is nice in some ways. But, yeah. This was needed. This was indeed a video about Gaster that I will add to the collection. I'm glad that someone's keeping track. The most brain rot theory I've pulled from this video is that Toby is the kind of human Noelle was scared of being under her bed. Oh yeah, Toby crawls out from under my bed. I wrote that section while blasting Toho Jazz in like half an hour. It was almost like a manic fit I had. Because I spent the previous day like really, really stressed out about having to write that conclusion because I felt like I'm burnt out, I'm out of gas, there's nothing to say, I don't know how I'm going to end the video, it's going to be an anticlimax. I had like a really bad day, and then the next day I just had this like burst of random energy and just farted out the whole thing in like one draft. So lines like Toby crawling from under my bed were just kind of par for the course at that point. I don't know why I said that, it just seemed right at the time. Out of Gaster? Yes, exactly. Mondo cool, Shaggy. Like, what was I talking about? For a while, I thought that Gaster was probably the knight, or at least, or at very least, the mastermind behind the knight. I think this video kind of debunks that idea. Oh, really? I didn't mean to. King is a lot more directly related to the knight than the queen. Sure, the knight probably made both Dark Worlds, but they didn't seem to do anything on the Cyber World. In Chapter 1, we learned the knight has directly helped King gain power, and King seems to really worship the knight. Yeah, I don't know if it's directly. It's still a bit ambiguous. It's like the knight showed up, and then the king did a power grab, and it's implicitly like the knight did that somehow, but we don't know how direct that influence was. But yeah, the king does worship the knight. But whether it's like following the knight's orders, or like sort of just assuming the knight's motives and doing things in his name, like the queen was doing, or I guess the knight isn't him, the knight doesn't have a known gender at all. The fact that Queen's songs are a lot more Gastery than King's leads me to believe that Gaster and the knight have to be different people. I don't think it's that strong. I wouldn't put that much weight on that conclusion. Like, even in Queen's theme, Gaster's theme it's touch and go. Like, you can take it or leave it, I think. Yeah. New Deltarune theory by Andrew. Inject into my veins. Can't wait for in-depth exploration on the ethics and indeed logistics of sumo wrestling. I think the logistics are pretty simple. A guy drives the wrestlers to a place and then they wrestle. Maybe if you mean bringing the food in, they do eat a lot of food. With a being who was shattered across space and time. Oh, I preempted you, sorry. Gaster Sumo Wrestling is back in full force. And also looking forward to Noel / Des / Mayor Holiday / Papyrus's left boot being the night. Me too, buddy. Yeah, that's a good point in chat. Like, Queen has a video of the fountain being created, but making a fountain in the dark world would mean, like, it's not literally a recording she took of the night in a dark world making the dark fountain. It's like, it's either CCTV footage from the library itself, or it's like what the creation of the fountain looks like from inside the dark world. Which, who knows what that looks like. Like, the knight is in the light world making the fountain, but from within the dark world being created, that might look like the fountain still being created. You know what I'm trying to say. Or it's webcam footage, yeah, who knows. The CCTV footage does make a lot of sense, yeah. Although I gotta say, I don't think public libraries necessarily have CCTV cameras. Maybe they do. I'm not sure. Yuri. Coming fresh out of those comments you made about Gaster's theme and Noel's theme in reference to Des, what are your current thoughts on Des being the knight? With the hidden locked door and dragon blazers and all that. Were you expecting a sequel to Mr. Cunningham breaking my knees in 1999? Come on, buddy, get some critical thinking skills. I don't have knees. That's news to me, Yuri. Alright, so, about Des being the knight. It's not something I've ever really considered. Again, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about who the knight is, to be honest. It seems a bit contradictory. Like, if Des is the one in the code, just if that's the case, she seems like she's trapped and doesn't know what the fuck's going on. So that doesn't really make sense that she's both, like, trapped and confused in the dark world of some sort, but also is the knight. So you sort of have to throw out Des being the voice in the code to make her the knight, or you say that that's, like, from the distant past, but also then Spamton says those lines directly to you as if they're happening in real time. So it's sort of contradictory, right? Like, I think a lot of the impetus for Des being the knight would come from assuming that she is this person who has fallen into the code or become gasterized or something, but also assuming that kind of is an alibi against her being the knight. That's sort of, I guess, a way you could look at it. You love the Noel breakdown, but most of the hardcore theorists have analyzed the sweepstakes so much it feels obvious. I mean, you say that, I guess so. Like, again, I haven't heard that many people saying it in those words. Sometimes an idea is out there, but it's worth just actually making a unified case for. Like, it feels obvious to you, but you know. The scratching Des tears in the code is Gaster trying to stay silent. I don't know. Why do people think that Gaster is making scratching noises passively? Do you do that? I think the scratching is going to be something much more specific than Gaster. It's like a really... It's a weirdly specific thing to point out, scratching. Like, what makes scratching noises? I don't think it's just a person there. It's going to be something weird. He's trying to dance quietly, yeah. Molly hasn't seen a lot of people discussing the sweepstakes an awful lot. Me neither, yeah. I felt like it was, like busting out my big, sweepstakes infographic. It was like dusting off the elder tomes of knowledge. It had been a while. Any cool or funny guess on what the name C stands for? Halloween, obviously. This was one of the most exciting moments of my life. Holy shit. I'm so sorry, dude, but I guess that's still good. If you saw how pumped I was at the world revolving and girl next door bits, you'd think I won the lottery or something. That good, eh? And honestly, I did feel like winning the lottery, because for such a long time now I've been digging through Deltarune's soundtrack and finding Gaster's theme in Lost Girl and the Freedom motif, as well as other parts in the world revolving. Watching this felt like the climax of that whole journey, and that might also be because I've just finished the 4 Deltarune fanfiction streams. Oh goody. This video being the perfect execution, or being fucking perfect on the execution. Like, holy shit, fuck. Sick, dude. That's cool if you were doing this research independently, and then I just sort of like, kind of summarized it or like vindicated that's really cool. This pretty much settles that Andrew is the most based alongside HBC Deltarune creator for you. Well, that's cool. That's cool, buddy. What does the cut on your face or part of your eye text infer? I don't know. It's just obviously brings to mind Gaster. I don't know what else it's supposed to mean. I think Half-Bred maybe has discussed that at some point. I just see that and I go like, oh, it's Gaster, dude. Right, okay, we got an update on the Dark Truth and Lost Girl connection. The Lost Girl quote replaces the part where the lyrics would go, "Don't forget." Which, that makes sense, yeah. I think you're right. I can't wait to see what the fuck Toby does with Mr. G, TBH. I just hope he doesn't crumble under all the expectations people put onto what Gaster is and what his deal is. I'm sure I'll be fine. Amazing video. I always liked music theory, but I never actually sat down to learn it. So this was quite cool. I'm assuming it ends. I don't think these ones actually go on for very long afterward. I've been waiting for this video since I love music theory and I also love Andrew Cunningham videos. The conclusion reminded me of why I'm so excited for the rest of Deltarune. I kinda lost a bit of enthusiasm for Deltarune after finishing One Shot. Interesting that it would have that retroactive effect, because like obviously I played One Shot long before Deltarune. Actually, speaking of One Shot, I've been wondering if you're still going to make the video comparing One Shot to Undertale. Yeah, that kind of, that's what I was talking about earlier, where I was like big in on this thing at one point, and then it just sort of like, I have moved on from that idea now, and it's sort of like, it's faded into the background again, which is unfortunate. It was a very specific thing, like it was related to that, the circles of fiction, and I feel like I can't just state what it is without casually like spoiling parts of One Shot though, so it's best just left kind of ambiguous. I've been waiting for this video since I love music theory and also love Andrew Cunningham videos. The conclusion reminded me of why I'm so excited for the rest of Deltarune. I kinda lost a bit of... No, I read that already, shit. Oops. Wow, this was such a compelling and interesting video, thank you. I had no idea about the Noel connections to Gaster's theme. Amazing editing work, and I appreciate you shouting out all the other content creators who helped and otherwise. Yeah, inserting the random like Vivat Veritas shoutout was just like, it was kind of inspired by, at the end of Molly's comment response stream, she did just like a bunch of shoutouts, and I'm like, shit, I can abuse this power too. I can just tell people to watch people that I like without like really any prior lead-in. And so I just did, and it seemed to work fine. So I might do that more going forward. Because random shoutouts are just like, you know, it helps, it doesn't hurt anyone. The one thing I'm a bit afraid of is like, if it becomes like obligatory somehow, or people are like, if you shout out one person, then the people who didn't get shouted out would become offended and stuff, and it's just like, I hope it doesn't. I don't think it would end up like that. I think people are chill. They understand. Be sure to keep updated. I'll be sure to keep updated on your indie game too. The small snippet I've seen looks like something I may enjoy. I should play that trailer again, dude. All the ram heads. How the hell did I not consider Noel's knack for secrets in the context of Gaster? I don't know. I feel like I didn't consider it that much until I finished this video and I was like, oh yeah, Noel. Noel seems important. Sometimes that's all it takes. Oh yeah, I watched Jaro's April Fool's video. That was an unironic masterpiece. That video is a banger. Actually so fucking funny. What do I think of the theory that the Deltarune is an in-universe machine? We still don't know what Sans' broken machine, and it looks vaguely like the door frame. I have no idea. I've never heard of that. I don't know what this machine would do. Dude, but seriously, that Jari videos, I make theories that are wrong every day, and this is no exception. Whatever the fuck he says, so based, unbelievably based. The energy he brought to that. Sped up the voice too, yeah. Because he knows that people speed up his videos. He really, like, he nailed it. He got all of the fucking callouts. It has been 7 hours. At this point, I'm not going to end the stream right now. I thought what I'd do actually is I'll make a note of this. This is the last one I read. It was The Mustachioed Fish, 7 days ago. The next one up is Ian Valentine. But now, so I don't forget, I'm going to quickly read through some of the top comments because a lot of those were later, but I don't want to miss the top comments because those are, you know, the top comments. So let's just do a little detour into that, then I'll sort of wind down and look at some stream art, maybe. That'll be nice. Roll right back up. There's a lot of comments. This page is so laggy, holy shit. Hey, look who it is. 2 of them? Both streams, really? Shout out to this guy, by the way. Just some random, like, Quebecois musician who makes music that sounds like frogs croaking and shit. Really cool. Wait, did I zoom in the stream at some point? I think I, like, reset the transform and I lost the zoom in effect. Oh well. Oh well. Sea Pickle's gotta eat dinner before the Outer Wilds streams start again. Oh god, the Outer Wilds. I'm gonna go right from this into watching fucking Outer Wilds. And then just Elephant Mario, of course. He's here. It's him. Oh, it's Steve Gaming! I didn't even notice that. Holy shit. The big man is back. Oh, look at Dono. Cool. The Show Crow main channel with another 59 Norwegian kroner. Just woke up and you're still live. Here's $6. Also, please tell me where I can find the funny dancing Gaster GIF. I need to see him every day. I believe the Gaster GIF is pinned on my server somewhere, and it's also, I think, linked in the sources document. People need to know about my sources doc. Like, people ask all the time, like, what is this clip? What is this? What are you referencing here? Check it out. I put all the fucking memes that I can think of in a huge fucking Google Doc. Just for you. It takes a long time, so you better use it. It's chronological, roughly. Look at the size of the soundtrack, by the way. Like, Jesus Christ. I almost maxed out the description reading that. Okay, enough distraction. Enough distraction. Thoughts on Anthro Mario? No, no thoughts. I want top comments. Here we go. I read that one. Here they are. Christopher Moon. It finally happened. So if anyone doesn't know the lore with Christopher Moon, They are just an ancient primordial Undertale weirdo person who just commented on every video back in the day, and still to this day to an extent. Just like every video that was related to Undertale, Christopher Moon, right there, top comment. It was like Justin Y, but less cringe, you know? Like, it's actually powered by the brain rot, and not just like some weird publicity stunt. So yeah, but like Christopher Moon comments on like 400 view bullshit and stuff, and I was always like, oh, none of my videos ever got a Christopher Moon comment, so I just had to get increasingly passive aggressive, I guess, and here they are. Yes, this video is now canonically my magnum opus. Shocked I haven't seen more proper analysis of Toby's music through the eyes of musicians, considering how popular his music is. It's really nice. This is a really nice study of what's essentially the Among Us crewmate of musicians. Did you have to put it that way? You know, for Chris, I'll give it a pass. I'll give that a pass for Chris. And that conclusion with Noel was the cherry on top. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. And look who it is. Media motifs. Everyone came out of the woodwork for this one. This was way more This was a way more insightful look into Gaster's theme than any of the shitty stuff I put out years ago. Nice job. I felt like this was the vibe, but yeah. Apparently they made that video when they were 15. That's fucked, man. Like making a fandom consensus, like defining video when you're 15 years old. That's weird. I was 15 when I made my first Deltarune Gaster theme video, and I never expected anyone to even see it, let alone for it to have an impact on the Deltarune fan base. And as the years have gone by, my own opinion on those videos has definitely decreased to the point where I have been considering deleting them for quite a while now. Hence why I never ended up making a video for Gaster's theme in Chapter 2. That's a tragic tale, actually, you know? You make something really early, and then it's sort of like, it gets really big. It's sort of like, you know, if Toby made the Halloween hack and it blew up or something. That would be very annoying. But honestly, I appreciate media motifs for their contribution. Like, even if I don't agree on, like, some of the information that was presented, like, those videos, like, got the whole fandom into the idea of, like, leitmotifs and, like, motivic analysis, and primed everyone to think about the game along those terms, and I think that's really valuable. And obviously, I referenced the video constantly in mine, like all the Chapter 1 motifs. I just basically went through their video. Shoutouts to media motifs. The Halloween hack is the only ROM hack a lot of people know of, but no one knows anything about ROM hacks, though. The Halloween hack is still super obscure compared to, like, Undertale. Especially when it first came out. Like, who the fuck knew of the Halloween hack before Undertale, or especially before Homestuck? Here is Shay, everyone's favorite dude who plays the game quickly. You really loved the part when Gaster appeared and composed Nocturne B 108 in C minor under Chopin's pseudonym. Yeah, Chopin was a real Gaster fan back in the day. Fun fact, the ending credits theme of Fez is just a Chopin prelude that was rearranged by Disasterpiece, so I don't know, kind of based. Chopin's got his fingers in video game music after all. In fact, I learned to play Chopin's Prelude in E minor because it was the Fez ending credits. And I just didn't tell my piano teacher that was why. I was like, I want to learn this classic romantic piece. It's really cool. It is a very nice piece, actually. Here's Jaru, the man himself. Bazinga. Sea Pickles in chat is on that Bazinga like a shark to blood. Incredible work, you continue to be an asset to the community. Make extremely high quality content and are hilarious the whole way through. I greatly enjoyed this, Bazinga. Thank you, Jaru. Jaru is so nice. He's actually so nice. Alright. I'm starting to wonder if the simplicity of Gaster's theme was intentional so that the red herrings would just kind of naturally pop up in places Toby had no intention of putting it. I've addressed this enough at this point. I think it's the kind of mindset. It could be true, but it's also like there's reasons to think there's a little bit more to it. This is maybe my favorite comment on the video right here. I immediately went to overlay Gaster sprite on top of Noelle's, thinking they're the same sprite, and then realized I was losing my grip on reality. That cracked me up so hard. Just imagining this, like, you see the video, your eyes are like inflicted with holy fire, you just like stumble to your second monitor, like overlaying the sprites frantically, and then realize like you're waking up from a dream that like there was no reason to think that would make sense at all in the first place. There's literally no reason to think that they don't even like similar. They're not remotely similar. I love that though. The way I bring out abstract concepts with fake machines is some of the most creative editing I've seen for video analysis and essays. Good stuff. Thanks. I love a diagram enjoyer. I like diagrams. Here's Vivat. Nice to see Vivat. You visibly pogged when both It's Raining Somewhere Else and Here We Are came up as examples of leitmotifs. Yeah, Vivat has a whole video about Raining Somewhere Else. What can I say? I've got the brand. It's an honor to be included in the video as a shout out, and I can't properly express my gratitude. And this video is partially a synthesis of collective effort put together, refined, and enhanced by someone insanely talented enough to do it justice. Oh, that's so nice, Vivat. It's a bit awkward sometimes reading this like really lavish praise, but like I can only be grateful for the compliments. I've waxed lyrical about your work extensively, so I wanted to put my own thoughts regarding the conclusions you've come to from Noelle, the Noelle Gaster's theme. Oh, we got $5 in chat from Bowtie, which is like Bow N, but not. I don't know who Gaster is, but cool video. I will not be able to sleep until you listen to the beginning until you listen to beginning at 024 for the 5 notes or millimeter. What is beginning? Oh, do you mean the when you're driving to school, that song? Is that what it's called? I will do that. I will do that after I read Vivat's comment here. Considering we already know that Noelle and Spamton are connected in a very strange way from the sweepstakes, and the fact that Noelle and Spamton's connection is egg-related on top of the Ramshod egg connections with Gaster. I lost it. Shit. The Ramshod egg connections with Gaster is interesting from a textual standpoint. Although it's not particularly strong connection between Noelle and Gaster, it does at least make us, the audience, consider any particular connections between the two. Which is exactly what it did. It got me to write the whole conclusion to the video, didn't it? Considering Dessa's disappearance and possible code imprisonment, Noelle's potential connection with the bunker, and what you've shown here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Gaster playing a role, no matter how puppet mastery, in the Dess situation, whether it's in the past or the future. Unsurprisingly, a pretty similar conclusion to your own. Sounds similar enough, yeah. Incidentally, I think sumo wrestling is unethical because it indirectly gave us the Pokemon Hirayama. Okay, the Pokemon lore is lost on me, but that does sound like the name of like every sumo wrestler. Hirayama. Yamamoto Yama. I think Yama just means mountain, and funnily enough, a lot of the sumo wrestlers want to be named after mountains. Anyway, great video, Andrew. As always. Thank you, Vivat. Thank you. Okay, so now we listen to the song. We listen to it. Let's go. It was that 24 seconds in, right? I love this ramp up here. It's a banger. It's kind of like a Minish Cappy, I want to say. Like, you know, Zelda Minish Cap. Maybe it's the same sound font, I don't know. Oh, da 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 da. It totally does. It's playing the Don't Forget theme, but then it has this alternate version where it quotes fucking Lost Girl. That's really cool. Because I just would have heard that and gone like, oh, that's just it's just a little twist on the melody. It's just a little variation. But that's actually a motivic quote that's used in the exact same way in 2 different places in the soundtrack. That's fucking cool. That was totally worth the $5 donation. I mean, it was worth it for me in any case because I get to keep the $5. But that's really cool. Thank you for notifying me of that. And another $1 from Nofumar, just for fun. Thanks. Don't forgore. What does it mean? I don't know. Just even if we can't directly interpret what it means, the fact that Lost Girls being essentially used as a variant for the main theme of the game, it's sort of important. It kind of seems like it's important. That's like the first and foremost takeaway for me is like Lost Girl is so fundamental to the game's score that it can be shunted into like the main theme just as a standard variant. Very interesting. You think its melody quotes Don't Forget and not vice versa, but like the normal version of Don't Forget does not have that part. Like that's a non-standard version of the Don't Forget theme. That's what I'm saying. Like in the actual Laura Shigahara version, it never actually uses that little melodic phrase. Huh. Anyway. That's very cool. The Pokemon Hirayama. I wonder what's wrong with that Pokemon. The world revolving part blew my mind. You said it and immediately all the parts clicked. As a big fan of Girl Next Door, the music. As a big fan of Girl Next Door who knew about the cool bass line, awesome to hear she gets Gaster's theme. Yeah. Love hearing all the Omori music and the Termite music. Yeah, the Termite Capital is probably the best song in Bug Fables. A real banger. Friendship doesn't have it either, apparently. That's cool. Good to know. That fight segment at the end was so cool, but you're really gonna regret destroying the DMCA when chapters 3 to 5s come out and I have to repair it. Yeah. It's more like I'm gonna regret destroying the code that runs it by forcibly porting in the shoot 'em up code in a haphazard rush. It's probably still salvageable, but yeah. Excellent analysis. I love the visual idea of a machine for dissecting musical data. It felt very appealing. There's a detail, in my opinion, that makes for a smidge of extra musical connection between Gaster and Queen. At the end of Attack of the Killer Queen, right after the prominent drawn-out descending notes in the top melody, at 1:53 minutes, there is a blink and you'll miss it couple of bars that are interestingly dissonant from the rest of the song. They play a reference to the beginning of Queen's theme, which I covered in the video, but with steadier, slow beat, suddenly over minimal background elements and with extra repetition. Yeah, I'm just going to play this, because this was something I legitimately missed. It's not a massive deal, but it's significant enough to note. It's at the end of Attack of the Killer Queen. Here. That's a little bit more of a Gaster repetition. There's just a tiny bit more meat to that. It sounds a lot to me though, like I get Superstar Saga brain rot from that. It reminds me of the final boss theme from Superstar Saga. Da 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 da. No, that's Queen theme again. How does it go? Da 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 da. It I think Queen is a little bit inspired by like at least Kakaleta, or at least the some of the other Mario RPG villains, maybe. So it could be that, but it also, it's a better Gaster quote than what we get in the start. So that's worth shouting out, yeah. Lynn arranged that one. That's fine. That's okay. How am I feeling about the Super Mario RPG remake? It's interesting. I was theoretically, that does appeal to me because I'm a fan of like the Mario RPGs to some extent. I've never played the original, but also like I haven't even played Bowser's Inside Story, and I could have done that at any time. So it's like if before playing Mario RPG remake, I have to go back and do that anyway. So it's not the most earth-shattering news. Yeah, it is just the intro melody at half speed, but it's also, it does an extra repetition at the end. Da 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 da. It's like, it's just a little bit more Gaster, just a little bit more. Oh, the Toho's become quiet again. Does it really zoom both windows when I do that? That's a pain in the ass. New 2D Sonic game that excites people who play Sonic games. I think I read this already. I think it came up, it's 8 days ago, so I already read that. Yeah. I know the whole playing it safe thing was mostly lined up for a joke. It was mostly lined up for a joke. It was mostly entirely, in fact. But I wanted to say I love how down-to-earth your videos are. Most theory channels genuinely just make things up and grasp at some ridiculous straws to justify a theory. That kind of sounds cool. The idea of a channel that can just come up with a theory is weird to me, because theories should come naturally from the game and the community. They shouldn't be sought out, so breaking down in-game evidence like you do is more interesting to me. Sure, there are fewer crazy conclusions or crazy revelation theories, but it's far, far more intriguing and a lot more exciting when the theories you do find hold actual water and take into account the overarching theme and tone of the game. So, yeah, that's sort of what my vibe is. I'm with you there. Demonic Bowser's Inside Story. Not because of they were worried it's going to awaken something in you. It was because it was demonic. Okay. You do hate to see it. I'm actually surprised to learn that Gaster's theme has a left-hand section. I was surprised too. It took me a long time to realize that, because I was trying to reconstruct it myself, and I was like, I could get the melody, and it didn't sound there, like it was missing something. And eventually I listened really, really, really hard, and it's like, oh, there's a bass line. And once you hear it, it's actually pretty easy to notice. But if you don't know, it's very subtle. So yeah, that's definitely something I wanted to get out into the open, even if it didn't lead anywhere. It didn't. Like, I didn't really take that into account. I didn't look for that bass line occurring anywhere else, because that's not really the theme in my mind. It's like just a harmonization of the theme, but it's just a really cool fact. Scarlet Forest is where you find the hidden egg rooms. If the man behind the tree is indeed Gaster, that could be why his leitmotif is referenced in that zone. See, this is... Oh yeah, edit, I posted too soon. You sure did. Yeah. Shoutouts to Wayne Radio TV's Gollum playthrough, by the way. Very cool. Also, I wonder if Toby deliberately made Gaster's theme arpeggio-like in nature for the very reason that the contour would be recognizable in many songs. I've addressed that before, I think, yeah. The same way an arpeggio is scattered chord that pads out a song's body, Gaster has literally seeped into the very fabric of reality. If not intentional, it's at least a cool way of looking at it. A couple people waxed really poetic about this. There's another one that went even harder, actually. It's all metaphorical. This is the exact video I wanted this community to have. Someone who knows a lot about music, going through and providing a fairly definitive answer for all the theories. Not only that, this has amazing editing and explains the music theory really well. Thank you, that's nice. I also did feel like this was a niche that had to be filled pretty badly, right? Even though the soundtrack is a pretty niche thing to analyze, like, it was begging for someone to do something on it for a long time now. I was pretty surprised about how many theories were at least somewhat credible, and there were even some that I'm surprised I didn't notice beforehand. I know the world revolving on piano, I never made that connection somehow, plus I've made accurate recreations of a lot of the songs. That's interesting. I wonder what this is like for Toby Fox. Does he find it funny that the community has so much brain rot, or is he trying his hardest to resist telling people that, no, April 2012 was just a coincidence and you don't need to spend hours theorizing on it? There's definitely an element of like him just desperately holding back from fixing everyone's brain rot, but he can resist. I believe in him. You've always found it odd that a seemingly small side character, Noelle, has such a large role in Deltarune. Perhaps the only way we can discover Gaster is through the Snowgrave route, since at the end of it you confirm to Noelle that the Dark Worlds are real with the Watch. It's still definitely possible Noelle plays a role in future chapters without the Snowgrave route, but you might need to do it to keep pushing her to unveil hidden secrets and eventually derail the story enough for Gaster to intervene. I've seen interpretations like that, yeah. I think maybe even Spooky Dude had a theory along those lines. Sort of like, to get to the crazy shit, you're gonna have to do the weird routes and break the game open, which isn't impossible. I'd also like to mention that Noelle being directly connected to Gaster could possibly be used as evidence against Gaster's omnipotence, and that he's some sort of side plot, or just not necessary to encounter in the main story, while still being behind a lot of it. I mean, if you want to talk about someone who's not necessary to encounter in the main story, but is behind all of it, Asriel Dreamer. I don't think I gotta say much more than that. The parallel is in place. Okay. I'm beginning to think that Gaster's theme was explicitly designed to feel like it left fingerprints everywhere, even if it kind of hasn't. Another one of those, yeah. I really want to know what the strange connection between Noelle and Gaster could be in 20 years when every chapter releases. Me too, buddy. Okay. Before I scroll down... Oh, I scrolled down. Shit, I gotta read that one too now. I like how when he says Gaster's theme would show up in some surprising places, his first example is Lavender Town. The similarity of Lavender Town is almost certainly on purpose. Gaster's theme and Flashback both sound almost exactly like Lavender Town and give really creepy vibes. They sound... Well, the contour is the same. They're not very similar at all musically, but there could have been an intentional similarity there. Okay, as I was saying, end of stream time. This is enough. It's 7.5 hours. That's the last comment I'm going to read. And let's just wind down and do a bit of like stream art looking at. That sounds fun to me. And then I'll be back probably next week. Potentially same time, not sure. I'll do a community post or something to announce it, to do a second one of these streams. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. That's how long. That's pretty normal for comment response streams. I did a 9-hour one previously. Alright. Let's check arts and crafts. There's probably not going to be that much art. It's a comment response stream, but Mooks did say that they made some. Okay, there's one. That's neat. Stream fan art. Another one. Hang on, I should drop the overlay before I forget who made these. display capture. There we go. So we got piece A here by someone whose name I can't read because Discord has enabled streamer mode. That's a new feature. It's a little bit annoying. It detects OBS and it blocks out other people's names. So can I not open this? Oh, wait, I have their old discriminator. Original skeletal bozo. There we go. Rules card believers are in shambles right now. Yeah, I had to do it to you, rules card believers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't think he's Gaster. I don't think he's Gaster, okay. Okay, but here we have Shady Oak's piece. I think this is me poking Noelle with a stick to get her to do something. It's an excellent visualization. I look like a fucking rage comic face. That's a fucked up Tesla. That's my final form. Who has a chin like that? I feel like I've seen, it's like some anime character has a weirdo double-pointed chin like that. Oh, someone made a doodle of my horrid rant Sona, quote unquote. This is another blocked name. Neb thing, it's Neb, okay. Excellent. Wait, it looked like... Am I supposed to be Gideon Ofnir? I have like the Gideon Ofnir staff and the same posture. That's horrifying if so. That's pretty cool actually. The hips though, yeah, you know. Nicholas Spamton. Here is right, Smash Mania. Me refusing to play the bisexual card. As I said, I can't physically. I need to play a pink note. I don't know any pink notes, okay? That's not for the stream. What is this? This is Walter the Frog. Hey Andrew, what's your favorite Undertale? I'd have to say Undertale. You're too busy drawing Marty and playing Hollow Knight to make it. The valiant attempt. Oh wait, I think I started too late. There was earlier ones. Oh, yeah, here's the Mooks piece. Here we go. That's a banger. Classic draw over. God, I wonder how much that Rantsona design is going to get used in the art from now on. I'm a bit scared to think about it. That's excellent, Mel. Not Mel, Mooks. Not Mel. They both started with M, sorry. And here's a new one. Welcome, says Gaster, to the brain rot. That's a weirdly ominous depiction. Why am I giving myself a silly voice? Am I? Did I? I forget. It's been 7 hours, man. I'm not... The brain isn't really working the same way it was when I started. Oh wait, who is that by? That's also Skeletal Bozo, I think. Yeah, that... The little Nico plush too. That's good. Oh wait, this is like old Azzy Pants art here. Let's show this off too. This is Puke Pants lore from Stu Pidge's fic. There's so many things happened in that fic that I almost forgot that Puke Pants was a plot point. That's maybe the most glowing recommendation I can give, is that Burger Pants almost becoming Puke Pants barely even registered as something that happened. Okay, I think that's all of them then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I think I got all of them. Oh wait, did I miss? Oh, okay. One more. This is for Nathan Sims, the person who donated, I think, $211 or something during the stream. Just some deranged amount. Yeah, that was crazy. This is by far the most donations I've ever gotten on a stream before, which I appreciate a lot, of course. It's really nice of everyone. But yeah, shoutouts to Nathan. Funding this whole enterprise, really. I think that's it. I think that's all the art. So, oh my god, another one. Rio, you already donated $50 in the YouTube comments. Oh wait, speaking of which, I probably should read the people who paid money for me to read their comments. That seems kind of important. I guess I'll do that first thing next stream. I'll get all the super, whatever you call them, like the YouTube comment donations. I'll read those first next time. But anyway, we got 24 bucks from Ryu. Thanks a lot, Ryu. It was so nice to be able to make it to a stream again. Hopefully I can make it to the next as well, but if I can't, blessings to that stream in advance. Thanks, Ryu. I'm glad you're able to make it. And not just because you dumped money on me. Not just because of that. But yeah, good to see ya. No, they're not called super chats, they're comments. They're YouTube comments, they're not chats. Alright, I think I gotta call it before we just spin into lunacy here. Chat's really quieted down a lot. We're at like half the viewership, less than half the peak viewership now. It's time to call it, so I'll see everyone next week. Keep an eye out on like my community tab under Discord server for announcement of when the stream is going to be. I might also stream tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. And I'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.